All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, panelists, audience to this wonderful Telangana Global AI Summit 2024. A very, very good morning to you all. People at the back, please be seated. I'm told that the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, accompanied by other senior leaders, will be here in a couple of minutes. So let's get ready to kick off the Telangana Global AI Summit 2024. Yes, it's a fantastic morning here. Please be seated quickly. Let's be ready to kick off the proceedings this morning. మరికొద్ది క్షణాల్లో గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు శ్రీ ఏ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేస్తున్నారు. అందరూ వచ్చి లోపల కూర్చోవాలని మనం చేసుకుంటున్నాము. All the conference participants, people at the back who are standing, request you to take your seats quickly. We're just minutes away from commencing the Telangana Global AI Summit 2024. What can one expect from a two-day Global AI Summit like this? Inspiring keynotes, brilliant fireside chats, intriguing and exciting panel discussions, hackathons, awards, and a lot more. There will be many discussions that will happen here in the main hall, as well as there will be 4 parallel tracks, both days, September 5th and September 6th. So please choose whichever tracks that you want to what will later on become part of the AI footprint here. We're all gathered here for the Telangana Global AI Summit 2024, the premier gathering of minds and innovators from around the world in the realm of artificial intelligence. I request our Honorable Chief Minister, Sir, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, Minister for Industries and Commerce, Legislative Affairs as well, to come onto the dais, please, sir. I request Principal Chief Secretary Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu to take over the proceedings here, sir.
I request Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy, representing NASSCOM, Mr. Robin Van Puyenbroek, Executive Director of WTCA, New York, Mr. Ashok Venkatachlam, Managing Director, Evernorth India. They are the two main sponsors of this event. Request them also to please occupy the stage. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. A. Revant Reddy, Honorable Minister for IT, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu, dignitaries on the dais, invitees and guests. It is a matter of great honor to welcome all of you on behalf of Telangana government for this first of its kind Global AI Summit that a state government is organizing. First of all, I would like to normally, thanks are told towards the end of the ceremony, but I would like to begin by thanking everyone who has made this event possible. Most importantly, the Minister for IT. I have mentioned this on many other occasions also when we were having run-up press conferences for this event. Many people asked, what gave you this idea to have this Global AI Summit? And I must give the credit where it is due. Honorable Minister of IT, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu, within days of becoming the Minister for this portfolio, when he conducted a departmental review, this was one of the important tasks he gave us, that we should lead in IT and to showcase our IT prowess, also to learn from the rest of the world. We should hold a mammoth Global AI Summit, and today is the culmination of whatever that we had promised him that day. Of course, needless to say, whatever ideas were generated by Honorable Minister and rest of the department was wholeheartedly supported by Honorable Chief Minister. Some of you would be aware that Honorable Chief Minister was in the US about a month ago and in South Korea, and so many international global company executives also have come to Hyderabad and meet him. And everywhere he has mentioned that we are hosting this big event in Hyderabad. He has invited people. He has sought cooperation, sought collaboration. So I'm very happy that in the presence of these two leaders of our state and the country, we are presenting this Global AI Summit before all of you. I'm very happy to see that 150 plus speakers from the world and from within our country have joined us to share their expertise. We have 2,000 delegates from the industry, startups, academia, government officers. It's so happy to see this hall totally full. Some people are also standing. I should let them know that on the floor above, we have arranged for live seating. So if it is not inconvenient, please move up and sit in that hall where live streaming is happening. But if you are okay to stand here for the next 1 hour or so, that's also fine. We have divided this conference, this 2 days conference, into a number of sections. Immediately after the opening ceremony, there'll be keynote addresses, and some of the most distinguished global speakers are with us to share their thoughts. Basically, they'll be highlighting what kind of global trends are being witnessed and what is it that India as a country and Telangana as a state can replicate. There are many panel discussions touching topics like innovations, future world, Indian perspective, responsible AI, governance, and also sectoral focused panels on agriculture, education, health, social good, etc. We have also lightning demos. We have identified some young startups who have developed some very, very amazing products and solutions, and we'll be giving them short span of time where they will be doing their demos. We also have moonshots of startup experiences. And tomorrow, I would request everyone to stay back. There is a session towards the end tomorrow where we are literally showing that AI is child's play. We have got two very young AI practitioners. They are as young as 12 years and 13 years old. And they will be telling what they have done in AI completely by themselves. And obviously, the proverb that AI is or anything is a child's play, that will be really manifested by them. We also have hackathons, pitch games, exhibitions, showcases. To the left of this main plenary hall, whenever you get time, please visit the exhibition area where more than 100 stalls have been displayed. And you can see what some of the local entrepreneurs, national level companies are attempting to further the advancement of AI. We have also organized master classes by some of the leading tech firms like Google and Meta, so that some of the models and some of the algorithm developments which these companies are doing in-house. Today, that knowledge will be shared with all of us. I'm also grateful to countries, Australia and Netherlands, whose delegations are hosting separate sessions. Most importantly, today we are also taking this opportunity, the presence of Honorable Chief Minister, the presence of Honorable IT Minister and other dignitaries to launch a number of things. There are many MOUs that we are signing, which will be explained as the session goes by. We are also launching something very, very ambitious, a dream of Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister, which is the AI city. And we will, of course, be showcasing before you an AI roadmap, how Telangana will become possibly the first government, not just in India, but possibly across the world, which will be completely powered with AI. So this is how the next 1 hour or so will roll out. With this, I have the pleasure now in inviting NASSCOM representative, Sri BVR Mohan Reddy Garu, who was the past chairman of NASSCOM. NASSCOM has been a very valued partner of the Telangana government, not just in putting together this particular conference, this 2-day summit, but for the last many years in creating Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission, in creating an innovation program called RevUp, getting compute credits for our startups with CDAC, and guiding us in general on so many other important directions. So I would now request Sri BVR Mohan Reddy Garu to deliver his address.
Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for IT, E&C, Industry, Legislative Affairs, Shri Sridhar Babu Garu, our Special Chief Secretary for Information Technology, Jayesh Ranjan Garu, other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, the speakers, the partners, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NASSCOM, let me join Mr. Jayesh Ranjan in according a very warm welcome to all of you to this Global AI Summit. Let me take a few moments at the outset to congratulate the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and his IT Minister Garu for their vision in initiating this first Global Summit, which is absolutely inspiring to all of us, especially if you look at the tagline which says, making AI work for everyone. I also like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and the IT Minister Garu for promoting some of these initiatives in a very short span. And the 3 initiatives I'd like to call out is, number 1, creating a skills university. Number 2 is creating an AI city, which will be unveiled later today. And the third one is creating an education commission. All of this, sir, will go a long way in promoting AI in the state of Telangana. I'm sure both of them will elaborate more during their address today. This summit represents just not a gathering of great minds, but it's all aimed for converting the ideas that we have to create more of real-world impact, so that this AI can bring everyone in our society benefits out of them. Irrespective of the area that you belong to, whether it's agriculture, it's healthcare, it's education, it's logistics, all of them will get benefited out of AI. And we want to make this very inclusive in ensuring that this benefits through this conference gets to reach out to all the people in the state of Telangana. So therefore, what are we planning to do through these various sessions that we have, which have been so well curated by the organizing team with the support of several partners, including NASSCOM, is to make sure we have the best of keynotes. We have rapid keynotes, cutting-edge technology presentations, hackathons, and several more. I'm fairly sure that you'll enjoy the next 2 days and certainly take a lot of learnings from this conference. Let me move on and share with you that we stand today at the cusp of a new industrial revolution, an industrial revolution driven by artificial intelligence, and which could certainly be a very transformative technology. My rendezvous with computers started off as a graduate student in 1974, 50 years back as the IIT Kanpur. We had a computer which was this big, catering to 3,000 students. What was the power of the computer? It was less than what all of us have in our hands or what you have in your bags. So that is the transformation that we have seen with computers. I rode along computers, built my career on computers for thereafter. But we saw another transformation that happened in the mid-90s, and that was internet. And that's the wave on which I decided to become an entrepreneur. And that wave, you've seen how transformation happened in terms of connecting people. We keep saying out of 7 billion people in this world, 5 billion people are speaking to each other. But more importantly, there are 15 billion more things which are also talking to the same people. So it's a combination of the physical world as well as the cyber world. So they are cyber-physical systems. So the transformation is certainly enormous. That's the opportunity in the front of us. What I saw as my first look at computers, my second look at internet, and where am I in my life, I think it's very promising as we look into future. And associated with that is the city of Hyderabad. City of Hyderabad, the state of Telangana. Amazing will you find there are 1,200 plus companies of different varieties, whether they are the local companies, local multinationals, global multinationals, the startups and so on and so forth. We also have an extremely good ecosystem around us, several R&D labs, whether they're run by CSIR, DRDO, and so on. We have enormous amount of academia around us. There's an IIT, a triple IT, an ISP, an NALSAR, and the list goes on. And most importantly, we have a progressive government. A combination of these four, academia, research, then you have industry, and finally the policymakers, which is the government, makes this place invincible in terms of future if we get all our cards right. It's a location where companies can set up their centers of excellence for AI. They can certainly, it will flourish with more amount of AI, more amount of startups. And finally, it will be a destination for social entrepreneurship. I have three humble requests to our Chief Minister Garu and the IT Minister. So the biggest asset we have in this nation, this is nothing new, and also in the state of Telangana, is our people. And the people, especially young young people who are at this point of time extremely intense, hungry in terms of trying to learn things and do things. So this particular group of people have helped in terms of building our IT industry too, sir. IT industry today is about $250 billion. That's what it is nationally at this point of time. A substantial part of it gets contributed by the state of Telangana and the city of Hyderabad. But the skills that we've had with the IT services is not good enough to push ourselves into the AI world. AI will flourish more in terms of curiosity, more in terms of critical thinking, our ability to take risks, our ability to persist, which all is driving towards innovation. Technologies are there, we need to find new applications. So this means we need to relook at our education system one more time. Not only the education system in the higher education, I keep saying that, if we probably address the issues at higher education, we are solving a problem which is now and here. It's not for tomorrow. It's not for longer term. We'll address this problem if we go back to the schools. We should start introducing some of the concepts of AI, like math, statistics, soft skills like communication, teamwork, and so on and so forth. So that's my first humble suggestion to the policymakers. The second one, as I mentioned a little while earlier, we have a lot of R&D institutes around us and lots of R&D being done in nooks and corners with even some of the engineering colleges. But the challenge we have is substantial amount of this research does not get commercialized. We keep saying, in the lighter vein, we suffer from a paralysis of POC, proof of concept. We do a proof of concept, we get paralyzed, which means effectively we take the project to about TRL 3 or TRL 4 and drop it off. You go and publish yourself, you move your H index all right, but what's the benefit that comes to the society thereafter? So my request and recommendation to the Honorable Minister Garu and Chief Minister Garu is to create a technology, the correct word I wanted to use was translational research office for AI. So we have something like RICH with us, but we probably strengthen the RICH with another stream and make sure that stream is sufficiently funded and staffed to make sure we bring all these proof of concepts commercialized for the benefit of the society. My last one is all about entrepreneurship. That's where I spend most of my life these days. And entrepreneurship is the key for our success. And AI provides that enormous amount of opportunity for entrepreneurship. The market is so open, you don't need to be disruptive for existing vendors. You can create new markets. Therefore, I think the Telangana government has done well with some of the initiatives. But my request again is we need to have more of those incubation centers and innovation centers. Every engineering college should have one. We should monitor them to say that, our children, our Telangana children, our Telangana students will definitely be completely aware of what entrepreneurship will bring to them, not only to them, for the society at large. So let me conclude by saying NASSCOM continues to work very intensely. We recently released a report on adoption, it's called the AI Adoption Index Report, which serves as a critical resource for guiding industries towards responsible and effective AI integration. This comprehensive index highlights the systemic maturing of industries in building standardized data sets for AI models, which is extremely important, planning for dedicated AI teams and budgets, and creating an AI risk mitigation mechanism. Let me conclude again by congratulating the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and the IT Minister Garu for organizing this Global AI Summit, a platform where Telangana is putting its stake in the AI world. And on behalf of NASSCOM, I assure the government that we will continue to partner with Telangana government to drive the real impact. So have a great time for next 2 days, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, BVR Garu. And I acknowledge the presence of senior NASSCOM leadership in the audience, Devyani Ghosh, Sangeeta Gupta, Mr. Shrikant Srinivasan, and so many other industry leaders. Before we move on, I would like to invite 4 more dignitaries to join us on the stage. Mr. Vincent Lee, the head of Foxconn in India. Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, MeitY. And we have 2 local academic leaders of 2 of the premier institutions, Professor Krishna Dev Rao, Vice Chancellor of NALSAR, and Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director of IIIT. Would request all the 4 gentlemen to please move up to the dais. As I mentioned, today we are making use of the presence of all the dignitaries. Please come up, please come up. Mr. Vin, please come up. Please come. Thank you. Please sit. We are making use of the presence of all the dignitaries to announce some very important partnerships. Frankly speaking, there are so many partnership proposals that we are signing up today that if I follow the correct sequence and order and protocol, that itself will take more than 1 hour, which shows the kind of interest the whole concept of AICT, AI roadmap, AI vision has generated. So in the interest of time, what we have done is that the MOUs which are focused on a particular subject or a particular topic, we have grouped them together, and you will see the way I announce. So I would request all participants, all agencies, all representatives of that particular sector to come together. We'll have a quick photo op. The slides will explain what exactly that MOU is all about. So please pay attention to the screen, and that way we will cover this part of the program rather quickly. So the first important activity, as all of us understand, the very foundational activity of artificial intelligence is to provide compute infrastructure. And there are 2 very worthy partners who have decided to support Telangana government's ambition to develop AICT and an AI ecosystem. And it is my honor to invite representatives from CDAC. CDAC is a Government of India agency, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, and YOTA, Mr. Sunil Gupta, and his colleagues to please come up on the dais and greet Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, receive their blessing. Sir, both these companies will be providing compute infrastructure. Sir, you met YOTA, Mr. Sunil Gupta. He is committing 25,000 GPUs in our AICT, the largest such facility anywhere in the country. CDAC will be providing 20 petaflops in our AICT. Request Lakshmi Garu to please introduce CDAC members. Request Mr. Sunil Gupta to introduce YOTA representatives. Lakshmi, I would request you to display the slides also about YOTA and CDAC. For the benefit of the audience, YOTA is the delivery partner for NVIDIA. So all the advancements in the compute technologies that NVIDIA is delivering. Yotta is the implementation partner, execution partner for our country. And as I said, 25,000 capacity GPUs is being committed, which will come up in the HICC. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Vishal Dhupar, head of NVIDIA India. Thank you, Vishalji, for coming here. The second set of partnerships relate to Center of Excellences. This is again something which Honorable IT Minister was very particular, that HICC is not just buildings and concrete and land. It is also about the work which happens there, and nothing more important to showcase the work that happens in the HICC than the Centers of Excellence. So I'm happy to inform that we have two partnerships, two companies who have committed to open their Center of Excellences in the HICC. The first one is HICC AI Path, which will be setting up a Center of Excellence in AI for public health. PATH is a very, I would request PATH's representatives, Resham and her colleagues, to come up. The second company which will be setting up a Center of Excellence in HICC is Nazara. Nazara is the biggest gaming company in our country, the biggest platform which publishes game. And this is again a very important application of AI, game development, gaming development, using this particular Center of Excellence. So I would request Deepak from Nazara and representatives of PATH to please come up and receive greetings from Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much, Team PATH and also Nazara, Deepak from Nazara. I can assure both of you that the state government will provide the best talent that you require to run your Centers of Excellence. And the Centers of Excellence tomorrow should become global beacons where people take inspiration from. Talking about skilling, we also have 4 very important partnerships related to skilling. And within the government, we consider this as the most important responsibility for all of us. When we are inviting the world to come to Hyderabad, it is our responsibility that skills are made available to them. Honorable Chief Minister, as many of you would know, has already announced a world-class Young India Skills University, and the skill sets requirement in the domain of AI also will be a part of our skilling university. I'm happy to inform you, sir, that 4 companies have come forward to support skilling programs in our skill university. And I would like to invite representatives of AWS, representatives of Microsoft, Next Wave, and this is a very interesting program. This is called South Asian Women in Tech Summit. Each of these will partner with Telangana government, more particularly the Skills University of Telangana, to provide AI-related skilling. AWS, for example, will deliver Gen AI, machine learning, and cloud computing courses. Microsoft will provide courses on digital productivity, also have taken the responsibility to train government officials. Next, we will work on students. Their target is to train 100,000, 1 lakh students. And South Asia Women in Tech will train 100,000 women in AI in the state of Telangana. Hello. Honorable Chief Minister was very particular when he had given us the task to establish Skill University, that no course should be run in the Skills University without private sector involvement. He wanted private sector to adopt all the schools, all the courses of the Skill University, and I'm very proud to share that 4 of the leading companies and institutions, AWS, Microsoft, NextWave, and Savit, the South Asian Women in Tech, have joined hands with Telangana government to deliver all these very important AI-related courses in our Skill University. With all these skilling partners, the first batch of courses will be starting somewhere in December or January. So I see lots of young people in the audience. Please keep an eye on these announcements, and whichever skill course you feel is relevant for you, please enroll as early as you can. We have the next set of partnership announcements, which again is something very critical. Many of you would have participated in such summits elsewhere also. All kinds of announcements are made, but government shows very little interest in monitoring what exactly is happening because of these partnerships, what kind of benefits are coming, what kind of impact is getting created. So we have invited possibly the best institution in the world to support Telangana government in impact assessment. Whatever AI activities that we implement on the ground, we want to take the help of Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, what is popularly called JPAL. Many of you would be aware, it is a unit instituted in MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Boston. It is founded by Nobel laureates Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. And they have come forward to our request for setting up a monitoring unit for all our AI initiatives. And I request Iqbal Singh Dhariwal, Aditi Nabde to greet the dignitaries. So this one decision alone, that while we announce all kinds of things, there will be an independent third-party monitoring institution as well. That itself goes to show the kind of sincerity that Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister have in ensuring that whatever we deliver is delivered with intent, with purpose, and keeping the impact, the welfare of people of this state of Telangana foremost in our mind. I now have the proud privilege to invite the architect of today's summit, the 2 days Global AI Summit, Honorable Minister for IT, Industries and Legislative Affairs, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu Garu, to deliver his address.
A very good morning to all, and welcome to our proud state of Telangana and to the city of Hyderabad. Our Honorable CM, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, the esteemed guests on the dais, the esteemed guests of the dais, friends from the media, and the fellow innovators who have joined us for this Global AI Summit. I welcome you all. Today, as we gather at this Global AI Summit, we stand at the threshold of a new era, where artificial intelligence will redefine the way we live, work, and also we dream. Our state of Telangana, with its unwavering commitment to technology and innovation, is not just participating in this revolution. We would like to lead, and we are going to lead it. This is an imperative statement, not from me, but it's from Honorable Chief Minister and from the people of Telangana, and also the best brains and the best grey matter what we have in the state of Telangana. As everybody knows and everybody has seen, Telangana has always been a land of vision and progress. From our early days as a state, we have set ambitious goals and achieved them with determination and the clarity of purpose. As our state stands as a beacon of growth, with an 11.3% year-on-year economic growth rate and the projected gross state domestic product, GSDP of US dollars of 176 billion. With highest per capita income in the country at 4,160 US dollars, Telangana commitment to the prosperity of every citizen is evident. Our vision is to elevate Telangana into a $1 trillion economy in the near future, as the dream and the vision set by our Honorable Chief Minister. In this context, our journey into AI is not just a natural progression. We would like to take a bold leap into the future. According to the NASSCOM, as told by Mohan Reddy Garu, this NASSCOM 2024 AI Adoption Index 2.0, India's AI market is on the steep upward trajectory, expected to grow at a rate of 25 to 35% compound annual growth rate over the next 3 to 4 years. Telangana, we would like to place and position ourselves to harness this growth. This collaborative approach is essential for creating a framework that is both innovative and ethically sound, ensuring that AI serves the greater good while safeguarding the individual rights and societal values. To further enrich this process, we will invite AI experts from across the globe to work with us in shaping these policies. This will be complemented by engaging a broader global community, academia, industry, and the public to crowdsource the ideas and also the solutions. This approach of us will allow us to stay at the forefront of AI advancements as we continue to update our policies based on the insights and development from in and around the world. We will also implement the stringent regulations to prevent the misuse of the AI technologies, such as deepfakes and AI-driven misinformation, thereby protecting individuals, institutions, and democratic processes. We would like, in this manner, we would like to take the help of, the premier institutions of law. The VC over here, Mr. Krishna Devaraya is here, and we would like to sensitize ourselves in framing and regulating the policy framework from around the globe. Additionally, we will democratize data access by making anonymous government data widely available, fueling AI innovation while ensuring stringent data privacy and security measures. Infrastructure alone, however, as said by our Special CS Jayesh, is not sufficient to drive the innovation we aspire to achieve. This is why we are forging partnership with leading universities and the corporations to ensure that the AI research in Telangana is deep and broad, fostering an environment where ideas can flourish and transformed into real-world solutions. We would like to support AI-driven workforce transformation. We would like to promote AI literacy and public engagement. We shall ensure accountability in AI deployment. We will combat AI-driven misinformation. We shall leverage AI for sustainable development. We have taken the Japan's example of balancing innovation with ethical AI. We would like to also see, not only Hyderabad, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revant Reddy, and our government vision is to see that we make all our 33 districts in Telangana as growth engines, which shall be contributing to our overarching goal of becoming a $1 trillion economy in the near future and $3 trillion economy in the next decade. This is not just a vision, not a dream. It is a plan backed by strategic investments, robust infrastructure, and unyielding focus on innovation. This is more than our goal. It is our collective destiny, a future where every citizen benefits from advancements we pioneer and where Telangana stands as a global beacon of progress and innovation. In line with our Honorable Chief Minister, we are establishing the AI City, Artificial Intelligence City, on a 200-acre site near Hyderabad, dedicating an ecosystem for AI research, development, and also their applications. This is an ambitious project, I do agree, but we are committed and we will place Telangana at the heart of the global AI innovation, solidifying our state as a technological powerhouse. While this AI city takes shape, we are ensuring that AI-driven companies can commence operations quickly by partnering with, WTC, the World Trade Center Shamshabad, offering 2 lakh square feet of world-class office as an interim measure, ever north. This strategic initiative not only accelerates the establishment of AI companies in our state, but also lays the groundwork for further expansion in AI City once it is ready. The AI City will be cradle for groundbreaking advancement, but our vision doesn't stop here. AI City will host the premier R&D institutions, the best and the oncoming AI product companies. And also we shall seize that the startups, the innovation takes place in AI City. And also we will be establishing a AI School of Excellence in this AI City of us. Finally, our AI policies will be designed to evolve with technological advancement, shall ensure that our frameworks remains relevant and effective in addressing emerging challenges, opportunities in AI. Together, you're all here, we will not just transform our state, we will redefine what is possible, making AI work for everyone and setting new standards for economic and technological excellence on the world stage. With this, I welcome you all. Hope your next 2 days of the session will be bright, will be useful, will be informative, will be dedicated for the growth of the AI industry, for the growth of AI innovation, and the excellence in AI research should start from here, and your deliberations and discussions for the next 2 days will go a long way in the channels of our history. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your very enlightening remarks. All of you heard Honorable Minister mention this, that the state will strive to become AI-powered state, AI-powered Telangana. I'm happy to inform you that over the last 2 months or so, we have done lots of exercises to prepare a roadmap on exactly how the state will become an AI-powered state. I'm glad to inform that we received support from a very eminent Delhi-based think tank called Samagra in preparing this roadmap. And I would request the dignitaries to please release the document which explains this roadmap. I would also like to inform members of the audience that immediately after the unveiling of this publication, the website of our IT department, it.telangana.gov.in, will have copies of this, so you can download it. There will also be QR codes through which you can download this publication. This will make it very clear to you what the state government commits to do over the next 3-4 years to really become an AI-powered state. Request my colleague Ramadevi Garu to get the book launched by Honorable. Would request Vineet also from Samagra to join on the stage, and Gaurav and anyone else who are from Samagra. I would take a minute to quickly explain what are the salient features of our AI roadmap to convert the state into an AI-powered state. As I said, the document can be downloaded from our website and we'll be showing the QR code also. But there are 6 important points. The first one is that by 2027, we will be striving to deliver AI-driven services to 1 crore plus people, which will be in the sectors like agriculture, health, education, mobility, etc. In all the government departments, we will be appointing AI nodal officers who will ensure that whatever delivery has to take place vis-a-vis their department, that path is made very, very smooth. In fact, this is something which even the national government is struggling with, in how do you ensure that AI is adopted in all ministries. The third important thing will be that we will set up an open data exchange platform for access and exchange of high quality data sets for building AI assets. This will be called TG DEX. We will also be introducing AI curriculum in all the government schools to ensure that all the students of our state are AI literate and AI equipped. We will be starting a campaign called AI for All, as our minister also announced in his speech, which will be started to educate and empower all the citizens in AI and also integrate AI tools in daily life. And the most important announcement, of course, glimpses of it has already been shared, that we will be launching an AI city, a center for the future, which possibly will be the last item of this inaugural ceremony. There is one additional point also which is there in our roadmap. As all of us know, AI has become extremely language dependent. All the algorithms, all the models, all the data sets that are currently being used are in English language. In India, there are so many non-English languages which are spoken, and therefore as a government, to make AI for all really a actionable concept. We will be setting lots of high quality data sets in Telugu language so that the local ecosystem is empowered to leverage this data to build innovative AI solution. Which brings us to the next set of MOUs. And one of the important MOUs in the next set actually relates to the usage of local language models. I would like to invite two important partners who will be supporting state government on the startup innovation related to AI. All of us know that while there are large companies like the Googles and the Metas and the IBMs and the NVIDIAs, but lots of innovation is being done by young startups, young entrepreneurs, young innovators. And as a state, we are committed to provide all facilities which they require to really scale up their solutions and come up with solutions and products which are really relevant for the society, for the people, for the government, which have the potential to create a very wide social impact. I'm happy to share that two leading companies, OpenAI and NVIDIA, have decided to support innovation programs run by the state government. NVIDIA will train 5,000 students in developing through their NVIDIA's Deep Learning Institute program, and they will also provide annual provision of $150,000 to $300,000 in credits through the NVIDIA Startup Inception. And OpenAI will provide API credits to the startups which have been selected by the government. Request Vishal Dhuparji and Pragya to please come to the stage and greet the dignitaries. Thank you very much. Partnership with OpenAI and NVIDIA. And Meta, Mr. Sunil Abraham, to please come on the stage. Set of partnerships is about research and collaboration. As was pointed out by BVR Mohan Reddy Garu in his speech, we are indeed blessed to have so many world-class knowledge institutions, research institutions, and each of these institutions have also started working in AI. Their faculty members are involved in cutting-edge research, but they have all committed that whatever is the important research agenda for the government also, they will collaborate and strengthen it further. So it is my pleasure to invite representatives of 5 leading institutions of our state: ISB, IIT Hyderabad, NALSAR, BITS Hyderabad, and NIT Warangal. Senior representatives, leadership of these academic institutions, to please come up on the stage. Some of them are already here. The NALSAR Vice Chancellor, Triple IT Director. Thank you. Thank you very much. While we are formally signing partnership MOUs with all the local institutions, we also have the presence of senior leadership from one of the most renowned global institution, an American university which is considered gold standard for all aspiring engineering students from India, which is the Georgia Institute of Technology. So Georgia Tech is represented here. We could not formalize the MOU, but they have also agreed in principle to support Telangana government in all its research and innovation activities. I would request Mr. Bernard Kippelan, Vice Provost of Global Initiatives, Professor Vivek Sarkar, Dean of Computing, and Professor Devesh Ranjan, Chair of Mechanical Engineering, to please come up to the stage and greet the dignitaries. When you come up on the stage, be prepared that Honorable Chief Minister will ask you to start a Georgia Tech campus in our education hub in the future city. Thank you very much.
Dean of Computing. Yes, I'm really enjoying the conference and look forward to more.
Thank you. We'll catch up on the sidelines. Thank you very much. There is one other very important part of work of AI which is undermined. We don't speak about it. We surely don't acknowledge the role of that particular aspect of work in particularly these kind of global conferences. But our attitude, our stance towards this is very, very different. All of us who work in AI know the importance of data organizing, data annotation, data cleansing. These are considered to be low-end work. It does not require PhD kind of skills. No student of Georgia Tech will do these kind of things, but these are also very, very important. Unless data is available in a way which is ready to be run through machine learning, through algorithm development, nothing of what we see in AI will really stand. Our government has realized the value of this aspect of AI-related work also, and I'm happy to inform that 3 institutions are coming forward to support our interest in creating good number of jobs and opportunities for people who will be engaged in this aspect of data annotation work. I'm happy to inform that Uber is creating 1,000 jobs related to data annotation in Tier 2 and Tier 3 locations in Telangana. JNTU is starting an Earn While You Learn program, which is a paid internship program for students, which will help them develop data sets while they are studying. And a free and open source software organization called Swechha is launching the Telangana Vaibhavam AI program, which will be AI-ready data sets rooted in Telangana's cultural and linguistic heritage. I would request representatives of Uber, representatives of JNTU and Swechha to please come up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to share with you that all these MOUs that you witnessed, by the way, we are done with the MOUs. There are no more MOUs, but I don't know whether you kept count or not. We signed 24 MOUs. I mean, we did not sign in a technical sense, but we announced 24 partnerships on the stage, which for a day is way, way over the top, as they say. But as you would have understood, the MOUs take us to a particular milestone. They help us reach our goal. And as you would have seen, we have also set up the AI roadmap, which we will be implementing in right earnest and ensuring that everything that is the vision of Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of IT is delivered. I'm also happy to share that some of the most eminent AI practitioners in our country, and very shortly, some of the most eminent practitioners across the world have come forward to voluntarily provide their time. And we are, under the leadership of Honorable Minister, setting up an AI advisory council. And some of the members who have come forward so far, this is not the exhaustive list, but I'm happy to give their names. I'm happy to give their names and would request if they are present in the audience. Rohini Srivatsa, she's the Chief Technology Officer of Microsoft, one of the key drivers of all the tech progress that Microsoft has achieved globally. Yeah, I see Rohini. Don't have to come up on the stage, Rohini. We'll get you some FaceTime with Honorable Chief Minister later on, but I see her there. Sunil Abraham from Meta. Meta, as you know, is advancing large language model development called Llama. Sunil was here a while ago on the stage. Professor B.S. Murthy, Director of IIT, whom we all know. He's a local face. Shrikant Velamakarni, he's the co-founder of Fractal, a person of Telugu origin, one of the largest data analytics companies. He has chosen to become a member. Rajan Anandan. Rajan was the head of Google India for many, many years. Then he was the lead for Sequoia VC, and now he heads Peak XV. As you know, startups play an important role in AI advancement. VCs play an important role in fueling the growth of the startups. So Rajan's presence will be of importance. Samir Saran, he's the president of Observer Research Foundation, ORF, one of the premier think tanks of our country. And Vijay Shankar, I think Vijay has also come. I was told that he has, yeah, there you are, Vijay. So Vijay Shankar is the head of automation and AI for EY, for Ernst Young. So these 7 people, in fact, in the morning, Honorable Chief Minister had a bilateral meeting with Daniela Combe of IBM, and Honorable CM invited her also to join the advisory council, but her focus is more on responsible AI, so she will be joining that particular vertical. And this list in days to come will increase substantially. But I'm grateful for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving your time to support the state government in its very, very aspirational vision. This platform is also an important platform to showcase what is already happening in the world of AI in Telangana. And to do that, we have prepared a compendium of some of the local companies, some of the local startups who have done very impressive work related to AI. And I would now request the dignitaries to release that compendium. As I mentioned earlier, all these publications, we unfortunately don't have 2,000 printed copies to give one copy individually to everyone, but the moment it is released here, it will be loaded on our website, and request everyone else who fails to get a printed copy to please use the digital copy for your reference. So may I request the support staff to please bring the compendium. the AI compendium to the stage. Please come. As you would have noticed, there are two important sponsors for this AI Summit whose representatives are here on the dais, Ever North and WTC, World Trade Center. I would request, on this occasion, WTC has also brought out a publication which highlights Hyderabad and Telangana's future, Hyderabad's and Telangana's vision for the future. So I would request Mr. Raul and other members of the WTC team, Mr. Varaprasad and others, to come and gift a copy of their publication to the dignitaries on the dais. KPMG had assisted in development of this book. Would request KPMG representatives also to please come and hand over copies of the book to the dignitaries. Since our principal sponsors are on the dais, I would request Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable IT Minister to also felicitate them by presenting a state shawl. Would request Honorable CM to present a gift to Mr. Robin and Mr. Varaprasad Reddy, and thereafter to Mr. Ashok from Mr. Ashok Swaminathan. Give it to Minister, sir. Please also call Mr. Kishore Yadav and Mr. Chuck Mathur Dharma to join the, you are already. It is now my privilege to invite Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. A. Revant Reddy, to kindly deliver his address.
Thank you, Sridhar Babu Garu and Jayesh Ranjan. Today is Teachers' Day. Kada chala mandi teacherlu unnaran nenu bhavistunna. Teachers' Day Shubhakankshalu. Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, and AI experts. Nothing will change society and lives as technology and innovation. When first railway train and engine were invented, it changed the world. The first aeroplane changed the world forever. The innovation of electricity or bulb, TV, camera, computer, they all changed the world. Today, a greatest of technology innovation is here, artificial intelligence. When any new technology comes, it brings both hope and fear. Hope of how it will make our lives better and fear of disruption of jobs. If we think of India's future, no city is as perfectly ready for a revolution as Hyderabad. In our city, we not only embrace future, but we also create it. Our commitment to artificial intelligence is not now. We have already taken big steps for AI. We want to lay a strong foundation for our future. Telangana AI Mission or TAIM in partnership with NASSCOM will help us implement AI framework in Telangana. We will continue to bring government and industry experts together to drive innovation. The AI Summit today in Hyderabad is our declaration. We are ready for AI. We will create AI's future and set standards. I welcome all of you to the city of the future. Let us all come together and script a great new future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We are very, very grateful and indebted to you for your support to us, which has enabled us to achieve so much in such a short period of time. The last component of this inaugural ceremony is the launch of AICT. The launch will happen in a different way. It will not happen by the dignitaries from the stage. The dignitaries will all be moving there. I would request some seats to be left for Honorable CM and Honorable IT Minister. Maybe Vishnu and Ajit, you can give up your seats for Honorable CM and Honorable IT Minister. Sir, I would request all of you to go down. You will press a button which will launch the AICT, and then there will be a short visual presentation to explain what this AICT is about. And post that, the formal stage ceremony of the inaugural will conclude. Honorable CM and the dignitaries will move to the exhibition area to look at some of the exhibitions. But the remaining program, I know that we are behind schedule. We'll have to make up for it. But the remaining program will continue with the keynote speeches of our invitees, Peter Diamandis first, then Daniela Combe and others. So before I get off the stage, I would like to thank the team which worked really hard to make this summit a grand success. The team from my own department, the ET wing, Ms. Ramadevi, Ms. Lakshmi, Mr. Anand, Mr. Praneeth, and all their other colleagues, and also team from NASSCOM, Praveen, and rest of them. And we will now have the finale in the form of launch of the AICT. Thank you all very much. I request Honorable Chief Minister to kindly launch the AICT logo. Request the convention hall staff to remove all these tables very quickly. We will have the visual presentation immediately. Kindly remove the tables quickly from the stage. Please settle down. We are starting the visual presentation. Request all the lights of the hall to be switched off.
those of you who are standing at the back, we have made a special arrangement on the first floor where you can actually see the streaming of this entire ceremony live. Request you not to crowd near the stage or at the back.
To Telangana, where tradition meets innovation as we spearhead India's AI revolution. From historical landmarks to cutting-edge technology hubs, our state perfectly blends heritage with progress. India's ascent at the global stage, Telangana has emerged as a tech powerhouse. Leveraging our existing IT ecosystem, we aim to transform Hyderabad into a leading global hub for deep tech innovations and products. Our AI landscape has emerged as a major catalyst for growth. With vast data resources, a talented workforce, and a vibrant startup ecosystem, combined with the government's commitment to harnessing AI for social good, such as the Mitra app to curb narcotics, which leverages AI for enhanced early detection of drug use. iRaste, an AI-powered transportation initiative that secured the Gartner Innovation Award, has led to a 40% reduction in road accidents. AI-enabled wildlife monitoring for improved conservation of biodiversity. With this, we are thrilled to announce Hyderabad's ambitious project to redefine the global AI landscape. Introducing AI City. Envisioned and brought to life under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri A. Revant Reddy and Honorable IT Minister Shri D. Sridhar Babu. The state-of-the-art city will host the AI Advisory Council, supported by an AI research and collaboration network in leading universities, corporates and startups. Development of AI-ready datasets and models with advanced data platforms and annotation hubs. Creating an AI-skilled population through an AI skill university and experiential center. AI-enhanced ecosystem with access to AI compute clusters and innovation hubs. Let us work together to shape a future where AI empowers citizens, drives economic growth and brings positive change. Telangana, where AI dreams become reality. Hyderabad, the AI capital of India. Welcome to the Telangana Global AI Summit. Together, let's build a future where AI works for everyone.
Wow, that was something. That's scintillating, wasn't it? Big round of applause for the entire Department of IT and Electronics and Communications team at Government of Telangana. That was phenomenal. I'm pumped, aren't you guys? Check, check. Thank you so much to all our esteemed guests on the dais for such a scintillating inaugural session. Your rousing call to make AI work for everyone and everyone embracing AI in the coming years will definitely make Hyderabad not just an AI city, the future city, but the AI capital of India. We have belief in it, sir. Thank you so much. With that, we now request the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, the Honorable IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, to walk towards the AI exhibition stalls and inaugurate that. While all the speakers were talking during the inaugural session, the product leader in me, the AIML product leader in me was really, really very happy when I saw the AI roadmap by the government of Telangana, a clear-cut vision emerged, and all that intent, that thought, the effort that has gone on came to fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are running late, we will not have the coffee break right now, but I know some of you have been sitting there for quite some time. So if you would like to, this is the time. Stand up, shake those arms and legs a little bit, stretch those arms and legs for a minute or two. Meanwhile, I have the privilege of welcoming onto stage Mr. Muralidhar Somasetti, the CEO and founder of Yogify, as well as joining him will be Ms. Maitri Rao, a Bharatanatyam dancer, to showcase what AI can bring to you. As growing up, when I looked at AI, right, the first image that came to my mind was that of Terminator. We've come a long, long way from that. And today, Mr. Muralidhar Somasetti and Ms. Maitri Rao are going to demonstrate something very unique. Their demonstration has won several international awards. So with no further ado, please welcome on stage Mr. Muralidhar Somasetti and Ms. Maitri Rao.
Very good morning, everyone. Can we start the slide deck and we'll start giving the quick presentation and give Yogify live demo. Yeah, just a quick introduction about myself. I'm Muralidhar Somasetti, founder and CEO of Yogify. So, yoga and AI, what happens if you unify the ancient wisdom with modern technology and artificial intelligence? You can impact the wellness, not just for yourself, for the community as well. So with that, I'll just quickly go to the next slide. We introduce Maitri Rao.
Hello, I'm Maitri Rao, a Bharatanatyam dancer and a yoga practitioner, and I teach yoga. I'm the founder of Shivan School of Arts. Yoga has been that medicine every day morning which has kept me going. It has helped me build awareness about body, helped me be flexible and dance more better. So yoga has been the medicine which has kept me going throughout.
Thank you, Maitri. It's a pleasure to have you on the stage for the live demo. So moving on to the next slide, just a quick background on how I got into yoga. So this is my personal transformation. I had
Sorry to be interrupting you, Mr. Murli, but people at the back, it'll be really, really nice if you can take the seats, please. I'm pretty sure this will be a phenomenal demo that you are about to see right now. So please take your seats. Quickly get back. Like I mentioned, this is going to be very interesting. And we'll get started as soon as Mr. Murli and Ms. Maitri Rao are set up here. Thank you.
Should I continue or wait? Yeah. So the personal transformation, I had a chronic neck and back pain issues a decade ago. Thanks to yoga, I could recover without having to go through surgery path. And that personal transformation led me to believe in yoga and also practice yoga. If you can move to the next slide. So this personal transformation has led me to become a yoga trainer. And eventually, when I was taking online classes, I had observed some challenges in delivering online classes. And that's when the idea of smart yoga mat and came up. And I felt it is a great innovation to help an advanced community and get more people onto yoga on a day-to-day lifestyle. So from personal transformation to community transformation, Yogify was born. Moving to the next slide, what is Yogify? So can move to the next slide. So we are trying to upgrade to Yoga 2.0. I mean, we know yoga has been there for 5,000 plus years. And now we are trying to see how we can leapfrog yoga practice in day-to-day lifestyle. So let me explain what is Yogify. Move to the next slide. So most of the people think, is it a yoga app, or is it a yoga mat, or is it an online yoga class? If you can just keep moving to the next, keep pressing the animation, please. So is it a device, is it an app, or is it online class? Can you move to the next slide? Yeah. So it's all of the above. And we try to amalgamate and unify all three into one device, that is Yogify Smart Mat. It's a revolutionary yoga mat with an interactive interface for people to practice at home, anywhere, anytime. So quickly going to the next slide. So Yogify has this is the app interface. As you can see, when somebody is practicing yoga, they get real-time feedback on their posture, alignment, balance. And it also gives and tracks progress on a day-to-day basis. And not just that, you can actually connect with your yoga trainer even from the remote person, and they can support you. Moving to the next slide. So we won a crowning turning point with the CES Innovation Award, and that actually created a lot of visibility for Yogify. We are the first Indian startup to win CES Award. Moving to the next slide, and few more recognitions from across the globe, with the Forbes, Vogue, Yoga Journal, Disney, and that actually motivated us to take this product from India to the world. Without further ado, I think we'll just play an AV of Yogify and then move to the demo. Can we run the AV of Yogify video?
The Chakrasana has improved significantly over the past 2 weeks. We're doing a...
Thank you so much. So we will quickly show the live demo as well. So for this, I would request Maitri to step on the smart yoga mat. If if you can zoom into on the mat where she's practicing. And this is the smartphone. The app is on smartphone, iOS, Android, on smart TVs like Samsung. We'll just quickly show the demo. Can we zoom into the app screen, please? Please zoom into the screen there. we zoom into the app screen or to my, where I'm speaking?
Okay, we cannot zoom in onto the mobile app there.
Yeah.
Would you be able to zoom in onto the mobile app that Mr. Muralidhar is showcasing there?
So the app actually shows the asanas, which Maitri will be doing now. So she will start with a plank pose. You can do the plank.
Exhale and keep the feet together. Stay on your toes. Keep your body straight with the wrists and shoulders in line. Ensure your palms are shoulder width apart with your feet together on
Feet
the mat.
together. Yeah.
Bring your toes together.
Stay there. And she gets a green because she got the correct posture now.
Continue to work.
So essentially it's giving the real-time feedback of the mat with the app. And this is the, you can do the 8 limbs.
Move the knees, chest and chin down, keeping the elbows close to your body and hips up.
You can do it.
Attempt to keep your toes tucked in, knees, chest and chin
Chest and chin.
on the mat.
Yeah. And until she gets it right, she gets her a couple of retries.
Keep your toes, knees, chest and chin on the mat.
And she gets a green. So it waits for the person to come out of the posture. So it's very useful for beginners to get to learn the right way. Because for yoga, if you do it the right way, you get it right.
Inhale, slide forward, moving the head and chest up till the navel. Keep your elbows close to the body.
Now we can shift the camera to Maitri. You can just
Well done.
shift to the demo on the mat, please.
Mountain pose.
Yeah.
Exhale. Tuck your toes and move the hips up. Place your palms firm. Bring your feet together.
Bring your feet together. Yeah.
Bring your feet together. Bring your feet together.
So after that, she gets a cool down. You can relax now. And she gets a meditation, mindfulness. Again, zoom back to myself.
Guided meditation.
You can zoom into phone on my screen.
Sit in any comfortable cross-legged
Can you please switch to my AV?
Your back straight. Place both your hands on the knees.
Can you switch to my AV, this side? Yeah. So it gives a badge at the end of the session to motivate people and gamify this whole learning process. And you get the chakra badge. It also gives a report on how you have done on your practice. Like this, you can see the screen. And it gives a report on how the asanas went and how the flexibility and balance has been. So I'll quickly show the report. So you can see the report like this. And you can share with your friends, you can share with the yoga teacher and see how you can improve your practice. And you can participate in the leaderboard. So this is a quick demo of Yogify live. So thanks for your attention and really appreciate it. And thanks to Telangana AI Mission and the government for the opportunity.
Wow, I love that demo. In fact, a few years ago, I was contemplating whether to buy a smartwatch or not. And guess what? Today, a lot of us, including myself, we've gotten so used to wearing a smartwatch, capturing a lot of the signals, trying to understand our body so much better. With something like the smart yoga mat, which Mr. Muralidhar just showed, I know a lot of us can actually focus on the health benefits that these kinds of inventions and innovations can bring to all of us. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Muralidhar, and thank you so much, Ms. Maitri. Look forward to seeing you more such inventions from both of you. All right. The National Association of Software and Service Companies, or NASSCOM, as we all know it, is an Indian non-governmental trade association and advocacy group that primarily serves the Indian technology industry. It has played a pivotal role in privacy advocacy, promotion of the IT sector, global vision of the Indian IT sector, and much, much more. We are pleased to have Ms. Devyani Ghosh amongst us here today, who's also, incidentally, the first woman at the helm of NASSCOM's 3-decade history. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and welcome Ms. Devyani Ghosh onto the stage for a rapid keynote here today. Ms. Ghosh, please. Ms. Ghosh firmly believes in the power of technology to enhance lives and livelihoods, leveraging it for societal good. I present to you Ms. Ghosh. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Respected Minister, Jayesh Ranjan, and all dignitaries, good afternoon. And this is the first time I've heard of a rapid keynote, so I'm going to try and do as much justice to it as I can. I was asked to talk about India at 2047. What I want to share with you is a vision that resonates very deeply with me, a vision that is of India as a frontier tech nation. A nation where AI and other frontier technologies are at the core of our development journey, where AI is not just seen as an engine of growth, but a powerful enabler of transformation and inclusive growth. And most importantly, where India offers the world a blueprint for building inclusive AI globally. Our approach should not be just about economic advancement, but growth that leaves no one behind. You may wonder, why is this so important? Why is this something that we have to do? We all know that AI is a game-changing general-purpose technology. I'm sure speaker after speaker has talked about it. According to a study by PwC, AI could contribute to 15.7 trillion incremental to the global economy by 2030, more than the current output of China and India combined. But there is one very concerning detail that does not get talked about as much, and that is that of that 15.7 trillion that will be generated by AI, more than 70% is going to go to two countries, US and China. This concentration of value amplifies the urgency for a much more inclusive development model that other nations can aspire to. A model where technology is not just a catalyst of growth, but a driver for equitable progress. And no country is better positioned than India to offer this model to the world. So while AI will transform the world, let India be the country to show how it can be done to benefit every single country by fostering collaboration, innovation that includes diverse perspectives. We can work towards a future where technology serves as a bridge rather than a barrier, promoting social equity and environmental sustainability. This is the vision for India at 2047 that I hold very dear. A frontier tech nation, one that champions technology for inclusion, human centricity, environment sustainability, and resilience. One that sets the stage for AI to become Viksit Bharat, a developed nation that will play the role of not just shaping the future of AI, but also the future of humanity itself. We have a lot of work to do ahead of us. We have to significantly up the game in R&D, applied tech, talent, digital infrastructure, and supply chain resilience. Will it be challenging? Absolutely. Will it be impossible? Absolutely not. If we unite our collective will, there's nothing that we cannot achieve. I will wrap up by saying that I firmly believe the time is right for India. It's not just for us to be bold in our aspirations, but we have to stay grounded in our core values of compassion and ethics. These two elements together form the magic recipe for a frontier tech nation, one that leads the development of human-centric technologies and offers hope to every single country and not just a few. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ms. Devyani Ghosh. Please put your hands together for her. Ma'am, we could see how passionate you are about a Viksit Bharat, a Viksit India by 2047 through your thoughts, through your vision. Pretty exemplary. You've been at the helm of NASSCOM for the last 6 years. That itself is so inspirational for so many women and so many other youngsters over here. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something more exciting coming up through the entire day, so please don't go anywhere. If you need to take a break, please do. But we've got plenty of exciting topics coming up, several other talks, keynotes, parallel track sessions coming up in the afternoon as well. The next keynote is going to be by a renowned international pioneer in the field of innovation, incentive competitions, and commercial space. In 2014, he was named one of the world's 50 greatest leaders by the Fortune magazine. In the field of innovation, this person, he's the chairman and CEO of the X Prize Foundation, best known for its $10 million Ansari X Prize for private spaceflight. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Peter Diamandis on stage, please. Please welcome Peter Diamandis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here in the AI state of Telangana. There's a big choice that this nation has to make, and that choice is one of embracing AI in its fullest or letting it go by. The decisions that will decide that happen in the next 3 to 5 years. It's not the decisions of your children or their children, it's the leadership of today. I can think of no other nation on the planet than India that needs AI more. No other nation that can thrive from AI more. The largest populace on the planet deserves AI to bring education and to bring healthcare. You know, I think about the power of exponential technologies, computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, AR, VR, blockchain. These technologies are transforming the world. They're also creating the next trillion-dollar industries. I think about the world's biggest problems, whatever you think they might be, are the world's biggest business opportunities. What I teach at Singularity University and Abundance 360 and the X Prize, you want to become a billionaire, help a billion people. There's no place on the planet than India and Telangana and Hyderabad that could embody that more. At the end of the day, yes, thank you. At the end of the day, if you think about what creates AI success, it really comes down to a few things. It's, do you have the talent? Does India have the talent? Yes or no? Yes, it has the talent. Does India have the data? Does it have the data? Yes, it has the data. The last thing you need is the compute. And these are the decisions that you're going to have to make. Are you going to invest the capital you need? Are you going to create the entrepreneurs you need to embody the data that's required? You see, on top of this incredible platform of AI comes everything. Comes health, comes education, comes prosperity. You know, $1 trillion economy, absolutely. But how do you get the average income of everybody here from 4,000 to 50,000? How do you uplift every man, woman, and child in India and on the planet? It's not going to come from the old ways we've done this. The old ways we've uplifted society is not going to give you the scale at the speed that you need. It's only going to come from the use of these technologies. You know, I spend my life in two areas. I spend my life half in AI and half in healthcare. At the end of the day, our health is our wealth. What would people pay for an extra 20 or 30 or 40 healthy years of life? AI and healthcare are the two biggest industries on the planet. One of my mentors, my partner at Singularity University, and by the way, we are creating Singularity University here in India in partnership with Machani Group. I'm very proud of that. Ray Kurzweil, who's considered the smartest thinker on the planet in the field of AI, has the greatest predictions, a success rate of 86% on his predictions. Ray predicts that by 2030, we're going to be entering a period of what we call longevity escape velocity. What does that mean? Today, all of you here today, for every year that you are alive, science and technology is extending your life by about a third of a year. There's going to be a point in time where that for every year that you are alive, science is extending your life for more than a year. That concept is called longevity escape velocity. What would you think about having the aesthetics, the cognition, the mobility, the energy at 120 that you had at 50 or 60? Is that a life that you'd like? Yes or no? I would. These are the breakthroughs that AI will deliver us. At the end of the day, there is no more powerful technology. There is nothing greater that we can invest in. You know, Sundar from Google, who's been a friend for many years, said, AI is more important to society than electricity or fire. And it is. We've seen India as a nation growing at exponential speeds. I was blown away by the presentation this morning. I have some slides. I'm going to share a few of them with you. I'll go through them quickly. I want to point out that we are living on a planet today where our ancestors would consider us as gods. Flying into space, humanoid robotics, quantum computing. We take for granted the extraordinary world that we are living in. All of these technologies are converging to create a world far different than any of us can even imagine in our wildest dreams. We're about to see the rise of digital supercomputing. So AI is 83 years old today. It started in 1956. So if it started that 68 years ago, why is it happening now? Why is AI materializing on the planet today? There are 5 reasons. The first is computational growth. And again, if India, if Hyderabad, if Telangana wants to lead, it must make a commitment to the compute. Fundamentally, not tomorrow, today. Number 2, it's the amount of data, and India has the data. Number 3, it is the algorithms that are becoming faster and faster and cheaper and cheaper. And the talent to build those algorithms are here. Number 4, it's capital. And this is where the industry leaders in India and the government must commit the capital in order to enable this future, without any question. And finally, we have literally the amount of capital coming in is expanding. This is 2024. 3 companies are investing $152 billion. The 5th reason here is talent. And this is where India shines above almost anybody else on the planet. This exponential growth in talent is what the world needs more than anything else. I mentioned what Sundar said. For me, the way I explain the future, there are going to be 2 kinds of companies and 2 kinds of countries by the year 2030. Those that are fully embracing AI and those that are out of business. There is no choice. It is that black and white. So, how big is the AI marketplace? This is the US global market. This is the technology sector. Let's compare it to the industrial sector. Let's compare it to the financial sector. And let's compare, just as an example, NVIDIA against the financial services sector on its own. It is massive. Take a look at the economic impact, the steam engine compared to the impact of AI. Look at these waves of technology. Technology comes in growing and combining waves of power. On the far right, we have AI. If you compare AI against the internet, as of today, we see a 3x greater. If you thought the internet was huge, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let's talk about how powerful it will become. Here we see Ray Kurzweil's prediction by 2029, AI will be more powerful, more capable than the human being. He's held this for 30 years. Elon's projection is that AI will be more vastly smarter than humans by 2025. So look at the data. This is a chart that's looking at the predictions of when AI will achieve and surpass human, AGI, artificial general intelligence. The prediction has been converging on next year. So what does that mean? Well, let's look at this. This is some data looking at how fast these AI models have become, how intelligent they've become. This is an IQ score for the top AI models. Now, the average human IQ by definition is 100, and here we saw last year that Claude beat the average IQ score for humans. This was, a year ago. I find this fascinating. Since the early 60s through today, we've been living on top of Moore's law. The amount of computation per dollar has been doubling every 18 to 24 months. What we've seen is a 10x growth over the last 2 years. And as Elon has said, we are entering a period of a 100x growth per year. The speed is not something that our linear brains are able to truly fathom. I find this interesting. And please take this in, the most powerful technology in the world is free. Think about this. Generative AI is effectively free on Llama and so many platforms. If you asked me 10 years ago, AI can do this, how much will it cost for a person to access it? I would have never imagined it would be free. And here's what we're seeing. The price models are plummeting in cost. So if you're trying to provide access to the entrepreneurs, and I welcome all the entrepreneurs here, you're the means by which we uplift society. I define entrepreneurs as individuals who find problems and solve problems. This is the power that you have. Let's see if this is going to work. Should it be working? Let me try it. Last year, I run a program called Abundance 360. It's the highest level CEO program for Singularity University. I had Elon Musk with me on stage, and he was on X video, on Starlink, on his airplane, having a conversation with me. You're not going to see the video, but what he said is there's nothing as powerful as this. The speed at which it's growing is 100x. So we try it? No, that's fine. What's going on today is that the amount of investment has become almost irrational and not justifiable. But yet, what we're seeing is, I want to read this. It says, we don't think of these build-outs in terms of return on investment. If we create this digital god, the returns will be multiple trillions. It doesn't matter how many tens of billions we spend each quarter, we have to get there and not miss the boat. That is the energy that we're seeing in Silicon Valley, a willingness to commit billions to trillions because you cannot miss this marketplace. Let's go to the next slide. I would never bet against Elon, right? So in May, he raised $6 billion to kick off XII, and 3 months later, he's launched the largest cluster out there, 100,000 H100s. But this is what happens when you make a commitment and you start, right? So Elon goes to NVIDIA and says, I'm committing today to buy these. Not I'm going to think about it. And he goes from 0 to the largest cluster in 3 months' time. It's possible. I want to share a little bit of what the potential future looks like. And this is probably one of the most important slides I can give you. We see 2018 through 2030. GPT-2 is considered a preschooler in the year 2019. GPT-3 comes on in 2022. GPT-4 is considered a high schooler coming on last March of 23. GPT-5 is expected to have a PhD or multiple PhD capability, an AI researcher. So the challenge becomes, what happens when we have automated AI research, building AI models, improving AI models? The conversation is one of an intelligence explosion. So this is one question that we're going to have to face as a species, as AI becomes, so we say, a super exponential. I truly applaud the government here and the ministers for their commitment to ethics and morality around this. The most difficult questions we've ever faced are going to be facing us in the next 3 years' time. We have technologies that are bringing images to life. Let's go ahead to the next one. Next slide, please. We have a situation which is emerging today, which I think of the dissolution of truth. I think of this as defaulting to disbelief. In the next few months, it'll become clear that whatever you see has a good probability of not actually being real. How is that going to change our lives? I have two 13-year-old boys. I think about the world they're going to be living in when they're not sure that seeing is believing anymore. And in fact, they're not going to believe anything that they see on the internet. Next, please. Next slide, please. You can't think of AI by itself. It's now AI and robots. Vinod Khosla, a friend and investor, predicts 1 billion humanoid robots by the year 2040. Elon's predicted 10 billion. There are over 30 incredible AI-driven robotic companies. Robots, humanoid robots, are the physical embodiment of AI. You have one of them here in India, Machani Group with Ria. You've got Optimus and Figure. And these robots are going to be entering the marketplace. The challenging thing is the prediction is that the price point of these robots will be $20,000 US, which means you have a GPT-5 level intelligence in the form of a robot for $100 a month. We're going to have issues with jobs and labor. We have to think about it not just in terms of AI, but humanoid robots as well. Next slide, please. Another robot here is Figure and Figure 2. And these robots are iterating in capability faster than ever before. Again, the prediction here from Optimus at Tesla and Figure is 10 billion units by 2040. I asked a friend of mine, what is it going to feel like when you see humanoid robots walking around every place? And he said, probably normal. I think we adopt very quickly. This Star Wars universe is not an if, it's here, it's coming. Please think about how it will impact your industry, your company, your city, your family, the way you think about what jobs your children might have in the future. Next, please. We have robots that are doing dishes. Next, please. These are all videos. I'm sorry, they're not working on the slide deck. Next, please. We have robots that are going around and cleaning restrooms. Next, please. Next one, please. One of the other areas that's very interesting we need to be thinking about is that we are about to connect the human brain with the cloud. Our brains, 100 billion neurons, 100 trillion synaptic connections, they are neural nets, right? When you talk about training a neural net, a large language model, that's what we're doing all the time. We're training our brains, our large language models, by what we read, who we speak to, the conversations we have, the news that we watch. I'm as careful what I let into my mind as what I let into my body when I eat. Be careful about what you let into your mind, how you're training your own neural net. Your mindset is the most important asset that you have. Ray Kurzweil predicts high bandwidth brain-computer interface. In other words, being able to connect your neocortex to the cloud at megabit connection speeds, to think and Google, to be able to see through the eyes of a humanoid robot, to understand the feelings and thoughts of another human being. That's an extraordinary world. 2033, that's 9 years from now. It's a multi-billion-dollar marketplace. You know, Elon speaking about Neuralink on stage last year. You know, the technology is here and working. I've seen companies that are going to outcompete Neuralink. It's not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when. And again, the challenge is that all of this is crazy. But the day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea, right? If it wasn't a crazy idea the day before, it would not be a breakthrough. It would be an expected incremental improvement. And so one of the challenges we have as investors, as entrepreneurs, as government leaders, is where do we invest in crazy ideas? Where do we embrace them, feed them, fuel them, and grow them? Next, please. Another field equally massive and that's coming is the field of autonomous cars, flying cars, and drones that will help interconnect this incredible nation of 1.41 billion people. We have an immense number of these flying car companies, eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff or landing. It's not a matter of theory. These vehicles are up and running, and they're going to be entering nations around the world. Especially having experienced traffic here in India, I can't wait for my flying car. Another side of the equation is, of course, robotaxis. Not a matter of if, just a matter of when. I drive my own Tesla on autopilot as much as I can. It's only tried to kill me at least once. But at the end of the day, these vehicles are coming. And very soon thereafter, they'll be safer than any human driver, right? We just saw last year, Tesla replaced 300,000 lines of C++ with its large language model. These are drone deliveries. This company called Zipline, which began in Africa delivering blood to small hospitals, giving this life-saving capability, today has entered the US market and is expecting to do 1 million deliveries per day, where magically on your phone you ask and 10 minutes later it's coming down from the sky, landing with what they call dinner plate accuracy within about 1/3 of a meter. Next, please. Next one, please. This one is something a lot of people don't think about, but is one of the most important. It is the notion that we are about to have a world of ubiquitous communications and censorship and sensors. In the coming years, we're going to be able to know anything, anywhere, be connected to everything and everyone. We have Starlink, Today, with about 6,000 satellites, it's about to start mobile phone communications. I switched to T-Mobile so I can play with Starlink. They have 12,000 satellites. We have 5G, right, which will be hitting a number of 3 billion people next year. And by the way, what an incredible 5G system India has. Congratulations. It is the fundamental nervous system. The fundamental nervous system. It is the precursor for India becoming an AI nation. It's there. You guys are so lucky compared to me in LA. Your 5G is so much better. But soon what's coming is 6G, right? 6G is fast enough to deliver 142 hours of Netflix in 1 second. You'll never get out of bed again. But this is what's coming. We're about to head a world of 100,000 satellites imaging the planet at meter and sub-meter resolution. Tens of millions of drones and flying cars communicating and seeing the ground in centimeter resolution. And on the ground, billions of smartphones, billions of autonomous cars, billions of robots, wearables, smart homes. Everything knowable is about to be measurable. You want to know what the average color of a woman's sari is? You can ask your AI to look at the cameras and get the spectral information and tell you. What do you want to know? So in the next decade, everything and everyone will be connected always, everywhere. That's a big deal. In this world, you and your AI can know anything. So what's the most critical thing for you? Learning to ask great questions. That's what I teach my 13-year-old boys, and that's what I teach the CEOs in my Abundance 360 ecosystem. Ask great questions. There is a question you could ask for your business that is worth $1 billion. What is that question? And once you figure out what the question is, what data do you need to answer it? And you can get the data. This is the world we're living into. This is what AI and data and sensors and networks makes possible. The last one for me is AI and extended health span. I mentioned this earlier with Ray Kurzweil. We're entering a period of longevity escape velocity. We all know people who've gotten to 100. But did you know that on this planet there are species of whales that could live to 200 years old? And that the Greenland shark can live to 500 years old. And when I was in medical school years ago, I asked the question, why can they live to 200 and 500 years old? Why can't I? And I said, it's either an engineering problem or a software problem. And we're going to be able to solve that. And this is the decade, because of AI, that we begin to solve that. Here's another question. When you're born, when you're 20, 50, or 100, you have the same software in your body, the same 3.2 billion letters from your mother and from your father. Why do you look different? Well, it's not the genes you have. It's what genes are on and what genes are off. It's what's called your epigenome. And today, the hottest area of research using AI is epigenetic reprogramming. Can we do this? And surprisingly, the answer may well be yes. This is where Sam Altman and Jeff Bezos and Yuri Milner and many of the US billionaires are investing their capital into epigenetic reprogramming. We've seen CRISPR transform the world. No longer is the software that you are born with the software that you have to live with. So we have 130 trials in place to re-engineer your software, and again, AI is playing a critical role in this. One of the organizations I run, I'm very proud of, is called the X Prize Foundation. We put up a large cash prize. Our first X Prize was $10 million for the first private spaceship to carry people up 100 kilometers and land and do it again. Since then, we have launched $600 million in prizes. We've launched 30 prizes in 30 years. We just launched our largest X Prize, which is called X Prize Health Span. We're asking teams to reverse your functional cognition, immune, and mobility by 20 years, to make you 20 years younger. We have 400 teams entering this competition. We hope to have a winner by 2030. I hope it's there by 2030. I won't mention, this video won't play, but George Church and David Sinclair, when I asked them, when do you expect we'll have longevity escape velocity? When do you think we're going to be adding more than 1 year of life for every year you're alive? Ray Kurzweil says 2030. George Church and David Sinclair, both at Harvard Medical School, say 2035. Here's your job. Do not die from something stupid before 2035. You with me on that? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This was a study done out of Oxford, London School of Business, and Harvard that said if we can extend the human lifespan for everybody on the planet by 1 year, 1 productive year, it's worth $38 trillion. We now have the ability, by combining imaging, genetics, and blood biomarkers, to prevent 7 out of the 10 causes of death. I'll close on these last 3 slides. In this nation of 1.417 billion people, India has an imperative. It has an existential need to embrace AI for education and health. It is the difference between thriving and pain. It is the single most important decision and commitment this nation can make. We are truly living during the most extraordinary time ever in history. And please remember that life is short until you extend it. If you like these slides, I put out a blog twice a week. You can download these slides. I also just wrote a book on longevity. You can get a digital copy for free. And with that, I'd like to say thank you, and I'd love to answer a few questions. Thank you very much. Deb, where are you? Please come on up.
That was fascinating.
Thank you.
Absolutely fascinating, and thank you so much. And it is such a pleasure to see and hear you in person, Peter. And thank you. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for doing what you do.
It's an honor to be here. I was blown away by this morning and the commitment that's made here. I think it's fundamental, and I wish other nations were hopefully following your footsteps.
Well, India is on an AI journey, and Telangana was actually the first state to say that they would become the AI state, not just for India, but for the world. And I think it's inspiring to be here and have this conversation.
Minister, congratulations for all that you've done. I hope that you inspire many others.
So Peter, I'm gonna start with something you said, because it is so important to the times we live in. It's almost as if we are living 2 parallel truths. One, AI is truly a tremendously powerful transformative engine of growth, right? It's going to drive changes that we can't even imagine, and you talked about so many of these. And on the second hand is what you called out so beautifully as the disillusionment of truth.
Yes.
How do you reconcile with it, and what's your advice to governments? Because sometimes the worry, the concern can often hold back progress. So what is your advice to governments?
For a very different world. Our brains evolved hundreds of thousands of years ago for a world that was local and linear. Nothing affected us that was not within a day's walk. Nothing changed millennium to millennium. But the world is changing at a much faster rate. The only tool we have, the challenges we're going to have, is AI. You're not going to be able to solve these problems in conferences or in any linear mechanism. It's going to be the use of AI as the tool for helping us navigate this. we are, and listen, this goes to a much more extensive point of view. We're transforming our species. You know, is there anybody here who does not have their cell phone with them? Anybody? Right? So, no, I haven't. It's been years since I've asked that question. This is part of our mind. It's part of our brain. We are merging with technology, and we're about to merge a lot faster. So, will it be blockchain that helps us understand the origination, authenticity of data? Will it be, you know, watermarks? Will it be AI systems? It's not going to be hoping, and it's not going to be anything we've used historically. I said this before, the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. And so this is one of the biggest problems we have. In fact, one of my goals right now is to launch an X Prize in this area. I would like an X Prize that basically says, when you see something, is it true? Is it disinformation? Or is it opinion, right? I want to be able to characterize information in that way. And the only mechanism that's going to give us that kind of capability is going to be AI systems. There is a truth and there is a falsehood. It is knowable. Let's begin with that.
I mean, this is such an important topic, and I do hope you launch that X Prize.
I hope so too.
I do hope that as India, we'll have a role to play there. But the other thing I wanted to quickly get your thoughts on, you talk about a mindset to embrace abundance.
Yes.
And to embrace exponential thinking. And I think this is so important for a nation. We are a very old nation, but we are also very young. Our median age is in the 30s, early 30s.
I'm jealous about that.
You know, for a nation like India, we have to embrace the mindset of exponential thinking to do the kind of big things we want to do, right? How do we build that? How do we inculcate this thinking into our schools and education systems in each one of us?
That's such an important question. If I were to ask you a question, if you think of the greatest leaders in the world, Mahatma Gandhi, maybe Ratan Tata, Elon Musk, you know, Jeff Bezos, whoever you want, and you asked yourself the question, what made them great leaders? Was it the money they had? Was it the friends they had? Was it the technology they had? Or was it the mindset they had? Mindset, right? You could take away everything from them, but if they kept their mindset, they would rebuild their success. And so if mindset is the most important thing you have as a leader and as an entrepreneur, the next question is, what mindset do you have? And where did you get that mindset? And what mindset do you need for the decade ahead? Right, my next book will come out in 25. It's called Mindset Mastery.
Oh, wow.
So I think mindset is the single most important thing. We are constantly shaping our mindset. Our brains are neural nets. How do you train a neural net? We've learned from Google and everybody, you show it video after video of cat after cat, and it learns what a cat is, right? So we are shaping our mindset all the time. If you're watching, with all due respect to the news media, if you're watching the Crisis News Network, that's my name for CNN, if you're watching them over and over and over again, you're training your mind to be in a state of crisis. So what are you letting into your mind? You mentioned two mindsets. I think they're very important. An exponential mindset, and this is what we teach at Singularity and Abundance, is that every one of us today has the ability to impact the lives of 1 billion people positively. I call it 10 to the 9th plus thinking. If you understand that you could create something, especially in this nation, and impact the lives of 1 billion people, that's awe-inspiring. That's an exponential mindset. I was talking with Ray Kurzweil, and we said, listen, in the next decade, what year are we in? 2024 to 2034, we're going to see as much progress in the next 10 years as we have seen in the last century. It's speeding up. The abundance mindset is a realization that there's nothing truly scarce. Right? We used to kill whales to get whale oil. And we used to ravage mountainsides to get coal. But we live on a planet now that is bathed in 8,000 times more energy from the sun as we consume as a species. The energy isn't scarce, it's just not in a usable form yet. And that's what photovoltaics and perovskites and all these technologies, they take what's there and they make it usable. And the single most important asset India has that will become usable and uplift the nation is the intelligence of your youth.
Amen, amen. One quick question. If you could design an X Prize challenge just for India, thinking about India, what would it be?
So I think there's two. It is health and it is education. There's nothing more important. Every mother wants to know that her children have the ability to live a healthy life and to have an education. And that's what AI brings at scale, massively, especially on top of the 5G network you have. So for me, it would be running a massive education X Prize where anyone with a mobile phone has access not to good education, to the best education, right? One of the things that was true is, Google gave access to data to the poorest child and to the son of Larry Page and Sergey Brin equally. It wasn't a little bit better, a little bit worse, it was identical. And so imagine a world where 5G and AI provided the best education equally to the poorest child and the wealthiest child on the planet. That is not only possible, that's necessary, and it is coming, and I think India can embrace that and have that.
Amen. And imagine a world where India is providing universal access to good education, quality healthcare, clean air, clean water, good food to 1.3+ billion people.
That's a $100 trillion economy on its own.
Amen.
All right.
Last question to you. You've often emphasized the transformative potential of AI. You just talked about it today and it was fabulous. What is the role you see India playing in the AI journey? Not what it's currently playing, but what it can play and what it should play.
So I think that India, once it brings the appropriate capital and compute to the nation, can be a place where entrepreneurs build their companies and stay.
Love that.
But one of the things that India must do, and I've talked about this on stages around the world, is over the next 10 years, AI must gather the data that lives in the villages, that lives in the minds of people who are 70, 80, 90, 100 years old. It must embrace the culture and digitize it fully so that the large language models resident here enable India's current culture to live forever. Right. Yeah.
Peter, such an honor, such a privilege to talk to you, and I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Please stay for just another minute here. Thank you so much, Ms. Ghosh, for that wonderful interview session with Dr. Diamandis. I did deliberately omitted a few of the things about you, Dr. Diamandis, while introducing you. But Dr. Diamandis here is an author, entrepreneur, and he kept everybody captivated with a wonderful presentation. Guys, I think it deserves a big round of applause. Dr. Diamandis, Peter Diamandis.
Thank you.
We could truly see why you believe in that personal motto of, the best way to predict the future is one to create it yourself. So thank you so much. And I now request the Honorable IT Minister Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu to provide a token of appreciation on our behalf to both Dr. Peter Diamandis as well as Ms. Devyani Ghosh. Sir, this way, please.
Yes.
I could see a lot of people nodding their heads in the audience there while you were speaking. It was really captivating. Thank you so much for that. And like you said, we cannot miss the AI boat right now. There's definitely the need, an existential need and potential for AI in India, for India, and by Indians. And in engineering, or AI engineering parlance, we have to hydrate those data pipelines, gather all the data that we really require in multiple different ways. Dr. Peter Diamandis has flown all the way from Santa Monica, California here to be with us. And Ms. Debyani Ghosh, President, NASSCOM. She showed us a glimpse of what AI and a Viksit Bharat will look like in 2047, and the need to accelerate the responsible development and adoption of AI across various sectors. We are really, really honored to have both of them here with us this afternoon. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Ms. Ghosh. Thank you, Dr. Peter. Thank you, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you already did not have enough food for thought, it's time for a lunch break. We will gather back here around 2:10 for all our esteemed speakers, panelists. There's a speakers lounge behind the main hall where you can interact, network with one another. For other registered participants, audiences, food will be served on the second floor, followed by that on the first floor, and then on the ground floor as well. There are plenty of places where you can have food, have lunch this afternoon. And please do come back. There are going to be additional demos, keynote sessions, chats, fireside chats, and panel discussions in the afternoon sessions as well. And like I mentioned earlier this morning, there are going to be parallel tracks being conducted in track 1, track 2, track 3, and track 4 on the ground floor as well as on the first floor. So see you back in about 50 minutes from now at 2:10 p.m. For all our summit speakers and VIPs, I repeat, lunch will be served behind the main hall in the speakers lounge. As you exit, it will be towards your right. All the people with the red tags, the red badges, as you exit the main hall, the speaker's meal space is to your right. You can interact, network with your fellow speakers, distinguished guests, and request you all to be back by 2:10 p.m. IST, which is 14:10 IST. We'll commence with a lovely, wonderful demo, followed by additional keynotes, few other sessions, fireside chats, and so on and so forth. A pretty exciting day. Thank you so much, and see you in some time.
India's economy is soaring, driven by a wave of ambitious entrepreneurs poised to make the country the next economic superpower. Today, the World Trade Centers Association, WTCA, is at the forefront of connecting businesses globally by providing a platform for economic development agencies and global businesses to connect, invest, and thrive. By leveraging WTCA's global network and expertise, businesses can unlock new opportunities and drive innovation. Nestled in the heart of Telangana's rapidly growing Ranga Reddy district, WTC Shamshabad is a self-sustained mini smart city that embodies the vision to redefine the future of business. It's set to revolutionize the way we work, live, and connect with the world, creating 80,000 to 100,000 direct jobs and 300,000 indirect opportunities, with an expected revenue boost of $5 billion. Located at just a 3-minute drive from the international airport, WTC Shamshabad lets you stay connected with the world seamlessly. And it only gets better with world-class road connectivity, as it is 5 minutes to ORR and 30 minutes away from Hyderabad's financial district. Envisioned as a thriving ecosystem, WTC Shamshabad offers world-class offices and co-working spaces, fostering innovation and collaboration. The state-of-the-art training centers equip businesses with the skills to excel. The office space will house a dynamic ecosystem of global capability centers, development hubs, innovative startups, and international trade offices. Embracing sustainability, our unique walk-to-work concept promotes a healthier and greener lifestyle. Alongside office towers, our luxury star hotel and service apartments are tailored to make longer visits for business travelers comfortable and productive. Our Phase 1 campus, housing 2 office towers and Oakwood Luxury Hotel, will be ready to welcome you by the last quarter of 2025. Beyond the office, indulge in luxury living with our premium hotels and co-living spaces. Revel in a lively retail and entertainment scene, featuring modern residences, diverse retail offerings, and a multi-level car park with a rooftop sports arena. With a massive 2 million square feet in Phase 1, expanding to 10 million square feet, housing coffee shops, fine dining, and quick service restaurants, WTC Shamshabad is set to become the world's largest World Trade Center. The world-class safety standards, including separate pedestrian and vehicle paths, access control elevators, and stringent security measures, ensure a secure environment for collaborative progress. Committed to sustainability, WTC Shamshabad is LEED Platinum certified and powered by 100% green energy. From state-of-the-art office spaces to luxurious WTC employee residences, WTC Shamshabad offers it all. This is where living, working, and thriving comes together in a seamless blend of innovation and community. Join us in shaping the future of business at WTC Shamshabad, Telangana's first ever self-sustained mini smart city. India's economy is soaring. Driven by a wave of ambitious entrepreneurs poised to make the country the next economic superpower. Today, the World Trade Centers Association, WTCA, is at the forefront of connecting businesses globally by providing a platform for economic development agencies and global businesses to connect, invest, and thrive. By leveraging WTCA's global network and expertise, businesses can unlock new opportunities and drive innovation. Nestled in the heart of Telangana's rapidly growing Ranga Reddy district, WTC Shamshabad is a self-sustained mini smart city that embodies the vision to redefine the future of business. It's set to revolutionize the way we work, live, and connect with the world, creating 80,000 to 100,000 direct jobs and 300,000 indirect opportunities, with an expected revenue boost of $5 billion. Located at just a 3-minute drive from the international airport, WTC Shamshabad lets you stay connected with the world seamlessly. And it only gets better with world-class road connectivity, as it is 5 minutes to ORR and 30 minutes away from Hyderabad's financial district. Envisioned as a thriving ecosystem, WTC Shamshabad offers world-class offices and co-working spaces, fostering innovation and collaboration. The state-of-the-art training centers equip businesses with the skills to excel. The office space will house a dynamic ecosystem of global capability centers, development hubs, innovative startups, and international trade offices. Embracing sustainability, our unique walk-to-work concept promotes a healthier and greener lifestyle. Alongside office towers, our luxury star hotel and service apartments are tailored to make longer visits for business travelers comfortable and productive. Our Phase 1 campus, housing 2 office towers and Oakwood Luxury Hotel, will be ready to welcome you by the last quarter of 2025. Beyond the office, indulge in luxury living with our premium hotels and co-living spaces. Revel in a lively retail and entertainment scene. India's economy is soaring, driven by a wave of ambitious entrepreneurs poised to make the country the next economic superpower. Today, the World Trade Centers Association, WTCA, is at the forefront of connecting businesses globally by providing a platform for economic development agencies and global businesses to connect, invest, and thrive. By leveraging WTCA's global network and expertise, businesses can unlock new opportunities and drive innovation. Nestled in the heart of Telangana's rapidly growing Ranga Reddy district, WTC Shamshabad is a self-sustained mini smart city that embodies the vision to redefine the future of business. It's set to revolutionize the way we work, live, and connect with the world, creating 80,000 to 100,000 direct jobs and 300,000 indirect opportunities, with an expected revenue boost of $5 billion. Located at just a 3-minute drive from the international airport, WTC Shamshabad lets you stay connected with the world seamlessly. And it only gets better with world-class road connectivity, as it is 5 minutes to ORR and 30 minutes away from Hyderabad's financial district. Envisioned as a thriving ecosystem, WTC Shamshabad offers world-class offices and co-working spaces, fostering innovation and collaboration. The state-of-the-art training centers equip businesses with the skills to excel. The office space will house a dynamic ecosystem of global capability centers, development hubs, innovative startups, and international trade offices. Embracing sustainability, our unique walk-to-work concept promotes a healthier and greener lifestyle. Alongside office towers, our luxury star hotel and service apartments are tailored to make longer visits for business travelers comfortable and productive. Our Phase 1 campus, housing 2 office towers and Oakwood Luxury Hotel, will be ready to welcome you by the last quarter of 2025. Beyond the office, indulge in luxury living with our premium hotels and co-living spaces. Revel in a lively retail and entertainment scene, featuring modern residences, diverse retail offerings, and a multi-level car park with a rooftop sports arena. With a massive 2 million square feet in Phase 1, expanding to 10 million square feet, housing coffee shops, fine dining, and quick service restaurants, WTC Shamshabad is set to become the world's largest World Trade Center. The world-class safety standards, including separate pedestrian and vehicle paths, access control elevators, and stringent security measures, ensure a secure environment for collaborative progress. Committed to sustainability, WTC Shamshabad is LEED Platinum certified and powered by 100% green energy. From state-of-the-art office spaces to luxurious WTC employee residences, WTC Shamshabad offers it all. This is where living, working, and thriving comes together in a seamless blend of innovation and community. Join us in shaping the future of business at WTC Shamshabad, Telangana's first ever self-sustained mini smart city. India's economy is soaring, driven by a wave of ambitious entrepreneurs poised to make the country the next economic superpower. Today, the World Trade Centers Association (WTCA) is at the forefront of connecting businesses globally by providing a platform for economic development agencies and global businesses to connect, invest, and thrive. By leveraging WTCA's global network and expertise, businesses can unlock new opportunities and drive innovation. Nestled in the heart of Telangana's rapidly growing Ranga Reddy district, WTC Shamshabad is a self-sustained mini smart city that embodies the vision to redefine the future of business. It's set to revolutionize the way we work, live and connect with the world, creating 80,000 to 100,000 direct jobs and 300,000 indirect opportunities, with an expected revenue boost of $5 billion. Located at just a 3-minute drive from the international airport, WTC Shamshabad lets you stay connected with the world seamlessly. And it only gets better with world-class road connectivity, as it is 5 minutes to ORR and 30 minutes away from Hyderabad's financial district. Envisioned as a thriving ecosystem, WTC Shamshabad offers world-class offices and co-working spaces, fostering innovation and collaboration. The state-of-the-art training centers equip businesses with the skills to excel. The office space will house a dynamic ecosystem of global capability centers, development hubs, innovative startups, and international trade offices. Embracing sustainability, our unique walk-to-work concept promotes a healthier and greener lifestyle. Alongside office towers, our luxury star hotel and service apartments are tailored to make longer visits for business travelers comfortable and productive. Our Phase 1 campus, housing 2 office towers and Oakwood Luxury Hotel, will be ready to welcome you by the last quarter of 2025. Beyond the office, indulge in luxury living with our premium hotels and co-living spaces. Revel in a lively retail and entertainment scene, featuring modern residences, diverse retail offerings, and a multi-level car park with a rooftop sports arena. With a massive 2 million square feet in Phase 1, expanding to 10 million square feet, housing coffee shops, fine dining, and quick service restaurants, WTC Shamshabad is set to become the world's largest World Trade Center. The world-class safety standards, including separate pedestrian and vehicle paths, access control elevators, and stringent security measures ensure a secure environment for collaborative progress. Committed to sustainability, WTC Shamshabad is LEED Platinum certified and powered by 100% green energy. From state-of-the-art office spaces to luxurious WTC employee residences, WTC Shamshabad offers it all. This is where living, working,
Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu to take over the proceedings here, sir.
I request Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy, representing NASSCOM, Mr. Robin Van Puyenbroek, Executive Director of WTCA, New York, Mr. Ashok Venkateshatlam, Managing Director, Ever North India. They are the two main sponsors of this event. Request them also to please occupy the stage. Honorable Chief Minister,
to all of you to this Global AI Summit. Let me take a few moments at the outset to congratulate the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and his IT Minister Garu for their vision in initiating this first global summit, which is absolutely inspiring to all of us, especially if you look at the tagline which says, making AI work for everyone. I also like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and the IT Minister Garu for promoting some of these initiatives in a very short span. And the three initiatives I'd like to call out is, number one, creating a skills university. Number two is creating an AI city, which will be unveiled later today. And the third one is creating an education commission. All of this, sir, will go a long way in promoting AI in the state of Telangana. I'm sure both of them will elaborate more during their address today. This summit represents just not a gathering of great minds, but it's all aimed for converting the ideas that we have to create more of real-world impact, so that this AI can bring everyone in our society benefits out of them. Irrespective of the area that you belong to, whether it's agriculture, it's healthcare, it's education, it's logistics, all of them will get benefited out of AI. And we want to make this very inclusive in ensuring that this benefits through this conference gets to reach out to all the people in the state of Telangana. So therefore, what are we planning to do through these various sessions that we have, which have been so well curated by the organizing team with the support of several partners, including NASSCOM, is to make sure we have the best of keynotes. We have rapid keynotes, cutting-edge technology presentations, hackathons, and several more. I'm fairly sure that you'll enjoy the next 2 days and certainly take a lot of learnings from this conference. Let me move on and share with you that we stand today at the cusp of a new industrial revolution, an industrial revolution driven by artificial intelligence, and which could certainly be a very transformative technology. My rendezvous with computers started off as a graduate student in 1974, 50 years back as the IIT Kanpur. We had a computer which was this big, catering to 3,000 students. What was the power of the computer? It was less than what all of us have in our hands or what you have in your bags. So that is the transformation that we have seen with computers. I rode along computers, built my career on computers for thereafter. But we saw another transformation that happened in the mid-90s, and that was internet. And that's the wave on which I decided to become an entrepreneur. And that wave, you've seen how transformation happened in terms of connecting people. We keep saying out of 7 billion people in this world, 5 billion people are speaking to each other, but more importantly, there are 15 billion more things which are also talking to the same people. So it's a combination of the physical world as well as the cyber world. So they are cyber-physical systems. So the transformation is certainly enormous. That's the opportunity in front of us. What I saw as my first look at computers, my second look at internet, and where am I in my life, I think it's very promising as we look into future. And associated with that is the city of Hyderabad. City of Hyderabad, the state of Telangana. Amazing will you find there are 1,200 plus companies of different varieties, whether they are the local companies, local multinationals, global multinationals, the startups and so on and so forth. We also have an extremely good ecosystem around us. Several R&D labs, whether they're run by CSIR, DRDO, and so on. We have enormous amount of academia around us. There's an IIT, a triple IT, an ISB, an ULSAR, and the list goes on. And most importantly, we have a progressive government. A combination of these four, academia, research, then you have industry, and finally the policy makers, which is the government, makes this place invincible in terms of future if we get all our cards right.
Thank you, Sridhar Babu Garu and Jayesh Ranjan. Today is Teachers' Day. Ikkada chala mandi టీచర్లు ఉన్నారని నేను భావిస్తున్నా. టీచర్స్ డే శుభాకాంక్షలు. Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, and AI experts. Nothing will change society and lives as technology and innovation. When first railway train and engine were invented, it changed the world. The first aeroplane changed the world forever. The innovation of electricity or bulb, TV, camera, computer, they all changed the world. Today, a greatest of technology innovation is here, artificial intelligence. When any new technology comes, it brings both hope and fear. Hope of how it will make our lives better and fear of disruption of jobs. If we think of India's future, no city is as perfectly ready for a revolution as Hyderabad. In our city, we not only embrace future, but we also create it. Our commitment to artificial intelligence is not now. We have already taken big steps for AI. We want to lay a strong foundation for our future. Telangana AI Mission or TAIM in partnership with NASSCOM will help us implement AI framework in Telangana. We will continue to bring government and industry experts together to drive innovation. The AI Summit today in Hyderabad is our declaration. We are ready for AI. We will create AI's future and set standards. I welcome all of you to the city of the future. Let us all come together and script a great new future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We are very, very grateful and indebted to you for your support to us, which has enabled us to achieve so much in such a short period of time. The last component of this inaugural ceremony is the launch of AICT. The launch will happen in a different way. It will not happen by the dignitaries from the stage. The dignitaries will all be moving there. I would request some seats to be left for Honorable CM and Honorable IT Minister. Maybe Vishnu and Ajit, you can give up your seats for Honorable CM and Honorable IT Minister. Sir, I would request all of you to go down. You will press a button which will launch the AICT, and then there will be a short visual presentation to explain what this AICT is about. And post that, the formal stage ceremony of the inaugural will conclude. Honorable CM and the dignitaries will move to the exhibition area to look at some of the exhibitions. But the remaining program, I know that we are behind schedule. We'll have to make up for it. But the remaining program will continue with the keynote speeches of our invitees, Peter Diamandis first, then Daniela Combe and others. So before I get off the stage, I would like to thank the team which worked really hard to make this summit a grand success. The team from my own department, the ET wing, Ms. Rama Devi, Ms. Lakshmi, Mr. Anant, Mr. Praneeth, and all their other colleagues, and also team from NASSCOM, Praveen, and rest of them. And we will now have the finale in the form of launch of the AICT. Thank you all very much. I request Honorable Chief Minister to kindly launch the AICT logo. Request the convention hall staff to remove all these tables very quickly. We will have the visual presentation immediately. Kindly remove the tables quickly from the stage. Please settle down. We are starting the visual presentation. Request all the lights of the hall to be switched off.
Those of you who are standing at the back, we have made a special arrangement on the first floor where you can actually see the streaming of this entire ceremony live. Request you not to crowd near the stage or at the back.
To Telangana, where tradition meets innovation, as we spearhead India's AI revolution. From historical landmarks to cutting-edge technology hubs, our state perfectly blends heritage with progress. India's ascent at the global stage, Telangana has emerged as a tech powerhouse. Leveraging our existing IT ecosystem, we aim to transform Hyderabad into a leading global hub for deep tech innovations and products. Our AI landscape has emerged as a major
IPL campaign.
जब इंडियन टी20 लीग आता है ना तो हवा बदल जाती है
इंडियन टी20 लीग വരുമ്പോഴേ കളി ആകെ മാറും
ബൈജാരാ खत्म
ചങ്കു ബ്രോ തീർന്നു ബന്ധുത്വ മുഗീതോ ബന്ധം പാസം മുടിந்தது
प्लेयर्स छोड़ो फैंस भी यही करते हैं
प्लेयर्स விடுங்க फैंसुம் இதுதான் செய்வாங்க
भाई पंजाब कब जीता है
ಬ್ರೋ पंजाब ಎಪ್ಪ ಜಯಿಸಿದೆ ಗುರು पंजाब ಯಾವಾಗ ಗೆದ್ದಿತ್ತು
शर्मा जी का बेटा मेरा बेटा
शर्मा ಜಿಯ ಮಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಜಿയുടെ ಮಗൻ എൻ്റെ മകൻ
भैया इधर
ब्रदर எங்க
अभी से मुंह छुपा लिया
ಈಗಲೇ ಮುಖ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಯಾ
पंजाब दा पुत्र
ಪಂಜಾಬೋಡ ಮಗನ್
पंजाब ना मगा
So what we saw here is like the entire ad was created in Hindi. Then they have used our technology to visualize up into Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and Malayalam so that it will seem the content is created in that language only. But how this visual dub works? It works very simply. Like you need the original video and dub audio as the input, and it will transform the facial expression of the actor so that it will seem the actor is actually speaking in the dub language. Now we have created the technology for these industries: advertisements, films, streaming, and broadcast. But how these industries will use and get benefit from the technology? Visual dub will create a seamless content viewing experience for the movie and films. And because of that, they will get better response in the regional market. So for example, for some movies, we have seen the actor has reshot the same content in multiple languages. For example, for Rocketry, Madhavan shot the same movie twice. One is Hindi and one is Tamil. So if they would have used our visual dub technology, they would have saved the whole time and the production cost. Visual dub can also be used for dialogue replacement. For example, one brand created ad in December, but their ad will not relevant in August because offer will be different, the festival will be different. But using the visual dub, they can use repurpose the same content for different purposes. Now, why these big industries will use our technology? Because we are studio quality. That means you can slap our result any big screen and quality won't change. We are not only doing the lip sync, we are changing all the micro muscle in the face so that it looks natural and realistic. It works on pre-shot content. We does not need to create any avatar for this. And we have trained our algorithm on sounds, not in languages. Any language is a combination of sound. So we are practically language agnostic. So when I say our technology is great, so there should be some proof, right? Can you play this one?
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? सिर्फ इस छलांग के लिए. To make this joyous jump possible. और हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी ना रुकें. And nothing should stop our soldiers from marching forward. India बनता रहेगा, तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा. We believe that to keep growing, India needs to keep building.
So if you look at the content workflow nowadays, creation, post-production, dubbing, and distribution. Our solution will sit between the dubbing and distribution. It will enhance the IP of the dub content, and it will add value in the distribution. So till now, we are 8 months out in the market. 28 global brands validated us and used our technology for their different purposes. Starting with Amazon, Britannia, Reckitt, Airtel, Dream11, and more. Now, if we talk about what is the target market, is it big enough problem to solve? If you say each of these industries are a multi-billion-dollar market, and over time, it will increase. So now, how they will use our technology? We have two modes of delivery. One is for the movies, films, and advertisements, very high quality requirements. For that, we have a desktop solution. And for digital content, we have SaaS and API. Here are a couple of recognition we got from industry and media. And in sum it up, what you can say, we are building a proprietary technology which is premium and which is crafted in India, but is designed to serve the world. Thank you.
Oh my God. खूब भालो आछे दादा सुभाषिष दादा तुम्बा चेन्नागित्तु
Thank you.
Chala chala baagundi romba alaga irukku. So if you can visually dub all of this so quickly using the power of AI, it's going to be amazing. I got hooked onto some of the Korean series, a few of the Malayalam series on OTT and so on and so forth. It won't be far away where we'll be watching a lot many more hours of time on OTTs and spend all of that.
Yes,
thanks to companies like yours.
I'll give you one more question. We recently partnered with India, one of the biggest movie distribution platform called EOFO, and they will use our technology for all their movies. For when we will dub into multiple languages, they will use our technology.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic. Please give it up for Subhashish Saha, the co-founder and chief operating officer at Neural Garage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a lovely, lovely presentation. All right, guys. So that was a fantastic, quick demo and presentation about the power of audio-visual AI. He talked about a few short techniques and so on and so forth. For those of you who are not from a technology background, a few short technique is where you provide a few examples for the AI large language model to learn. And based on those examples, the large language model is able to understand what's being told. And then it tries to then predict the next one. It tries to generate audiovisual content or any kind of content for that matter based on those few short learning techniques. There is a few other techniques as well. I'm pretty sure some of the researchers, the academicians here will talk more about that in their panel discussions. But if we are ready, then please give it up for our next speaker here, Mr. Pratyush Kumar. He's the co-founder and CEO of Servam AI, making generative AI
Okay, maybe the slides take a minute to come, but in the interest of time, I think the first slide, if you can imagine a map of India, and if you were to put colors for different regions of India basis the language that particular region speaks, you can imagine it will be a very colorful map, right? Because in India, every region has its own language, its own script. There are many dialects and so on. So in that sense, India is a hard benchmark for language AI. We have huge variety of languages, very proud languages with their own traditions and so on. But it is also, therefore, a billion-plus sized opportunity. India is a country where we are still going to be a young country for the next 2 decades. We are a country where healthcare, access to legal services, access to even high-quality education is something that Gen AI can significantly scale up in terms of quality and reach. And if you can combine that with the language access, then India becomes a billion-plus sized opportunity for Gen AI. In fact, my first hypothesis on the slide deck was that India will be the use case capital for Gen AI. While the area is getting started over the last 2 years and people are talking about artificial general intelligence, in terms of people actually using it for what they are valuing, the primary use cases today have been at a global level, things like improving the productivity of programming or using co-pilots for specific workflows. But India presents an opportunity where population scale deployment of this technology is possible. And that is because as a country, we are techno-optimist. In fact, there was a survey done of many people about what they feel about ChatGPT, right, across various countries. And most people were actually scared. This will take away jobs and so on. And Indians were the only ones who had a positive sentiment, right? So we are very much a techno-optimist country. We tend to absorb various things that come in, even as a culture. And secondly, I think we are going to be someone who is going to build on top of Gen AI very, very quickly. What Gen AI is really doing is reducing the barrier to build. How many of you were programmers 3 years back, and how many of you can be programmers today? Today, you can actually open an LLM, a proprietary LLM or an open source LLM, and actually program it and do something fairly complex that even 3 years back, an expert programmer would not be able to do. So the ability to become builders of technology, that has really become much larger. And given that India hosts the second largest developer community in the world, I'm sure that many more builders will be showing up who will use this technology. Do we have a challenge with the slides? Okay, finally it's up. Yeah. You can go into slideshow mode, please. Next slide, please. So I was talking about the opportunity that we have. This is a map of India. I was talking about lots of different colors. Of course, there is the language of Telugu that we are talking about. 19,000 plus dialects. We are a voice-first country as opposed to a lot of work that is happening in the text world. We need to focus on voice, and voice is a harder problem because voice captures the fingerprint of a diverse population as opposed to text, which is normalized. We saw the previous demos also about voicing and voice and dubbing. It's a techno-optimistic country, and we have actually shown leadership in digital public infrastructure. We had Samagra on the stage earlier in the morning. The ability to combine regulatory centralization with the deployment of Gen AI, that presents a unique opportunity in India. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what do we do? So if we want to become the Gen AI capital of the world in terms of use case, I've just listed down 4 imperatives, so to speak. The first one is that we should recognize that we are very early in an exponential. We all realize exponentials, they grow faster every instance of time. It's very hard for us to even imagine. But at the same time, no matter how crazy good this particular technology is, please recognize that this is only year 2.5 of this technology in the public domain. And given the inertias of the real world, there is a long, long way to go for this technology. So it's important that we have the ability to build with this technology grounds up in the country. Can we have the slides back up, please? Sorry about the AV issue. I think it's just... This is a video. That's all right, but we don't hear the audio.
मैं नेहा हूँ। आज आप क्या जानना चाहेंगे?
हे नेहा, मुझे बहुत भूख लग रही है और मुझे अच्छे चाइनीज़ रेस्टोरेंट्स रेकमेंड करोगे क्या?
मैं इसमें आपकी मदद कर सकती हूँ। बहुत सारे अच्छे चाइनीज़ रेस्टोरेंट्स हैं। आपका लोकेशन क्या है?
मैं अभी इंदिरा नगर बैंगलोर में लोकेटेड हूँ।
इंदिरा नगर में कुछ अच्छे चाइनीज़ रेस्टोरेंट्स हैं, जैसे द फैटी बाओ, मामा गोटो, वानली, चुंगवा और चाइना बिस्ट्रो। क्या आप और ऑप्शंस चाहते हैं?
లేదండి నాకు నచ్చలేదు. నాకేమైనా ఆంధ్ర ఆప్షన్స్ సజెస్ట్ చేస్తారా?
ఇందిరానగర్లో కొన్ని మంచి ఆంధ్ర రెస్టారెంట్స్ సాపాడు రామన్, నాగార్జున, నందన ప్యాలెస్, మేఘన ఫుడ్స్ మరియు కుట్ల. ఇంకా ఆప్షన్స్ కావాలా?
இல்லங்க போதும். இப்போ நடக்கிற பாராலிம்பிக்ஸ் 2024ல இந்தியா எவ்வளோ மெடல்ஸ் ஜெயிச்சிருக்காங்க?
இந்த பாராலிம்பிக்ஸ் 2024ல இந்தியா 3 கோல்ட், 7 சில்வர், 10 பிரான்ஸ் மெடல்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்கு.
What is a special occasion in India today? What is the significance?
Today, September 5th, is Teachers' Day in India. It's celebrated to honor the birthday of Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, a revered scholar and former President of India. The day commemorates the dedication and contributions of teachers.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
You are welcome. Have a great day. Bye.
Yeah, so what you saw there, I couldn't build up to it. What I wanted to say beforehand was that because we are early in this exponential, we should have the ability to build grounds up this technology and not be users of platforms that others build because it's foundational in its nature. We should also, at the same time, continue to think about use cases which are unique to India, so that the application layer also we need to think about things. So what you saw now was something that we have been building at Servam, which is a voice-to-voice interface. Quick recap of what you saw. She was asking several questions, mixing languages up. The model was able to figure out what language the person is speaking and respond back in that language. It was able to use tools. It was able to hit an internet and come back with a nice answer. In fact, it was also careful in choice of words. For complex words like Paralympics and Teachers' Day, it used the English word and not try and translate it. If you used a translation-based layer, these things would not work out very well. So a native LLM which is able to do this well on Indian languages, which is voice first, is what we demonstrated there. In fact, at Servam, we believe that voice-to-voice agents will power a lot of the AI consumption that we will have. Whether you think of productivity, whether we think of access to information, I think this will be an interesting primitive. The other thing that I want to say is India is cost conscious. So we believe that an experience like this, no matter what the use case, can be offered at ₹1 per minute. Right? You can have AI agents that you are able to talk to at ₹1 per minute. And that is what AI is enabling. The GPUs that NVIDIA is building, the data centers that Yotta is putting together, they're increasing the value of ₹1 spent on the cloud. It was never so high. A student can actually get a question answered in ₹1 per minute, and that's the value that it provides, right? While what you saw was an audio experience, audio to audio, we also are building a lot of things in the open source. In fact, we have built an audio LLM. An audio LLM is an LLM which takes audio as an input and generates text as an output, as a single model. It doesn't break it up into separate parts and so on. And the advantage of doing that is that it can be much, much faster to respond. It can be sometimes 6 times faster. So we built the first audio LM in the country, which we released as a model called Shuka about 2 months back. It is available on Hugging Face. And I'm very happy to announce that today we are releasing a Telugu version of that called Shuka Telugu, which the team has trained. And I would like to show you a demo of that. Can we go to the next slide or play this video, please?
Hey everyone, I will be
Next one,
demonstrating
next
the
slide,
latest Servam's voice. Hey everyone, I will be demonstrating the latest Servam's voice agent. Let's get started.
Hi, this is a quick tour of Shuka. Shuka is a first audio LM model
Shuka takes audio as input and gives text as output, and it
We
can
can't
work
hear the
across
audio
all
clearly.
10 languages. Let's take a look. తెలంగాణ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవం ఎప్పుడు? So we've started by asking when the Telangana formation day is. It's able to give us the details that it's from June 2nd. The state was formed in 2014, and since that year it has been celebrated on June 2nd, etc. It's talking about what are the some of the ceremonies that we do and how we celebrate it. Let's move to the next question. తెలంగాణలో ప్రత్యేకంగా చేసుకునే పండుగలు ఏంటి? और उस फेस्टिवल्स का कल्चरल सिग्निफिकेंस के बारे में भी बता दीजिए. So we tried a mix of a question in a mix of Telugu and Hindi both, and you'll see that it has started responding. It started by talking about Batkama, where there's a celebration of flowers, then it's talking about Bonalu, then it's talking about a bunch of other festivals that we celebrate as well. And you'll see how it's able to understand an input in Hindi and Telugu both, respond very, very quickly, and respond in local context. So it's using Bonalu and Batkama, which are very specific to our local context, and talking about them. Let's move to another question. తెలంగాణ స్టార్టప్ ఈకోసిస్టమ్ గురించి చెప్పండి. So now it's starting to talk about Telangana startup ecosystem, what are the kind of supports, T-Hub, T-Works, the kind of funding available, startup incubators and accelerators, how is the government supporting this, etc. So it's able to very quickly able to gather the context of the user, understand what he's saying, and start churning out responses. Let's try the next one in English. Can you tell me more about the Telangana startup policy? So we've started asking it about the Telangana startup policy, and it's talking about what are the key objectives, what are the key features, the tax benefits, subsidies, mentorship, access to funding, what is the eligibility criteria, benefits, etc. So you can see that it's very effective at being able to process any form of audio input, be it across languages, be it code mixed. It's able to understand them, it's able to transcribe what the user is looking for and provide responses. All of this at very fast latency, about 120, 130 milliseconds. That's a quick tour. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so this is the Shuka Telugu model. It's an audio LM. It's a single model that takes audio in and generates text at 120 milliseconds latency. It's really helpful for real-time conversations. In fact, you can do it on older generation GPUs, including L4s, and still have real-time interactions with users, right? And we are open sourcing this model. It has been fine-tuned on Telugu. It's been fine-tuned on a bunch of information about Telangana itself. We'll be open sourcing it on Hugging Face. I'll move to my final slide. Which is that I genuinely believe that we should create the atmosphere in the country to build the deep tech aspect of this technology, build grounds up, encourage model builders, encourage application builders, and whatever is in between, because this is too foundational a change for us to rely on other people to solve this problem for us. I'd just like to end with a quote from Servam Radhakrishna, whose birth date it is today, that we cease to learn when we think we know. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation, Pratyush. Thank you so much. And like the name Servam, you're trying to build everything around AI, the full stack of AI. So all the very best, all the very best to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pratyush. Mr. Pratyush, if you can stay back for a minute, please. We would love to give you a token of our appreciation. I request Ms. Ramadevi, ma'am, Director of Emerging Technologies Department of IT and Electronics and Communication, Government of Telangana, to thank Mr. Pratyush with a token of our. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon, Mr. Pratyush. Right. Moving on. I know we are running about 20 minutes behind schedule due to some technical glitches here, but we'll try to catch up. We'll try to catch up as we move along. So the next discussion, it'll be the next one. The next item on the agenda here will be a fireside chat It's going to be a rapid fireside chat. And to conduct that, I call upon stage the moderator, Mr. Satish Andhra. He is the MD for India Partners, a VC fund. And joining him on stage, the two panelists, Mr. Akrit Vaish, who's the co-founder and CEO of Haptic Advisor, one of the largest conversational AI companies in India, and Mr. Chaitanya Pedi, who is a co-founder of Darwinbox. Please put your hands together for Mr. Akrit Vaish, Chaitanya Pedi, and Mr. Satish. Can we have one more chair for Mr. Satish, please, on stage? We have two chairs here. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, this is better. So good afternoon, everyone. So I have with me the two co-founders who built very successful companies. I know a lot of us are in love with, these tags called unicorns, soonicorns, all of those. And someone was telling me Zoonicorn. So that's a new tagline that I heard. But I think more important is how do you really build
What does
a
it mean?
business?
What does it mean?
Zoonicorn is like junior unicorn, it seems. So anyway, I think the most important thing is, are you solving a real problem? And does your customer see the value? And are you able to build a sustainable business? And I think both of these gentlemen have done that. Of course, it's a very, very long journey, so I don't want to declare that they're winners yet. So we're going to, it's only 20 minutes that we have. I'm hoping a lot of you in the crowd are entrepreneurs. Can we just see a raise of hands? How many are entrepreneurs building companies? Okay, maybe 15 to 20%. Sure. So I just want to start, both Chaitanya and Akrit, you may want to spend a minute talking about your companies in terms of Haptic and Darwinbox.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Great showcase of AI in India and lovely keynote by Pratyush. Haptic is India's largest conversational AI company. We've been in the business of chatbots for enterprise customers. In India, we have about 40% market share in the large enterprise segment. So, 1 out of 2 chances almost that if you land upon a chatbot with a large brand, you'll see it powered by Haptic. And then we have a second, which is larger business called, which is the WhatsApp messaging business, where we provide everybody with a communications platform specifically on WhatsApp. We started in 2013. We built a personal assistant AI chatbot in 2014. So I always say the tagline for Haptic should be a decade early. And a few years back, the company was acquired and now operates as part of Geo Platforms.
So thanks for having me here, all the organizers. Darwinbox is a end-to-end technology platform for automating people operations. This is something everyone can relate to. If you take employee life cycle from hire to retire, a lot of things happen. So this is one platform that can automate all these things. Primarily built for enterprises, mid and large companies. Probably only company from India working in enterprise HR tech space. Typically, the competition is all the platforms built in West and doing business or probably captured India market before us. So we wanted to change that. So we built the platform with the Asia first or India first focus and started in 2016, early 2016. So been 9 years.
So, I run India Partners and very glad and thankful to be part of Darwinbox journey from kind of day one. One of the key things here for you, takeaway is that who do you declare as your competition? I think from day one, Darwin has been talking about Oracle, SAP, and Workday. So for entrepreneurs, a lot of us think about better, faster, cheaper, and talk about some competitors who may be irrelevant. So it's very important for you to think about, the larger players and how you're going to obviously win battles against them. So both, Akrit as well as Chaitanya have built their companies which have reached revenues of 500 crores, and they'll get to 1,000 crores in the next couple of years. So building a company from a conceptual stage to almost 1,000 crores of revenue is an amazing thing. And I would love to, understand what were the scalability challenges. You started out, validated your idea, started acquiring customers, but you got into a great scale. So what was the journey like, if you want to share, your journey?
So first is, Satish, obviously, product market fit, and then, you need to survive. For us, it was a little tricky because we were in a very, very crowded space. But, how we differentiated ourselves, we went and we said, see, we are a platform for enterprises, like you rightly said. So we are a replacement for big players like SAP, Oracle, or Workday. A lot of people didn't believe, but whoever believed, gave us business. So once you survive, then obviously 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, different journeys altogether. In both the cases, one underlying common theme is people. So many a times people who are great in 0 to 1 journey, probably they won't scale in 1 to 10 journey or 10 to 100 journey. So as a founder, you need to realize, okay, someone is not scaling. And sometimes, you may need a different level of capability. So end of the day, it all boils down to having the right people at the right time in the company. So I think, I feel that is the #1 responsibility of the founder. If you ensure the right people are in the right place at the right time, so rest all most likely be taken care. Second is obviously, people as well as people we hire from industry. Many times, someone who had done that, if you get them onboarded, probably your learning curve would be much, much faster. But, process scaling also eventually boils down to people who can help you to put and, build and scale right processes. So it also boils down to people only. So people is the key thing.
Thanks, Chaitanya. So if you want to share maybe some of the insights from a scale perspective.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree with a lot of the points Chaitanya touched on. I think, maybe outside of that, the one thing that I would add is, which is very contextual. I'm guessing a lot of us over here have been seeing in the last few days a lot of action on Twitter or LinkedIn or wherever around this concept of founder mode. I think there's a very famous essay, or rather there was an essay published that has become very famous over this last 1 week. You can Google it and see it if you haven't. And just quickly summarizing, and I'll tell you why I'm referring to that is, founder mode basically talks about that even as your company scales, how it's important to be in the weeds of still minute details, while at the same time building a team. So when you ask this question, Satish, basically that has constantly been our struggle as we've scaled and grown, that you establish management teams, you build teams. So, now you're responsible for managing people and you're responsible for management. But at the same time, in the kind of places, in the kind of company, industries we operate, it's so hyper competitive. And also the need or ambition to grow is so much that you have to balance it out with sort of being in this founder mode and still being in the weeds of the most tiny details. In fact, I was asking Chaitanya just while we were walking over here that, his co-founder, Rohit, who's also a friend, I was like, hey, how's Rohit? Where is he? And his answer is he's in Delhi meeting and selling to a customer. Right. So even till now, And same, until I was very actively involved with the business, I was spending maybe 40% of my time doing hardcore field sales. So I think, how do you balance that out as you scale? Being in that founder mode, but still building an organization has been a constant struggle.
Yeah, no, I think you're always selling. You're selling to customers, selling to your employees, selling to your family, of course, finding new investors and selling to them. So you're always in a sales mode. I think one of the unique things, Akrit, about Darwinbox is if you put Chaitanya, Jayant, and Rohit in 3 different rooms and ask them a set of questions, you get the same answers. So that means, they can kind of be at 3 different places. So the company moves much faster. But now let's talk about as you scale. I think for folks out there who are entrepreneurs, I think 2, 3 nuggets. Akrit said, hey, we were a decade ahead. So I think he was emphasizing a very, very important point. Timing plays a very important role. So companies are lucky sometimes when you have the right tailwinds, and if you take birth and you grow much faster. And I think people factor, how do you, even when you scale, bring in right set of people apart from processes. So let's talk about execution versus innovation, right? Again, as you scale, execution is something which is very, very important. You can't miss out on execution because you have customers and you're part of the ecosystem and you're an important component. And innovation is a must. Without innovating, then probably you would be extinct. How did you folks balance, these 2 factors?
Yeah, I can go first. So actually, I think in the types of companies that we try to build, innovation is execution. I think that's how at least we think about it. To your point again, right? Like we've been trying to build an AI company starting from 2014. So ground up, we were trying to create a new category, trying to innovate. And each type of company has like its pros and cons or variety of how you do it, right? So, when you were just referring to a great point that you brought up, that when Darwinbox started, or even from the earliest days, they always knew who they wanted to take down. In our case, that wasn't there, right? There was no reference point. There was no chatbot company at that point. In fact, I still remember we used to think about what do we coin this industry? Should it be like conversational interface? Should it be chat? So it was, those days. So in our case, it's constantly just been, yes, of course, sales and all those aspects of execution, but it's constantly just innovating and trying to press the pedal. And like, exactly, right? Like, even after, it was like an ironic moment for us that after 8 years of innovating and pushing the pedal, when you thought that you're now mostly execution mode, LLM show up, right? And then you're again saying, okay, listen, go back, remove everything else that we built and sort of, refresh. So
Satish, I mean, this is something, I keep asking myself as well, because I head in a product in tech. See, after 9 years at least, my learning has been very simple. So when you want to tell yourself, you're innovating or executing, whatever you can tell yourself, end of the day, so true judges or true judge of, what you're claiming is the market. So market is and will be very brutal. So for us, it is very simple. So for example, a few days back, I met a founder. He said, okay, we built the best platform in our segment, been there for 5 years, but still probably, doing maybe 200K revenue. So with all due respect, so end of the day, if you are innovating and executing, you will get the business. So that is first metric. So growth is everything. So that is the proxy for innovation. And second, what we also very seriously track is, even if somehow, you be a very salesy company or marketing heavy company and sell, so people won't go live or be happy. So at the same time, the balancing metric is, okay, you're selling and you're growing, how many clients are using and how happy they are. So if you track both of them, And whenever something is dipping, so you need to put the right measure. It could be a need for innovation or need for execution. So I think that is what helped us.
Yeah, I think the stated value proposition versus implemented value proposition, right? Measuring that on an ongoing basis is very, very critical. The other piece is you can never be complacent because obviously, a rug gets pulled under your feet. Now, of course, with AI and post-COVID, new geopolitical situation, a lot of local markets growth. I mean, from a technology perspective, not talking about e-commerce or D2C or whatever, from a technology perspective, but both of you have built companies that have gone global, right? And has kind of made a dent in those global markets. You want to share, your journey, or for entrepreneurs, how should one go about it? Whether they're entering Southeast Asia or Middle East, it could be Europe, US. What are the do's and don'ts?
Yeah, so I mean, this is coming from a place of not expert advice, but rather somebody who's made every mistake in the book when it comes to your question of going global. So all I can tell you is lessons learned from mistakes, because we've done this so many times over and in so many shapes and forms. And some of this, people may agree, not agree, but I have fairly strong views on how to, what to do if you're trying to do some global, right? In my mind, it's basically either you have to pick your battle. Either you say that, look, I'm going to play the large market, almost like this red ocean kind of market, where I'm going to go, and the sort of approach over there is, the reason is, even if I get a drop in the ocean, I'll be a big player, which basically is North America, right? So that, let's say, is one strategy you can pick. My view increasingly over time has become that if that is what you want to do, you should ideally do that on day zero. Because North America, not only the way the customers engage with you, but I've learned to also see the product can take a very different shape or form compared to if you build it for emerging markets. Like, there are nuances in the product, integrations, for example, there are types of products require that are very hard to get right if you're a larger company. Now, of course, there are exceptions, and I know obviously Darwinbox is also now looking in North America. Of course, when you're very large and you have a lot of capital, maybe you can sort of solve it. But as a startup, mid-stage, even a startup with $10, $15 million of revenue, it's very hard to do it then. Like, day zero is when I would suggest. Or then the second bit, which I think both ironic, it's funny, right? How many times do you find two companies sitting on a panel who are both emerging market first software companies, right? So which is the decision that at least the two companies here took, which is, look, there is a smaller overall size of pie, but there is a lot of white space. It's slightly more blue ocean. Nobody's serving these customer needs. It's easier to access from a just geographic proximity standpoint, which is sort of India and surrounding regions. So India, Southeast Asia, GCC, Africa, and it's not geographically proximate, but I think similar behavior we are starting to see even in Latin America. So if you pick sort of this region, the actual TAM is as big as North America, but very different, right? It's not one country, it's almost like 8 or 10 countries. Ticket sizes are lower, so you have to bake that into your cost in terms of how you build a company and how you set up, just people costs. And here, maybe the growth will not be 3x sort of every year, but like I said, it's easier access and different ways to do it. So that's, let's say, the second bit. And if we want to do that, then you can make that decision. And just finishing up, if you pick the first one, which is, look, I want to be North America first as a company, the only way to go do that is to, in my view, just move there, right? I think it's very, very hard just to do it from here, particularly in today's age of AI, where the networks of Silicon Valley and the US, access to customers is just far better and far more than trying to do it from here. On the other hand, if you're picking the strategy that we took, we're all based here. You can do it over here. But like we always find ourselves, be on a plane constantly. And as founders, be very close to these markets and approach them doing founder-led sales, at least for the first $1 million in each market, until you're able to set up the respective teams. So long answer, but like I said, it's a journey.
So Chaitanya, maybe I'll ask you, one final question. AI impact on your business model, or how are you using Gen AI today? How are you applying Gen AI within your, software product?
So Satish, I mean, we started in 2016. So first of all, ML and AI have been there for quite some time. Every year, we tried building models and leveraging AI. To be honest, we were not able to build a very, very highly effective or accurate models. It could be our problem completely. But last 2 years, the game completely changed. So really, AI really matured, and it is evolving at a very, very unprecedented rate. But at the same time, at least for me, so the market, at least the recent innovation, etc., so it really democratized AI. So earlier, you need to build your own model. You need to have your set of people. You need to deploy. You need to maintain. But now, all the models are available just as services. So I can compare this with probably cloud 20 years back. So when cloud came into the market, you have to build your own data center. Very few people could do. It needs a lot of capital to build and maintain. So that was the same thing. Now only a fool would build their own data center, because there are so many publicly available data centers. So similarly, very few people would build foundational models. Pratyush came right before us. So a lot of people like us, we can just use them and build strong, good use cases around that. For Darwinbox, at least, we never claim we are an AI-first company. So we rather utilize AI to solve use cases that we've been solving in more effective manner. So that is how we see. So there'll be clearly two types of players: people who are actually doing a fundamental level of innovation, and more of the people, who leverage that and make their products more and more effective.
Sure. So just to wrap up, Krit, you just signed up as an advisor for the India AI mission. Do you want to spend a minute talking about it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, very excited and honored to be a part of the team that's building the India AI mission. It's basically, earlier this year, the cabinet sanctioned a considerable investment to build a sovereign AI footprint of India. We have 7 pillars, which across compute infrastructure, foundation models, application development, skilling, responsible AI, data sets as a platform, and one more that I'm currently forgetting. And the idea is, it resonated a lot with what Servam and Pratyush sort of talked about. Last line was basically what even we're trying to do as part of the mission, which is how do you build a full stack AI platform in India? And more importantly, the longer term goal is how does India as a country become an AI superpower?
No, thank you both, and thanks everyone for the opportunity. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please, if you could stay back for just a minute, please. I request Ms. Ramadevi Lanka, Director of the Emerging Technologies Department, the Government of Telangana, to come on stage and hand our the two panelists and the moderator, Mr. Satish Chandra, a small memento of appreciation from our side. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Chaitanya Peddi, Akrit Vash, and Mr. Satish Chandra as the moderator. Wonderful, wonderful, insightful session there. Building unicorns is not easy in this generation, especially given that, so many things are changing every day with Gen AI, with the advent of Gen AI. So your comments were pretty insightful. And all the very best to Darwinbox and Haptics. All right, that was a session about building unicorns. So as much as unicorns are trying to find the right use case, the right value proposition thereof, and try to grow in a competitive world with the advent of Gen AI, there's always a second side to the coin. You always have to be worried about, I'm sure not worried about, but you always have to be cognizant about what kind of regulations are there, what kind of rules you need to adhere to, right? And in such a world, it's really, really important that somebody tries to guide you around and navigate through all those difficult nuances that you come in, in confrontation with, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would now like to invite our next rapid keynote speaker, Ms. Daniela Kombe, who's the VP of Emerging Technology Advocacy at IBM. Please give her a big round of applause to talk about regulations in the world of AI. This mic, please. The podium mic, please.
Hello. Good afternoon. I think, not only is this the other side of the coin, excuse me? Yeah, I think I'm getting a little lift. Oh, much better. Now I can see all of you. Not only is this the other side of the coin in terms of just talking about regulation versus building unicorns and startups, but I work for IBM. IBM is over a 110-year-old company. And I think we have introduced a lot of different technologies into the world over those years. And one of the things that's incredibly important is when we introduce new technologies into the world, we do so from the standpoint of trust and responsibility. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. So I am based in our US headquarters in New York. And it is absolutely wonderful to be here and see the energy in this room and in India and in Telangana and Hyderabad. So it's been wonderful to be here. And I'm honored to actually talk to you about IBM's point of view on artificial intelligence and how government can ensure AI governance and regulations properly balance supporting safety with supporting innovation. The decisions we, the technology industry, and policy leaders make today will shape the future of AI for decades to come. I am proud to be part of this conversation, including with many of you in this room today, as we all work towards a responsible and inclusive AI ecosystem. Before delving into global AI trends and governance, I do want to highlight the remarkable strides that India is already making in this space. Notably, it was so exciting to hear the investments that Telangana has been making in this space to advance the AI ecosystem as a leading hub for innovation. In collaboration with industry, academia, and international partners, the state government has underscored this commitment through so many initiatives, including the Telangana AI Mission, launched in collaboration with NASSCOM, which focuses on innovation in key sectors, including healthcare, agriculture, and law enforcement. Telangana's ambition to establish Hyderabad as one of the world's top AI innovation hubs includes creating high-performance computing labs, data exchange platforms, and AI-specific research centers. And the AI City project in Hyderabad, announced this morning, was such an incredible example of the opportunity that's ahead. And really, you think about the jobs, opportunities, the great talent that this can attract, and obviously it takes an investment, and we really appreciate that. And I think it cements Telangana as really a global powerhouse in AI. And it's such a great example and really a blueprint, a powerful blueprint for how local governments can spearhead AI development. And of course, on the national level, India is using its unique blend of technological expertise, dynamic talent, and ambitious government initiatives to drive AI development. A recent IDC study indicates that AI spending in India is expected to reach $6 billion in 2027, with more than 150 generative AI startups, such as Keynote AI, and of course we heard from Servam AI as well just before, really leading the charge. Government initiatives like the National AI Strategy and India AI Mission, supported by $1.25 billion in funding, further underscore India's commitment to advancing generative AI. And I think we would all agree that generative AI holds immense promise for India across sectors ranging from agriculture and healthcare to finance and education. However, realizing this potential requires developing robust AI governance practices that ensure AI systems are safe, fair, and transparent. Simply stated, AI governance provides guardrails that steer systems away from risks like bias and privacy infringement while fostering innovation. AI governance is essential to creating a trusted ecosystem where AI tools and systems are developed and deployed ethically. Robust governance frameworks ensure that AI systems align with business objectives, deliver value, and remain trustworthy over time. All of this enables AI adoption. At IBM, we've long advocated for our clients to get serious about AI governance, and we've been actively involved in shaping regulations around the world, including the European Union's AI Act. The EU AI Act is a significant step forward for AI governance because it takes a risk-based approach, and it prioritizes different rules for different use cases, and then offers clear guidance on the end uses of high-risk activities. Additionally, it requires companies to demonstrate the impact of their AI systems against bias, ensuring that transparency and fairness are at the forefront of AI development. Policymakers across the world are considering various approaches to AI regulations. We're actively engaged in these discussions, from Canada to California, where I was a couple of weeks ago, to Australia, where I'm going in October. And our message to all the governments has been the same. We should regulate high-risk uses of AI because not all uses of AI carry the same level of risk. For example, AI used to recommend a restaurant is quite different from one used in healthcare decisions. Additionally, governments should support open AI innovation, not an AI licensing regime. Regulations that are too rigid or overly broad could stifle competition and limit innovation. You may be wondering, why has IBM been so heavily involved in shaping AI regulations across the world over the last few years? And I really think there are two reasons. One is, we are an enterprise companies. We serve other companies, we serve governments, we serve the financial services sector. Trust is everything. Our CEO and Chairman Arvind Krishna would say, trust is our license to operate. The second reason is that AI and generative AI's potential is not limited to the future. It's here now. And it's already having a tangible impact on business, government, and society. Just to give you a couple of examples of some things we're doing, IBM has partnered with the US National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, to use AI and quantum computing to analyze geospatial data, helping us better understand and prepare for the impacts of climate change. And in Africa, we've partnered with the African Risk Capacity to improve climate risk modeling and predictions using AI, helping governments better prepare for extreme weather events. And of course, we're working on real-time fraud predictions in the financial services sector and speeding up things like veterans' claims processing with our US Department of Veterans Affairs. Still, as noted, AI has its limitations. And we've already seen some of these scenarios play out. AI systems can suffer from hallucinations, performance issues, and other shortcomings, leading to biased or inaccurate results. Addressing these concerns requires governments to adopt effective approaches to AI governance and for industry to take a thoughtful approach to AI development and deployment. It's incumbent upon enterprises to ensure that their AI systems are well trained with trusted data, well maintained and adjusted for drift, and continuously monitored by humans for societal issues such as bias. IBM also firmly believes that open innovation is key to ensuring that everyone can harness the transformative power of AI. Open ecosystems lower the barrier to entry for AI development, allowing small and large firms alike to compete on a level playing field. By making technical resources readily available, open ecosystems foster collaboration, drive innovation, and enable all to participate and benefit from AI. An open innovation ecosystem also unlocks significantly broader pools of talent, because when materials and AI tools are freely available, students, academics, and members of the workforce can more easily access the resources necessary to acquire AI skills. This promotes competition and helps ensure that AI is developed responsibly and ethically. Leveraging open source and proprietary models with well-documented data sources is the best way to achieve the transparency needed to advance responsible AI. This approach builds trust, protects safety and security interests, and ensures that AI's benefits are widely distributed. This is precisely why IBM developed watsonx, our generative AI platform, which enables organizations to train, validate, tune, and deploy models, including IBM's Granite models, many of which are available as open source, and also offers something we call watsonx.governance, which helps organizations manage and monitor their AI activities throughout their life cycle in order to mitigate risk, help comply with regulations, and address ethical concerns. And I'm proud to say that IBM's Granite large language model was recently ranked as one of the most transparent by the Stanford University's Foundation Model Transparency Index, thanks in large part to our approach and our strong AI governance. In conclusion, as government, industry, and society at large navigates the complex landscape of AI, we must strive to balance protection with progress, and AI governance frameworks are critical to ensuring that AI systems are safe, fair, and transparent. And open innovation ecosystems are essential to fostering collaboration, driving competition, and democratizing access to AI. Together, we can shape a future where AI serves the many, not the few, and where progress and protection go hand in hand. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, Ms. Daniela Kumbi. I'd like to request Ms. Ramadevi Lanka to come on stage once again, please, to thank you and present you with a memento as a token of our appreciation, please. And Ms. Kumbi, one of the things that you talked about caught my attention. The lower barriers of entry to AI and Gen AI, that's a very, very dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ms. Daniela Kumbi. She's been a great advocate for following the law and enforcing that, as is evident from her role at IBM. She has donned several hats at IBM in her long stint there. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Up next, so if you enjoyed that rapid keynote about regulation and the fine balance between progress versus protection, we now have a fireside chat with Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, the Ministry of Electronics and IT, who's joining us here today. He's got a lot of experience behind his back in terms of law and order enforcement. And he's going to be talking to Ms. Shalini Kapoor, who's also the country head, as well as the chief technologist for APJ at AWS India. So please welcome them with a big round of applause, Mr. Abhishek Singh and Ms. Shalini Kapoor as the moderator for a quick fireside chat. And they're going to be talking specifically about how do we tame the beast that we know, which is AI in India with all the regulations there. So this, while Ms. Daniela Kombi talked about the protection and progress, the fine balance between it, Mr. Abhishek Singh and Ms. Shalini Kapoor through their fireside chat are going to take us through what it means to tame this within the realms of India. So over to you, Ms. Shalini.
Yes, you would need a mic. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's great to be here. Great to be talking to Abhishek Singh ji. He has been leading the India AI mission. Interestingly, Abhishek Singh ji laid the foundation of the 7 pillars of India AI mission. He's not only envisaged it, thought about it, he's also implementing it and making it possible in the industry. It's not very easy to think ahead, for AI for several years and think that what will India need? What are the basic building blocks of an AI mission which can serve the country for decades? So I know Abhishek Singh ji has a very hard task at his hand, but he also has a very sharp mind to think about what can not work well, what can work, how to give the impetus in the industry, how should let the ecosystem work on its own. And I have seen, several of the policies which he has laid as being part of DIC, as well as, you would have seen, I got an award just last week, which has been interesting new building blocks which have been created. India is a multi-million or multi-trillion digital economy. So I think my first question is, and I want each one of you to understand what this big India AI mission is about. So Abhishek Singh ji, please tell us that what is this mission? How is it creating an impact? What are the 7 pillars, which I know and the team, everyone here wants to know about?
Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini, for giving such a good background and introduction for the India AI mission. But first and foremost, I would like to say that it's not that India AI mission has been conceptualized by one person. India AI mission is a culmination of a lot of effort that Ministry of Electronics and IT took, and in consultation with industry, with researchers, with startups, and the whole AI community. So as some of you would be aware of, government had constituted working groups. Almost 6 working groups were constituted last year, which worked extensively. They did extensive consultations. And based on that, they highlighted what are the key gaps in our AI story. Of course, we have been regarded, India has been regarded as the tech garage of the world. We have traditionally had the leadership in the IT sector. But in order to ensure that we retain the same advantage in the AI sector, the intent was to identify what all needs to be done, what all needs to be done by the government, what all needs to be done by the government to create an enabling ecosystem for AI to thrive. So based on those consultations and deliberations, the 7 pillars of India AI mission were identified. Many of you would be aware of the 7 key pillars, but just to recap, the first and key challenge that was identified across the ecosystem was non-availability of AI compute. So towards that objective, there's a huge funding which has been earmarked under the AI mission for ensuring availability of AI compute for all the researchers, students, startups, the entire AI community, so that they are able to get the compute at a reasonable subsidized cost. The second key initiative about this whole thing is that to build AI, you need data sets. So very often we do take pride in India that we have digitized a lot, and given our size, we have a huge volume of data that's available. But to make that data AI usable, we need to ensure that they conform to data standards, they need to conform to metadata standards, they should be accessible through APIs, they should be made available for the entire research and the startup community. So India Datasets platform has been conceptualized as a key pillar under the India AI mission to ensure datasets are available. The third initiative under the mission is application development, because ultimately end users, citizens will want to use AI applications, and ChatGPT and generative AI is not the end all of it. How can we use AI to improve access to healthcare? How can we use AI to solve problems which farmers are facing? How can we use AI to transform education, personalized learning plans? Towards that objective, the Application Development Initiative seeks to build 25 AI applications and scale it up across India. The first round of which, of course, has already been launched with 14 problem statements has been given for startups to build on that. Then the fourth component, of course, is skilling. Like we do feel that we have a lot of skilled manpower. We are regarded very high on the Stanford AI Index. But in order to ensure that we retain our advantage skills, we have a program for supporting AI projects, fellowships across undergrad level, grad level, and research level. And also to set up data labs in tier 2, tier 3 cities to train people to become data annotators, to become data analysts, to become data cleansers, so that can create jobs in the hinterland. Then the next initiative is about startups. How do we ensure we are able to support startups in building solutions, so that startups who are working in the field of AI, how do they get support at the pre-seed level, at the seed level, and when they are at the maturity stage? So there is a substantive amount of funding that's available for supporting startups in this space. Then one very key challenge that we face is that we hardly have any Indian foundational models. We do have companies like Servam and Ola, Krutrim, who have come up with their efforts in building an Indian foundational models. But we do feel that with Indian data sets, with the diversity that we have, we will be supporting our researchers, our AI community to build an Indian foundational model. And last but not the least, there is a whole initiative with regard to building safe and trusted AI. The seventh pillar addresses that concern, like how do we build tools to ensure development of responsible AI, to development of AI solutions which conform to the ethical guidelines, to ensure that we are able to support innovative solutions and also have guardrails to prevent any misuse or abuse of AI. So these are broadly the 7 key pillars of India AI mission that we are working on.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was helpful. So there was a study done by an Australian Strategic Policy Institute. It's a critical technology tracker. What they did was they have actually ranked India just behind US and China in AI advancements and the usage of AI in business processes. So for example, US has been able to absorb and infuse Gen AI into business processes, and they take it from POC to pilot to production in like 24% they have been able to complete the whole cycle. India, of course, ambitions are very high. Our ambitions are very high. So what do you think that India, what are the gaps so that we are number one and we are leapfrogging in not just adopting, but actually implementing and making usage possible in the business processes which are there across the industries?
See, like, first and foremost, I would like to just say that maybe the Australian study has said something, but we do realize that when it comes to building AI-based products and AI-based solutions, we are much behind US and China. While we do have our advantages in AI skilling, having a large skilled workforce in AI, we do have advantage of having a vibrant startup ecosystem. But when it comes to basics like investments in research, number of papers cited which have citations about research being done in Indian academic institutions, we are much way behind US and China. Similarly, when it comes to access to compute, we are way behind, because till some time back, the largest AI compute infrastructure that India had was the Eravat built by CDAC, which had what, around 656 GPUs. When every other company, whether it's OpenAI, whether it's Meta, they all are having access to 25,000 GPUs, or the Frontier AI computer of US, 31,000 GPUs. So we are an order of magnitude behind when it comes to providing access to compute infrastructure, and also supporting research in the field of AI. So we need to address that, and we do have ambitions based on the talent that we have and based on the startup ecosystem that we have. But especially with the coming of the India AI mission, we are seeking to address the key gaps that are there. The 10,000 GPU RFP which was floated, and now we have companies like Yota presented an MOU this morning about setting up a compute infrastructure. In our RFP, request for empowerment that we had multiple companies coming up with promises of building compute infrastructure. So I do feel that though on some components we might be behind China and the US, but given our core strength in talented, skilled manpower and the policy orientation of government towards supporting AI research, in the next 3 to 5 years, we would be able to compete with the best in the world.
Okay, great. I think you also mentioned during your the 7 pillars about the data sets. And data is going to be, I mean, we all know data is the key to AI, because, you know, you have to power the LLMs, you have to power the use cases, the various sectors. So do you think that it will be sector-specific data, and what are the very, you know, key things which we are doing today, and also what we should be doing, right? I mean, there is a lot of things that we need to do to clean the data, like in healthcare or in education or in skills. The data is all there. It's all, we people are the data, but then how do you clean the data? How do you make it available so that and it's also available to startups for them to work. So how do you think people will get access to them also? So, you know, can you just paint the picture for us on the data sets?
See, like data sets is core. Like if you have to think of AI, we need to think talent, compute, and data sets to build AI algorithms and all. So data sets becomes a very, very critical piece of the whole challenge. So when we look at building any AI application in any sector, we realize that we just don't have data that is AI usable. We might just have lots of data sets. Like for example, Open Data Portal of Government of India has got 500,000 data sets. But how many of it is actually usable for the AI ecosystem? Very few. There are challenges there with regard to not having conforming to data standards, metadata standards, not having privacy preservation tools, not having anonymization, data not being complete across geography, or time series of data not being available, or data not being available through API. So there are multiple challenges there. So under India Datasets platform, the India Datasets initiative, we are setting up an India Data Management Office, which will ensure that all necessary policy recommendations as also tools to ensure that data can be put in a form which is usable is set up. Then we also have a framework for building what we call is that data management units in every government department. Like for example, today health has a lot of data, but they don't have any capacity within the health ministry for deciding which data I should put in the open domain, which data I should put in restricted domain, and which data I should not put at all. So we are building capacities within each department, whether it's health, whether it's agriculture, whether it's education, whether it's any sector, to ensure that they are able to work out the mechanism, then use the policies which are there, put data on the India Datasets platform to make it usable. The other thing that we are also doing is also looking at the data sets which are cross-sectoral. For example, for all NLP projects, like for Bhashini project, we need a lot of data sets in Indian languages with which people can build services in all languages, as also voice-enabled services. Because that's going to be the next frontier of service delivery, especially when you want to build the AI layer or DPIs. People should be able to ask a query in their native tongue and get reply back. So under that, Bhashini project is ensuring that data sets in all languages are also made available, so that anyone who is wanting to build AI applications in any sector, in any language, or building a voice-enabled interface is able to do that. So that's the whole data sets strategy that we have.
Okay, very interesting. I'll go back to a very interesting thing. India had the presidency of Global Partnership in AI, which is a consortium across multiple countries. and you led that initiative on GPI. So please tell us that what are the key outcomes that we have seen because of this presidency? Has it led to our leadership more, and also more on the safety and the transparency part? Do you think that we have made some innovations or have a say and on the table across multiple countries to say that, you know, transparent AI is how we will do it? So just help us, you know, paint that picture.
See, the year-round presidency, we took the presidency of GPA last November, and since then, it has been a very, very interesting experience. If you look at the entire AI ecosystem across the world, it's dominated by a few countries and a few companies. So in that space, for India to take the chair and to be the presidency of GPA, it was initially a very, very comprehensive challenge because it was dominated. Like GPA had 29 member countries, out of which 24 are OECD countries. So the countries of Global South have very little representation in the entire AI discourse. But India leading it, and with support from other Global South countries, we were able to ensure that the voice of Global South is not ignored when we look into building the global governance framework for AI. And we also had a very interesting challenge this year because GPA itself was undergoing transition. Because as we know, the OECD already has an initiative called IGO, the overall OECD's group for artificial intelligence. So there was a proposal for merging the IGO's initiative and GPA initiative, which in a way led to expansion of GPA, but at the same time, it also led to the OECD having more say in the way GPA is administered. But during that negotiations also, India was able to ensure that the voice of Global South is adequately represented. So now when GPA has been expanded to include non-GPA OECD countries, we are also expanding it to other countries of the Global South. So that we could ensure, and it was a considerable achievement of India during this year. The other thing that we were able to do was that when we are working on developing the ethical guidelines, ethical principles, the AI governance framework, we were able to address the concerns that developing countries of the Global South has had. So that has been kind of become a dominant part of the discourse. We have been able to involve other countries in doing that. And then whether it has been the GPA level or the safety summits that were held at Bletchley or Korea or the UN advisory body on AI, we have been able to effectively voice the viewpoint of the Global South. How do we ensure that biases are not there? How do we ensure equitable access to compute, equitable access to algorithms, equitable access to data sets, so that a researcher working in Nairobi or researcher working in any part of the world also has the access to the same level of AI infrastructure which somebody at Stanford or CMU has. So that has been a few of the achievements as part of that, but it's not an easy battle. There's a lot more need to be done to ensure that access to AI resources is more fair, more balanced, more equitable.
Thank you. So what is the thinking of the government on the whole AI safety, transparency, policy, which we think is going to impact even the states? Is there a central thinking, or is it evolving based on how other, like European Union or US or you know, others are working on it? Or do we have enough examples that we are in a position to create something on safety and transparency?
See, like when we are thinking of safety, trust, responsible, ethical AI principles, the way we look at it is that we realize that it's a global issue. Like the way AI works is that the foundational models could have been developed in some geography, the applications which we are using could have been developed in some other geography, and actual users are somewhere else. So how do you kind of develop a framework which ensures compliance and which ensures adherence across the ecosystems? It cannot be, well, we cannot have AI ethical principles or guidelines which are pure national. It has to conform to the global community. We need to have common minimum understanding with the countries who are building up AI solutions to ensure that it's any principle, any guidelines that we do are actually followed in letter and spirit. So that becomes number one. The other approach that we have is that instead of trying to regulate the technology, we are looking at regulating the applications, because the same technology can be used for multiple purposes. So we are not there to prescribe only open source or proprietary or whatsoever. The technology is free to be for the researchers to develop. The applications are the ones which would need to be regulated if the need arises. And when we are doing the regulation of applications, the thinking is that we have to look at it from the point of view of user harm. So if there are some AI-based applications which are resulting in, for example, deep fakes or misinformation or child sexual abuse or something that has the potential of causing harm to a group of people or to a community of people, those are the applications that will be regulated. And we're doing so also, developing the entire framework, it has to be done in consultation with the entire community and in consultation with our stakeholders, especially researchers, to ensure that we do not over-regulate, because India's strength has traditionally been in innovation. We have given our workforce, given our AI-trained manpower, given our AI startup ecosystem, we have a lot to gain by supporting innovation in the field of AI and going for regulation only from the point of view of user harm. So it's a delicate balance to lay down guardrails, but to do it in such a form that we don't kill innovation, but we also ensure that user harm is prevented. So that's the approach to AI regulation that we have taken.
Okay, that's really helpful for the industry that you want to propagate innovation as well as ensure for the citizens and the users. So I'll actually do a little bit of visualization. So if AI applied to billions, right? I mean, that's what India is about, right? I mean, it's about scale. If you have to pick a use case, what use case would you pick which can impact the billion plus population that we have? I mean, or you can pick two also if you want, but where do you think is the scale which can really help the citizens, and it can be global in nature as well?
See, like very often, in fact, I have said this earlier also, but what I always feel is that we are a huge country. Very often we take pride that 900 million people in India are connected to the internet, they are connecting, accessing online services, they are benefiting from the internet economy. But when we say that, we also realize that 500 million people are not. They are not connected, and they are like still not being able to leverage the advantage that technology offers to them. And for these 500 million people to get connected, maybe we will require voice-based internet. They would be able to, they are not like, for example, if I tell a farmer that agriculture advice or what price of commodity is being sold in the nearest market is available on an e-NAM portal or something, how many farmers will be able to actually go to a portal or navigate the CAPTCHA or download an app and do that? They will not be able to. But if I say that, yes, there is an app on which you just go and say that bajre ki कीमत पास की मंडी में कितनी है, and if he's able to get a voice-based response in his mother tongue, that will be empowerment. And today's AI technologies make it possible to do that. We just saw the demo of Servam in which he was showing how voice-enabled services can be offered. And extending this logic, we have also tried on the Umang app a few services, that if a voice-based input and voice-based output is there, somebody with a 2,000 rupee Asha phone can actually call a toll-free number and give a query in voice with regard to if a child is suffering from dysentery or if a child is suffering from some minor disease, what medicine to give in the mother tongue. And then if he gets back the response back on voice, that will be true empowerment. So there can be multiple applications of AI using is to diagnose tuberculosis or breast cancer, or augmenting the access to healthcare, or helping farmers decide what to do, what not to do, when to harvest the crop, or what crop they should sow, or helping in educational services, or doing in urban governance, law and order. Multiple AI applications, manufacturing, logistics, multiple are there. But I feel that if we have to truly take the benefit of this technology in a diverse country of India where people speak multiple languages and multiple dialects, if we can offer services to people, information and services on voice, on demand, through a low-cost phone, that would be the true empowerment of people across.
Awesome. That sounds so good. I know we have discussed a lot about the possibilities of AI and what great things can happen. What do you think are the challenges which will maybe hamper reaching this vision?
See, there are multiple challenges. In fact, we always talk of whenever we meet people, or like a little while over lunch, whenever we meet people from the AI ecosystem, we always see, is it the hype cycle? how much of it is real, how much of it is actually doable. So that becomes a key challenge. While there are a lot of efforts which are being made to build AI applications, how will we monetize it? How will the companies survive? How will they actually generate revenues? Because today is the kind of investments that are being made in AI compute, the trying to train models with billions of parameters, it's like a road to nowhere. So that becomes a big challenge. Will we be able to sustain this development of applications and investment that are being made? Will there be a return on investment? And already the world's biggest companies are facing these questions, facing these challenges. The other big issue, of course, related to this is the entire sustainable development goal issue. Like how much energy we will put into it. Do we need to kind of do so much that we compromise or we fall back on the SDG goals, especially with regard to usage of energy? So globally and with regard to the business, these become the key challenges. When I look internally, when I look at India AI mission, when we look at my own team, and while we have this whole canvas of 7 pillars and trying to do that, the biggest challenge I and my team face is to build up our own team. How do we get the best of the people from the industry, from the academia to join the India AI mission? We have got some very interesting responses. In fact, one of them you just met, the CEO of Haptic, Akrit. He has decided to work for us for some time. We are trying to attract talent from across the ecosystem. We are trying to get people from the academia to help us, contribute to us, because we know that government doesn't have the talent that we require. So we do need to kind of build up a community of people who can join on the India AI mission and do that. So talent becomes a very key challenge in trying to do what we are doing. The other challenge that we have is just procurement of AI-based solutions. Because very often most AI-based solutions are proprietary. They are done by one startup. So it's very difficult to procure those solutions in the typical government procurement manner. I can't write an RFP and get 10 players compete for the same solution. It just doesn't happen because every solution is unique. So to address that, what we have done is we have launched the application innovation challenge. Through a challenge round, we are throwing open a problem statement and we are asking all those who can put a solution be selected. And whichever solution is selected will be deployed pan-India. So if there is a startup which has built a solution which can help diagnose tuberculosis, through this challenge it will be identified. And then we'll ensure that this solution is deployed in every community health center, in every primary health center which has an X-ray machine, but may not have the trained radiologist or specialist radiologist. So that way it will happen. So that's again another procurement challenge that we are trying to solve. Plus the overall skilling challenge. Like how do we, the whole future of work that we call, like India is, our advantage is our population. But at the same time, relying too much on AI also will lead to some jobs getting extinct or some jobs not being there or lesser number of people being able to do the same job. So we will need to think of identifying what are the jobs that are being created in the AI economy. How do we ensure reskilling? How do we ensure upskilling? How do we train people to get the jobs of data analysts, data annotators, data scientists, AI algorithm writers? So it's a huge personal challenge for building capacities, to working with all the academic institutions, working with training institutions, so that we do not lose our advantage when it comes to having trained AI workforce in the AI era.
Thank you so much. That actually, brings us to the ground and say that, there are challenges which we have to together make it happen. So I think a great session. I have just one last question. And this is again a little bit of visualization. Suppose, you close your eyes and we are in 2030. And 2030 is only 6 years away. It's not very far. It's not like 2 decades or whatever, right? And we are sitting in Telangana. What kind of future you see?
See, well, there will be many more applications, and maybe instead of doing a conference like this, maybe it will be a virtual conference in which we'll be talking to bots, we'll be connected with people across the ecosystem. Many of the questions that you will be asking will be answered by the best AI thinkers, best AI scientists sitting anywhere else in the world. We'll be able to find AI-based bots, AI-based robots, humanoids to get our solutions from whatever we want. Travel will not be a problem. We'll be able to remotely connect and ensure that we are able to, whether you are in Bangalore or I am in Delhi, but people here will feel that we are here in real and will be able to do that. And maybe that will ensure more participation. So I think it's going to be a very interesting world. Plus, we'll have a lot of time at hand because a lot of our work, our routine, mundane work, will be done by AI tools. So we'll have to think of how do we become more creative, how do we do a next order of thinking so that we'll be able to identify things to do which the AI bots cannot. And that would require real evolution of human mind and we as a society.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I think people would still love the personal touch of Abhishek ji and Shalini here on the stage. That will continue. So thank you so much. Thank you for, enlightening us with the ideas of New India, of an India AI mission, and also the challenges that we all have to work together to make it possible, whether it is talent, whether it is about building from the data, and whether it is about compute, the three angles of AI happening together. So thank you all of you for listening in, and it was a great session.
Thank you, Shalini. Very insightful session. I must also, before I conclude, like to convey my thanks and gratitude to the Telangana government, Jayesh Ranjan sir, Ramadevi Lanka, and the entire state government machinery. Fabulous conference. The summit has been like so engaging and so insightful. So many learnings on the stage, on the presentations, the talks, plus the meeting people all across. So thanks a lot for being such a wonderful host and event organizers. Thank you.
Yes,
Truly grateful.
Yes,
no, thank you both of you. In fact, we love that interaction so much. Shri Abhishek Singh ji, you heard directly from the horse's mouth about the big picture. He's the CEO and president for NEGD, additional charge as MD and CEO of Digital India Corporation. So you can imagine, the scale at which he operates and the kinds of the ground realities and the challenges that he's able to foresee. And thank you so much for sharing those insights, sir. It was lovely to understand that. If protection was a challenge, I was thinking to myself that, finding ways for that technology, that AI technology to reach to the masses, that's going to be a much bigger challenge, right? Protection comes much later, right? So vocal-based tech AI. So in my mind, I was thinking that, it's almost like, you have to personalize yet protect with the advent of AI. Thank you so very much, sir. And thank you so much, Ms. Shalini, ma'am. It was wonderful. You moderated it so brilliantly. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Bhavesh Mishra ji, Deputy Secretary, to come on stage and hand over a small token of our appreciation to both of you. It was wonderful listening from. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Abhishek Singh ji and Ms. Shalini Kapoor, Country Head and Chief Technologist, AWS India. We talked about regulation. Two sides to that regulation as well. We talked about the global regulation, which Ms. Daniela Kombi talked about a little while ago, and then Mr. Abhishek Singh ji talked about, the challenges that regulation brings about in India, and how do we navigate around that. So brilliant sessions there. Now, before we move on to the next set of session, quickly, I know it's been a long day. You've been sitting all there. Why don't you all just stand up, maybe wiggle your arms, shake your legs, shake your arms a little bit, ease those muscles out a little bit. We are just two discussions away from a coffee break, a much needed coffee break for some of you. In the meantime, right, do not go away anywhere, because later this evening, after these sessions do get over, there is, as you can imagine, there is going to be an entertainment session as well. There's something in surprise. We would have a former Miss India here in this very auditorium here, or the main hall, as we call it, right? Along with one of the Tollywood stars gracing this very stage. So please don't go anywhere. There will be high tea, which will be served at the back. And like I mentioned, for lunch and coffee breaks, the speakers, all our esteemed guests, you will have a separate separate lounge for snacks and tea that will be served for you. And very shortly, we will have a coffee break, so don't go anywhere. All right, moving along. I'd like to invite on stage Miss Ritu Mehrotra, who's the founder of United We Care, and she's going to show us some cool technology, the AI technology, on behalf of the government of Telangana here. Over to you, Miss Ritu. Please give a big round of applause for her.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. And I'm just going to wait for my presentation to get started.
We are United We Care. Our mission is to break down barriers, empowering everyone to navigate their mental health with dignity, resilience, and compassion.
Please. Can we please pause that? I'm so sorry. I'd like to invite Ms. Rama ma'am to come onto stage to say a few words, please. Yeah.
Actually, we want to, give you the best later, so that's the reason I came before you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad, all of you could actually take time to be part of this event today. It means much more for us, to see all of you here attending this session. So, when I was listening to Abhishek Singh ji, I felt very happy because whatever the government of India is talking about, about the India AI mission, we are already working on certain elements of, elements that comprises of the India AI mission. In fact, the action happens at the states, This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the implementation happens. This is where the action happens. So that's what I would like to show you, what we have been doing, in AI, our journey so far in AI. So, yeah, next slide, can I have, or next slide please, or can I have that, sorry. Yeah, as I said, these are different elements that we are currently working on. Our state is the first one to set up an AI accelerator. Again, we partnered this with NASSCOM. Again, as a government, all of us know government alone cannot, work in this particular area. So we partner with industry, with academia, with startups, in this ecosystem. So for our Telangana AI mission, we partnered with NASSCOM and they are helping us execute, the different pillars of AI. So this rev-up has been a success. If you just get time, just go around the stalls that you can see a couple of startups that actually availed services from our rev-up program. And they have actually, led to their growth immensely. So that's one. Second, high performance computing. We are already, in the morning also you heard us signing, the MOU with YOTA. We are going to set up 4,000 GPUs as phase one and expand it further to 25,000 GPUs is a plan. But before that, again, we don't wait till something happens. We want to do something right now. So that's what we did. We actually partnered with CDAC to facilitate, IRAVAT infrastructure available to startups, and today startups are availing that. So I'll come to the AI for social good later, which is very close to our hearts. The other one, Abhishek Singh ji also mentioned about it, while Shalini also said this, data is the key. All of us know who are present here. And that's another initiative that we are working on. We have this data exchange platform where we are making available the data related to agriculture to the entire ecosystem. It's not just the government data alone, but even it's open for the researchers, for the private sector, universities, whoever wants to share data, they can make it available on this platform. And today, we actually released the roadmap implementation of AI-powered Telangana. In that, we said, we are coming out with a data exchange platform where this is just for agriculture. We are going to extend it for every sector, healthcare, transportation, at least the core sectors. Initially, we would be looking at a couple of departments, say 10 departments, or you may call it sectors, and then make data available for those sectors. So the other one, responsible AI committee, while we have been aware of this, but initially we did not actually, work on this pillar much because we wanted to really first understand what AI is, how that animal works, get an understanding, and then move to actually sort of address the risks. So we have constituted an AI responsible committee, that's what we call, comprising of members from the industry to help us come out with a framework, that helps startups to actually give certain guardrails, to assess themselves where they are in that responsibility matrix. So that's an area that we are working on. And of course, skilling is an important area. And for our government, we are actually setting up a skilling university itself, and AI is one of the core area in that. And we have been working on this, skilling programs for quite some time now. It's going to accelerate further. And skilling is just not to actually train students to become employable, but we're also looking at, as somebody has mentioned earlier, we want to actually have AI-aware population. So that's what we have indicated in our roadmap earlier, today morning that we have released. Yeah, these are the different elements that we're working on currently. And going forward, we are going to actually implement the roadmap that we have released today. The focus again is on, Gen AI is one area of focus where we're looking at Telugu LLMs, and today that has been spoken about by Pratyusha also, Pratyush Kumar. So that's one. Again, data, Telangana Data Exchange Platform is another one that we're going to focus on. And skilling, then research collaboration network. These are the key things that we're going to focus on going forward. Coming to the last one, AI for social good. Well, these are all, the things that make, AI work and so on. But very important, area that we focus on is how do we use AI? Where do we use AI? How do we use AI to solve problems, real problems on ground? That's what I would like to showcase you. Yeah, moving on to the next slide. We have a very structured approach, and this we have been, it's a tested model for us, I would say. It's not just, we just sit out there and, try to visualize something and do it. We actually sit with the departments, understand their pain points, and this is a process we follow, where then we have brainstorming sessions, understand where AI can, again, we don't want to use it for the sake of technology. Does AI really help solve this problem? Or for that matter, any technology. So once we understand, yes, this is a problem that can be solved by technology, then we go ahead and implement a pilot, pilot solution, so the department feels comfortable. They would see the outcomes of that, and then we move on to scaling it up. Yeah, next. Yeah, these are a few projects that we have put in there, but there are many more. So agriculture is one of the focus areas for us. Since I know all of you, for a country as a whole, agriculture is, and in this we have done, quite many experiments, I would say, Again, as Abhishek ji mentioned, we actually faced a lot of challenges in terms of farmers adopting technology. We had to really put in on-ground, support system to make them use those tools that we have provided. One is an AI testing tool to test the, the product, chili specifically. We introduced this for the crop called, for the chili crop, where we implemented a range of technologies and tried to assess if it really increased the productivity, if it really increased the revenue to farmers. And fortunately, yes, it did. But there are certain lessons that we learned. We are actually using those lessons to scale up that particular project. While, yeah, please go on to the next slide. This is a Sagu Bagu project, the agriculture project that I was talking about. So these are the range of technologies horizontally you can see. And at the end, we could see chili production increased by 15%, and there was a 7% cost reduction due to adoption of the advisories. So this has been a success story for us. Now we are actually scaling it up for 5 more crops across 10 districts is our plan right now, and we are looking for partners to do that. Yeah, next please. This is about the transport solution that, we have been talking about. Like we have implemented, and again, most of you might be knowing, road accidents or deaths due to accidents is one of the biggest costs, in India. So we are trying to actually reduce those road accidents by 50%. And this is again a successful solution that we have implemented, which actually brought down the accidents by about, I think, 30 to 50% in a period of about, it's 4 months, but I think I remember it as 6 to 8 months is what we have carried out the study. So in fact, there is a study that statistics that say that, every 2 minutes a person dies. That is the criticality of the solution. And to Shalini Kapoor's question, that what's one solution that can be scaled up across the country, I would recommend this. Because this is not just limited to Telangana alone, but this is a problem that is everywhere in India, That's like the statistics that are shown are there for India, not just for Telangana. So next slide. So this is reducing accidents and saving lives was the earlier one. This one, Again, forest department, there are no tools for the forest officials to monitor animals, while they have huge data with them. But there is no tool as such, so we actually, I'm not speaking much on this, as we have a startup that helped us to implement this solution. Akash from Think Evolve, he'll be talking about it. But the impact that we are looking at using this solution is, eliminating poaching, which is one of the major, reasons for extinct of certain species of animals. Then we want to redesign the ecotourism spots, using this tool. Of course, managing the food and water for animals. So this has been a great tool for them, and they've come back to us and said, the forest department, which was initially very hesitant to even to share the data with us. They came back to us and said, this is kind of a stale data for them. We are, using a tool to actually use the data that is out there. But they said, can you actually give us real-time information, where as and when a poaching is happening, as and when an animal is getting hurt, can you give us a tool which, sends out alerts to officials? We are working on that. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, this is about, using an AI tool to assess whether a child is consuming, at what level he is in terms of drug addiction, This, again, we developed with the help of a startup called United We Care, which actually, the startup will be showcasing that solution in detail. But again, this, we actually planned to launch this today, but due to some, technical reasons, we couldn't do it. But going forward, this tool will be available to all the schools in Telangana, and parents, where most of the parents, they do not come out and say that my child is actually using drugs. So they need a tool, something where, they can actually operate it at a personal level, at an individual level, where they just need to assess whether the child is going through some, this kind of problem. So this is a tool that gives the power to them. So I request startups, to showcase these two solutions in detail a bit. So this is what I wanted to actually present to you. The kind of work that is happening in Telangana, and going forward, we are going to accelerate further on this, and we invite partners, to help us actually implement pilot projects in different areas. As I said, our role is to actually identify problem statements within different sectors, within different departments, and we seek out partners who can help us with implementing these solutions. So thank you all, and once again, for being here and actually attending this event. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramaman. I'm so sorry earlier it was, while life doesn't give second chances, there's always a second innings in cricket, right? Something similar. Let me do a quick round of reintroduction of Ms. Ritu Mehrotra, the founder and CEO of United We Care. Please welcome Ritu on stage with a huge round of applause, guys. So like Ms. Ramaman talked about, there's a greater good, there's a social good that AI can serve. Ms. Ritu here
We
is
are
going to demonstrate
United
about
We
that.
Care. Our mission is to break down barriers, empowering everyone to navigate. We are United We Care. Our mission is to break down barriers, empowering everyone to navigate their mental health with dignity, resilience, and compassion. Let's take a look at your all-new AI Wellness Assistant. Why we need Mitra? According to the WHO report, in 2023, an early onset of substance use has been found to be associated with higher risks of developing dependence and other problems during adult life, and the reported that people of younger ages were found to be disproportionately affected by substance use compared with people of older ages. The prevalence of substance use is a significant concern, especially amongst teenagers. Challenges of parenting increase in teenagers even more, and as parents of teenagers, this concern becomes a cause of worry. This is precisely why Telangana Government, Anti-Narcotics Bureau, TGNB, along with emerging technologies, ITEC have partnered with United We Care and Adayu Mindfulness, a Fortis Group company, to develop Mitra. Scan a QR code to start a WhatsApp conversation with your AI wellness assistant, Mitra. Tap on Talk to Mitra button and start the conversation. Select your preferred language and answer all the questions truthfully for the best results in the assessment. This assessment can help raise your awareness about substance use among teenagers. It is important to remember that early identification is essential for timely interventions.
Thanks, Rama ma'am, for such an amazing introduction. And honestly, I have goosebumps today. Just the kind of impact that we were able to create along with the state of Telangana, and just going out there with the number of schools that you just saw in the presentation is just something that we were still dreaming about. Our mission is to equalize mental health. Mental health is a very complex topic. A lot of stigma that is attached around it. If you go to the next slide, please. Every 40 seconds, someone, somewhere, is going to commit a suicide. 1/6 of Indian adult population is actually dealing with one or the other mental health issue. It could be a depression, anxiety, trauma, and much more. And quantity and quality of clinicians is another issue. And that's what we're trying to solve. If you go to the next slide. Our system actually starts off with assessing the problem. A lot of us, when I was dealing with my own mental health issues, I did not know what the problem was until actually somebody told me that, hey, there is an issue. So we try to uncover that. So when you come to the platform, we will help you understand screen, and we have 30+ assessment tools on the platform that can help you to understand what is the situation. The next friction point is people don't know, should I see a coach, psychologist, or a psychiatrist? That's where we come into play to make people understand that for the situation that they are, high, medium, low, or the problem, which could be anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, or whatever else, what is the kind of support and service that they need and by which clinician. Once you see a clinician, then it's important for you to understand, they may ask you to do journal entry. They may ask you to do gratitude writing, which people don't know how to sometimes do. So all of those tools are available on the platform for you to be able to do that. And we create the holistic, personalized platform. And in addition, there are programs, which is a complete kit of 3 to 5 week program on, let's say, social anxiety and so on. And all of this comes together through the beautiful face that you see right in the middle. We affectionately call her Stella, or with the Telangana government, the face is called Mitra. If you go to the next slide, please. So Stella has looked at every piece of research that has happened in mental health, which is trillions and tokens. And but the beauty is, how do you train the platform? Training the platform to cater to the deepest issues that people are dealing with. And when they're doing this, they're thinking it in their mostly own language. Somebody also spoke about just before this session that, we are not going deep to do research. We realized very, very quickly that if we don't go deep and actually address the problems, and with AI, for example, hallucination mitigation, or understanding emotion, real-time facial recognition, are such important things to understand the complex problem of mental health. Therefore, we have to actually do a lot of research around some of those topics. We've done about 25 world records. I can tell you, when a doctor in India, somewhere in, let's say, Maharashtra, is giving a medication or talking to a patient versus somebody in some other part of Spain, it is very difficult for any assistant to understand, comprehend, and actually give a medication. Hence, it's very, very important for us to really go and, for example, the word error rate. It may sound like a very technical term, but it's important for an AI to understand that what kind of error rates am I going to talk about, because there is somebody's life at the other end of the spectrum. The reason there is 29 languages, purely because if we want to go through a deep end of India and trying to solve the problem, India, and we're making in India for the globe, that's how the spectrum revolves. And We are called a psychological first aid. Picture this. You're walking into a party, you have social anxiety, it's 11 p.m. at night. No clinician is available at that time. That's where our tools will come in handy to help you to be able to calm your situation down and sort of connect you with a clinician over time. In extension to this, if you go to the next slide, please, she can also work as a co-pilot with the clinician because, you know, as a user, you may want to make sure that your entire journey comes together on the platform. And this is actually game-changing because this becomes the very, very trusted partner to the clinicians in terms of their journey of, the sophisticated engine to provide the treatment plans. At the end of the day, clinician still is in the driving seat, and they have to accept or reject the plan that, the co-pilot will suggest. But it's the only platform globally, that's actually working on causation and individual level data. When you have an issue, and I don't know how many people have, but I did when I went to the doctor, they said, well, 65% people actually benefited from this kind of, a clinical path. You will benefit it too. Well, I am the rest 40%. And it took me 6 months to come to the right clinical path. And that's the unfortunate situation when it comes to mental health. And that's what this solves. And it looks at your biomarkers, your pharmacogenomics data, and creates a complete holistic plan. And none to say, millions of tokens that we look at, and millions and millions of interrelations that exist with it. If you go to the next slide, please. Impact. 95% of the users that come to the platform are actually finding peace talking to the platform, and about 5% people are actually booking appointments with a clinician. Mind you, you don't even know if you need a clinician because 80% people, they really don't. And that's where she helps to uncover the issues and providing you a right treatment plan. I'm not going to go through the numbers, but how actually Telangana State worked with us to make it happen for the population. If you go to the next slide, please. Another one. This is what it is, right? So we launched Mitra, which is the genesis of our underlying technology. And it is AI-enabled drug and alcohol education repository for parents of teenagers. Look at the scale here. There were about 6+ million students and 40,000 schools that are actually benefiting from this repository of tool. And it's available on WhatsApp, and it's available on omni-channel. So, a chat, WhatsApp, or the app where you could go to. And the results are super measurable, right? So you can actually see by looking at the platform that what the results look like. And yeah, the data is up here. And that's, I think there's just one more slide, if you can see. And yeah, we're trying to create a digital wallet as in, working hand to hand with the government. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ritu. That was wonderful, wonderful. In the interest of time, may I introduce you the next speaker, Mr. Akash Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Akash Gupta.
Hi, thank you.
He heads Think, Evolve, and One Netra, which is the eyes of the forest. Over to you, Akash.
So, One Netra, if you look at it, forest, my name is Akash Gupta, and I'm from Think, Evolve. And we believe that forest officers who are on the ground are the backbone of the conservation efforts being taken up by the state government. Now, they have to face a number of challenges, including poaching, illegal logging, and if you have seen recently, there were the images of the devastation that has taken place across Telangana. This is where One Netra comes in, where we have reached out to these stakeholders and built a platform which helps them get all the information together in a single platform. So the forest officials on the ground, they go out, they trek about 40-50 kilometers a day. They gather the camera trap data, they gather survey information, and all that is collated and insights are generated. So, yeah. Thank you. So, Now, this entire activity was taking about from 2 to 3 months. By deploying one Netra with the smart cameras, this has reduced to 60 to 80 minutes. What we see that over here is that once the smart camera is deployed, it detects the animals. It will create a kind of alert so that if it is around any kind of habitats or where humans are living, we can give them a proper kind of an information about it. So if you can play media 1. By processing those videos, we can also look at the length and the height of the animals, and this is useful for doing the psychological impact and understanding each of the animals out there. Move to the next one. So if you see out here that even though the quality of the video is not that good, but we are still able to capture the tiger out there and ensure that this information is passed on to the correct authorities. This, if you go to the next slide, we are also using this to identify individual tigers as well as leopards and matching it with different places. The platform looks at 20 different species of animals, can create spatial temporal maps with it. It can help them identify any kind of a psychological changes. We're also looking at vulnerability zones where human-animal conflicts are higher. And if any of these smart cameras detect a person, we use facial detection and send it to the officer on the field. So, so the fast, can you play the last video, please? So this all is like a kind of a platform which allows not only the forest officials, also the animal field biologists to be able to analyze and look at the different aspects of the animals. We have built this new feature which allows them to look at the animal, the images, look at videos. Videos can be processed. We can get weather information and then try to get that all and provide a holistic view of the forest. So that's how one Netra is there. And Ahmedabad is one of the most beautiful places out there. If I had a video of Ahmedabad, which was jungles of Ahmedabad, which I wanted to showcase out here, but because of the less time interval, I cannot show it. But it's a very beautiful place. Some amount of devastation because of this thing has taken place, but I highly suggest going down there, looking at it and enjoying the beauty out there. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Akash. Please, if you can stay back, and if I can request Ms. Ritu also to come back on stage for 1 quick minute. I request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu to come on stage, please, to give Mr. Akash Gupta and Ms. Ritu Mehrotra a token of our appreciation. Small memento to both of them, please. They've been doing wonderfully well as part of the Social Good initiative. Please, sir, this way. Thank you so much, sir. Please, please. So while the pictures are being taken, in the interest of time, let me quickly move on to the next section before we break for a little bit of coffee. Inviting our next set of panelists, and while I call the panelists upon stage, I request the support staff to place 5-6 chairs on the stage here, please, quickly. Please welcome for a discussion on innovating for social good, Kimberly Johns, the Senior Public Sector Specialist from World Bank, Dr. Nitesh Chawla, Frank M. Freeman, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, and Founder Director of the Lucy Family Institute for Data and Society, University of Notre Dame, USA. Ms. Pragya Mishra, India Lead, Public Policy and Partnerships, Open AI. Mr. Shekhar Sivasubramanian, CEO of Wadhwani AI. And moderating this discussion would be Mr. Gaurav Goel, founder and CEO at Samagra. Please welcome them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel for talking about innovating for social good. Come on, guys, we are almost there at the coffee break. A louder round of applause. It means a lot, whenever we applaud other people who have taken the time off to come on stage, talk to us about, their ideas, what they've learned. Just gives a little more energy. Can we hear it one more time, please? Yes, now that's more like it. Thank you so much. And can we have some mics on the stage, please?
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gaurav Goel from Samagra, and happy to be moderating this panel on innovating for social good. And I couldn't have hoped for a more diverse panel than what I have, with each one of them representing a different actor in the ecosystem. So from multilateral to big tech to not-for-profit and academia. And while I can't be claiming to be representing government, but since we exclusively work with the government, so a little bit of a government also thrown in. Right? So that's the diversity here. I have Dr. Nitesh Chawla from the University of Notre Dame. He does a lot of research on AI for social good, on responsible and trusted AI. I have Kimberly Johns from the World Bank, has worked over the years across countries on GovTech and on service delivery. I have Pragya Mishra, who's the face of OpenAI now in India, and she doesn't forget reminding me that OpenAI is not big tech, it's still a startup, but that's a different discussion. And the hugely experienced Shekhar Subramanian, who's the CEO of Vadhvani AI. They're building a lot of solutions and capabilities for deploying in the developing world. So great to, very warm welcome to all of you. And I have the unenviable task to get the best and to do justice to your expertise in just 30 minutes. So I'm going to need all of your help and this time when everyone is kind of almost waiting for the tea break. But let's get started. What I want to ask all of you as a starting point is, what's the one use case or solution in AI for social good that you have come across in this calendar year that really has caught your attention? Right? Something that you kind of feel is very impactful, very interesting. All of you can just share one in 30 seconds to a minute. That'll be good.
Hey, thank you again, and thank you for hosting us and moderating, and I've really enjoyed the day of conversations. So my personal example of use case, as we heard about earlier, we talked about data, talent, compute, was in healthcare, especially in some of the work we are doing in Mexico, Colombia, and other Latin American countries where the luxury of electronic medical records, the data, does not exist. And that, I believe, is the same challenge in India as well. When you don't have that data, how do we imagine building AI solutions for delivering healthcare at scale, whether virtually, remotely, etc.? So we are going through a painstaking process of looking at paper-based records, digitizing those, doing language translation, and then building specific risk triage model, and also accumulating social determinants of health along with clinical data to truly develop, does the individual or the family have the caregiving capability at home? Do they have resources available at their community for healthcare? Do they have to come to an urban center? What is the clinical risk profile? What is the social and mental health determinant risk profile? All of those things have to come together to truly deliver on the universal AI for health and inclusive AI for health solution. So it's a step-by-step process, and that is it's been a labor of love, sweat, and tears in many ways. So thank you.
Great. Kimberly.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. We've heard a lot today about language, and I think that that's one of my favorites as Bashiri, is understanding language from different diverse populations and using that. It's critical for service delivery. We were talking about this earlier, of making sure that you reach those that you're trying to reach. Don't further marginalize those who are already vulnerable. But we can also take that same technology to collect the data from these populations, put them back into the algorithms so that we have more contextual systems. And that, I think, is quite valuable.
Great. Pragya?
So I'm actually going to take the liberty of sharing two. I think the one that really blew my mind was around accessibility, where we have this custom GPT called Be My Eyes. And it just unlocks tremendous amount of experiences for people who have constantly felt marginalized in society just because they have physical challenges. And so, just how AI is providing breakthroughs in regular life, and how people now who felt that they couldn't contribute economically or couldn't be socially also fitting in or integrated into normal society, now have the ability to do that just with ChatGPT and with OpenAI and general Gen AI products more broadly. So I think that really changed my perspective on the value that a technology like this can bring. And I think secondly, something that's really close to my heart is, a non-profit here called iSTEM, which is really helping young girls to move along in their skilling journey and, helping them in understanding also which path to choose professionally. And all of that is done based on ChatGPT models with, built over WhatsApp. But just the fact that now you have the ability to have someone who can counsel you objectively is again something which I feel is much needed, especially for a country like ours, which is very young, and our demographic needs to be used to our advantage.
Shekhar, your favorite?
I think it's a combination of, we solve multiple problems, so each one of them, whether you take a 5-second video of a baby and assess its weight, you try and determine whether when a person coughs, if they have TB, you try and look at millions of articles pan-India across 15 languages and try and assess, like a needle in a haystack problem, does a person have, try and identify disease prevalence in India. So there's a multiple set of problems which are very interesting. For me, the real fun is after that. It's in the abstraction of these problems to several common problems that we will face in society. So these are instances, examples, but there's going to be a pattern that will emerge once you solve, because AI can only do 4 or 5 things, and it can do it multimodally as well. It'll look at images, sound, text, data. And then how do you build constructs that happen after that? That's the next wave of AI that I'm most excited about as we implement this pan-India.
Yeah. No, thanks for sharing your kind of favorite use cases or solutions. One of the dimensions of AI for social good right now is that we see a lot of solutions which are at a POC stage or a pilot stage, right? And there's been a proliferation of that in the last 18 months especially. But very far and few you come across use cases which are really, or solutions which are operating at scale, let's say 1 million+ users and so on. And Shekhar, I'll ask you this question, that at Vadhani AI, you've been doing building a lot of these solutions. What's that journey from POC and pilot to scale? And what are the challenges in that journey, specifically in AI for social good?
Thank you. So so let me start off by saying, last year we had more than 1 crore people in India use our AI solutions. This year it's going to be 10 crore. And so we're going to see a significant rise. We are working on 25 solutions, 9 of which are in full-scale deployment. I cannot overemphasize the de-emphasizing of AI in solving AI. Don't get distracted by AI. Look at the problem. First of all, determine whether it's an AI problem at all or not. Secondly, as technical professionals, often we carry our past experience. It almost becomes a burden in terms of new problems that we see. Be embedded in the market. Listen carefully, unbiased to what the problem is. Make sure that the analysis of the problem and its precise understanding is the center stage. make sure that you understand the deployment. We call it deployment first. So when you start an AI problem, think how it's going to be deployed. Don't think about the problem. Think about it. If I want to solve for silicosis, which are the 4 states or 3 states, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh? Do I know how to scale it so that every potential patient in those areas will take advantage of the solution? You have to think beyond AI. AI is merely I'm not trivializing it, it's one part of the solution. What often happens is if you get consumed in that, you will miss the forest for the trees. Another piece that I can say is that it's extremely important right from the get-go to think multilingually and then to think of the user community. Work in social good. Your user is not urban. They do not understand drop-downs and radio buttons. They don't want feature-rich solutions. Chances are many of these people are holding a smartphone for the first time in their life. They expect prescriptive solutions. That means what is the next step should be told to them. The design paradigm for AI, for social good, is significantly different than what will happen for the urban literate community. If you don't understand these things, you will face massive roadblocks when you go for deployment and things fall by the pilot. Yeah. So conceptualizing the problem upfront with clarity and then applying AI to is relevant is the key to success.
I can't agree more. I can just say that based on our own experience, we have this thing called the Gov.ai mission through which we are trying to drive at-scale use cases of AI in governance. And the learnings that we have had in the last 18 months are exactly what you're saying. Focus on the problem, backwards from what is required, think deployment and scale from the beginning. Yes, AI is an enabler to kind of make that happen. No, I'm kind of tempted to kind of continue on this track, but let me kind of ask you something else. Right? There's the other dimension when you build solutions, which is whether you actually build solutions or you build tech capabilities or tech tools, AI tools, right, which will power these solutions. So how do you think about it at Vadhwani AI?
So you can put a 2-dimensional matrix. On the one side, you can have applications. On the other side, you can have the core building block components that you need to research on. So you've got the generative AI, that is one part. And then you've got your traditional AI, which is analyzing images, using some of the generative AI techniques, analyzing sounds. Some of these can be difficult. Analyzing structured data. We have a problem where when a patient comes in for TB, for the first time treatment, you need to assess and estimate on a score of say 0 to 100 whether the person will adhere to medicines. Because if they don't, then they spread TB and they become very expensive potential patients to get the TB solved because they become multi-drug resistant and so on. It's a classic tabular problem. Now you need to build that capability to work with multiple sets of tabular data and extract as much information. So these are the building block tools. So you can consider that as one of the axes. Now, the other axis is the potential problems. As you see new problems, you will see application of techniques within those problems. And the more you become capable in looking at multiple sets of AI problems, it becomes easy. See, I have 40 years of experience in software. I know software. The same technique has been used in all software development around the world. Reuse. The ability to abstract, reuse, look for patterns. Build the tools, apply it in various places. So the techniques, they tend to be invariant over a period of time. The application is the richness. All the excitement, the complexity, the ambiguity, the materiality, the deployment, the challenges are on that space. Yeah. Where most people find it difficult is do this, but not make that axis shift. And that's the key. And some of the problems, as you discover, will result in newer dimensions here. You'll realize, oh, you know, I need to do some intense sound processing with signal processing. So that happens. Mutually, they are dependent, but the application tends to be the more important layer, at least for us.
Yeah, so you're focusing on the application, the solution, and for that, if newer capabilities need to be built, then that kind of becomes another stream. Great. Let me shift gears a little bit and come to you, Kimberly. You have this vantage point looking at different countries and how they are looking at AI for social good. What's the narrative that you are hearing in India? And how is it, if it is different from what you see in the West or other parts of the world?
It's an excellent question. And please know that my answer is colored by this is day number 3 here in India. So I don't so much have the full contours of the narrative, but I do see a full recognition and a cognizance of the power and potential of AI in particular sectors and for different applications. So it's more of a holistic view where we've heard a lot of really rich discussions today about different aspects of risk, infrastructure needs, energy needs, data needs. What are these challenges that you need to overcome? So having a holistic view of this and understanding those challenges, it really puts Telangana in particular in a much different position to rapidly scale and innovate. In other countries that we go to, it's kind of very similar to this. You have a hammer, and then everything starts to look like a nail. And when we start these conversations about artificial intelligence and even newer disruptive technologies, a lot of times the question starts with, what do you want to use it for? And we start from there. There are many countries that I've worked in where you have maybe an 8% connectivity rate, so it almost becomes a moot point, but that doesn't mean that we can't start creating those enabling foundations to then build upon and help leapfrog these other countries. So I think that Telangana in particular is in a really unique position, and having that understanding and using it. But the problem, not the problem, but another challenge is really going to be implementation. So you have a vision, there's all of these partners, there is a government commitment and a willingness. Now we just have to start the hard work.
Yeah. And as you kind of are also alluding to, the narrative, the prominent narrative here is a backwards from use case kind of a thing, that how do you use the latest in AI to solve for real on-ground challenges, real on-ground problems for the common people, and that's where bulk of the effort is. Yes, there's the safe and trusted AI, which matters. There is, but this is the primary thing that India and the government and the entire ecosystem is focusing on, and probably rightly so. Also not in the arms race to build the next 8 billion, 9 billion model. That's the other kind of thing that you do here. But as we look to do that in India, and the last point that you mentioned, what do you see as some of the advantages that we have, competitive advantages, and where do you see the challenges as India looks to do that?
I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear you over here with the echo.
Okay, I was saying, what do you see as India's advantages as India tries to leverage AI for solving challenges, on-ground challenges, and what are some of the challenges that you see in that journey?
Thank you. The advantages are many. We've heard a lot about the local tech ecosystem here. Again, the government commitment, which is huge. I mean, we think about this, I come from public sector, so you think about what are those political economy drivers for what makes a successful reform program, and this is exactly what it is. It's not just technology, it is all the soft reforms that enable that. It's the skilling on the demand side as well as the supply side, teaching civil servants how to use this technology responsibly, developing those governance frameworks for the data use, making sure that you share that data. So I think that Telangana is in a really great position in terms of having the skills, the infrastructure, the data to rely on, but it will be critical to get the data right and have those clear guidelines for use, for reuse. How do you integrate that data for multi-sectoral services? Having the silos and these different sectors approach is good to start driving, but when we move ahead, we're going to see how the different sectoral data needs to come together in an accurate and responsible way.
Got it. Thanks, Kimberly. And that brings me to you, Pragya. As OpenAI, you want to build the best AGI in the world, right? And that's the journey that you're on. But when you look at India, the fact that there is less Indic language data available, which is annotated, which is usable to kind of train models and so on, how is OpenAI looking to solve for that part of the challenge?
Yeah, no, great question. I think it's something that I think about a lot and also try and tap into the ecosystem that we have here on how is it that we can really move along that. But I also want to say that as the models are incrementally getting more intelligent, they are also getting intelligent on language. And so, you might say that, okay, most of the frontier models are trained on English today, but yet on 4.0 today, when you put in most questions in, let's say, Hindi, Gujarati, like the top 10, 15 languages, you will see that most of the responses you get are in the zone. The accents are not great, we're working on that. But I think in general, just where we are today, considering the ChatGPT moment was just 1.5 years ago, I think it's fairly good progress just in terms of how the models are evolving. I also feel, I think, there is a massive opportunity in India. I see as a microcosm of the world, really, because of the diversity that we bring. And I think the most important element that Indic language datasets bring is not so much the language performance or translations, but specifically the cultural nuances, which I think often get missed. And I think that is where we're trying to work with the ecosystem. And it's difficult because even though I think we started our digitization journey, fairly early, but there is a still long way to go when you look at judicial services, you look at healthcare records, and all of that is in process. And no better than you and Shekhar to know about that, because you work on the ground to know what it takes to really bring that journey. But I think we are willing to make that commitment and investment in that journey of digitization, because our models have become fairly smart in doing that. So today you can take a picture of a handwritten note, and it does a fairly good job of converting it into OCR. And so then from there, it makes it much easier to make it part of pre-training data. And so just, also engaging with the ecosystem, with the government, and with, libraries and archives and all of those institutions which have this deep knowledge about our culture and heritage, and then really working with them to say how we can digitize it, put it into our models, and then post that actually make all of those data sets open. Because, we are very committed to making sure that as AI and as we move towards AGI, it's about benefiting all of humanity. And therefore, if we want that to happen, we have to allow for a lot of these data sets to be open and allow others to train on those data sets. And so that's really been our approach on that piece. But I think India plays a very, very critical role in that journey. And the MOU that we announced today, along with Telangana, and I would like to congratulate JSG and Ramaji, who is sitting here on an incredible conference that they've been able to put together and get everyone together here to really talk about the opportunities, but also the challenges. I think we're going to be working with research on linguistic specific cases with expertise that is in Telangana, really to move along this challenge that you mentioned and come with a solution altogether. And I think even organizations like you and Vadvani have a critical role to play in that.
No, that's helpful, Pragya, to know how you're looking at it. And one question that often comes to my mind, a trick question, is how important at OpenAI in the scheme of things is India? How do you look at India? Because if it is, then all the investment that needs to go behind, or all the effort that needs to go behind the local language data sets, the context that you're talking about, the culture, all of that will kind of follow. But where do you kind of place it in the scheme of things? And what are some specific things, initiatives in the pipeline that are there to kind of really focus on India-specific data?
I think I would say, like I've been also mentioning earlier, that for us, we see this as a very collaborative approach. I don't think, one frontier model company like an OpenAI, while we have different use cases, which is, of course, we have ChatGPT, we have DALI, we will hopefully, also look at Sora, and, we have all these tools in the AI world, but I think the core really is that we want to work with the ecosystem and do a better job of collaborating with non-profits, with government, with also, other solution providers. It could even be like Servam and others who are also looking at developing, sovereign AI models. But where is the opportunity for us to work in a collaborative way? And I think that's really been the approach. And also, yes, I know often people smile when I say this, that yes, we are only a 1.5-year-old product company, and it really is true. And so therefore we're also learning, and while our models are moving along and we have been at the frontier of moving this technology forward, and therefore there's a lot of excitement and a lot of hope. And we take that very seriously, and we also take that very responsibly. And therefore, a lot of our models, as we release them, there's an iterative way that we release them. And so safety is a big part of that. And I think a lot of the feedback that we've been getting in this iterative models have been coming from India, whether that's around translations or whether that's around cost. And we've taken that feedback very seriously. And so we really want to build, for India, with India, and also make sure we take a lot of those solutions to the world, because like I said, a lot of the complex problems that we have in India, and they're very unique, we're able to replicate a lot of that in other countries around India, whether that's in Africa or also neighboring countries. And we've seen that happen with many of our solutions. And so really we want to be able to focus with the ecosystem and with the second largest developer community to really come up with, ingenious products which we can then take to, or applications that we can then take to the rest of the world. And so we really see a lot of the application development or really cool, creative solutions that we are seeing sitting, or our teams are seeing sitting in the US is really coming out of India. And that's really encouraging. And therefore, we are spending a lot of time to think about how can we do more here.
Great. No, I thought you were first skirting my question, but that you didn't do. You kind of answered it very well in the end. So thank you. Coming to you, Nitesh, you do a lot of research on AI for social good around safe, responsible, trusted AI. What does responsible, trusted AI mean, or what's the...
I think, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge what all the brilliant panelists here have mentioned as to the local context, thinking about the deployment, thinking about how it would be used is so essential. Often failures in AI for social good happen because we fail at the last mile challenge, right? And that is, how do we take what we have done from a proof of concept to pilot to actually taking it at scale to deployment? And that's where, if appifying the world was easy, we would have been solving AI for social good. But we can't appify the world, unfortunately. And there requires and then going to the responsible trusted AI I almost think of it nowadays as an AI co-op, an AI coalition, an AI collaborative where you have not-for-profits, industry members, government, academics sitting together and really sort of appealing to the end users, appealing to the developers to think about what is the right construct of developing, what is the right construct of use. My challenge with the phrase responsible AI is that whose responsibility it is? Responsibility of the developer, responsibility of the algorithm, if we are imagining AGI, right? Responsibility of the app developer who's using the foundation models, or the algorithm developer, or responsibility of the user. And it's very easy, it's very human to deflect responsibility. So as we think about responsible AI, we have to really capture and be able to measure it. And that's the same thing with AI for social good as well. Is it's easier said than done, because what is the realization of that social good? What is the realization of the responsibility? And when we think about safety trust AI, I'm part of an with NIST in the US, we are part of a working group where we're really deeply thinking about what are the ways we can measure, monitor these technologies. We don't know enough. However, we have learned the lessons in the past as to what, of use and misuse of technologies, dual use of technologies, what we may face with AI. And, and whether it's with the social media technologies or the internet, or if we go back to, Oppenheimer movie came out recently where there was this moral dilemma after the bomb was created. What have we done, and what's the use or misuse of that technology as well? And I think that is the moral dilemma that we have to collectively address, because it's a universal dilemma. It's not attached to any one country or culture, so to speak.
Got it. So saying it's more a universal thing, and it has a different meaning in the Indian context and so on. But you mentioned one thing, that is about getting different stakeholders together, creating a collaborative, creating a collective. How do you really get academia, big tech, startups, multilaterals government, all of them together. This is one attempt that you're seeing here in Telangana, right? We're trying to kind of, just the panel here, and generally the attempt we saw in the morning in terms of MOUs and so on. But what is it that you have seen in your experience across the world? What are some of the best practices in that, getting that collaboration going?
So I think, so the best, as I said earlier, it requires to really have the inclusive impact of AI, it requires a co-op framework. And academic institutions like Notre Dame, we saw Peter Diem on the slides today, he was talking about tens and hundreds of billions of investment. No, University of Notre Dame has a large endowment, top 10 in the US, but there is no way we can afford that. No university in the US, forget in India, can afford that investment. Governments across the world cannot afford that investment. It's a privileged few that can afford that investment, OpenAI included. But that's the beauty of it. If there are fundamental, foundational, scientific pursuits questions that need to be tackled, that's where academic institutions can say, how can we be involved in thinking about algorithms? What my biggest joy comes from is, how can we do more with less? As an academic, we will never have the compute at scale. We will never have the data at scale. So can we develop new way of algorithms that can do more with less? Then how can we partner with corporations to think about what that deployment looks like? How do we partner with not-for-profits organizations who are in the communities and work with them to understand the local context, understand the deployment rail where we are trying to achieve these SDGs that World Bank is interested in, or what Wadhwani AI is interested in, and your organization is interested in, or for-profit companies, to see what that would be. And then the government comes in and says, thank you, academics have developed some fundamental knowledge, discovery, tech sector has grasped it, embraced it, right? Just what we have seen with transformers and neural networks, what led to it has been the journey. We have seen what not-for-profits can do. Now there is an opportunity for a policy. Now there's an opportunity for a regulation which neither a not-for-profit, nor a private corporation, nor an academic can do, but a government can do. So what we are seeing in Telangana today is that amazing movement where collectively, if we can create this co-op and journey of beginning to the end, I believe that's the way to go. And it can happen given what has been done here today.
Thank you, Dr. Nitish. We don't have a time for, I think that's pretty much the time that we have. But I want to, before I end, ask one common question to all of you. If you look at AI for social good, what is the single biggest unlock in your mind that can enable, propel India to kind of lead that journey or lead that kind of movement? What's the single biggest unlock for India for AI for social good? If you can keep it short in 10 seconds.
Sure. I think just plain doing. Just do. Don't discuss. Just go ahead and do AI in low risk, but just keep doing. You learn when you do. You'll uncover problems. You'll solve it. And that's the only, at least from our perspective, that's the only way.
Great. Pragya.
I think the biggest advantage that we have and the leg up that we have over the rest of the world is really the digital public infrastructure that we've been able to create. And, the solutions that we're developing along with Samagra and how you've been able to move it along in the agriculture and farming space and how it's taken different models or how it's taken different avatars in different states, even though the baseline solution remains the same, is, I think, something which can really unlock value at India. And we've seen that happen in different sectors. I feel it can do the same in AI as well.
DPI to the power of AI.
Yeah.
Kimberly.
I'm going to repeat what I said, and that's get the data right so that you can innovate and iterate. Because I think this is where you've got to teach the algorithms, and you also have to teach us. So having that right at the get-go, sky's the limit.
Nitish?
I agree, just do it. Although Nike may sue us for copyright infringement, but I think just do it with the right priorities. These different vulnerabilities that face India today, which of those vulnerabilities is most ready for a success in the foreseeable future. If we try to spread ourselves to 10, we won't get there. So pick on whether it's transportation, Ramadevi was sharing earlier today, or healthcare, or climate change, or poverty, and pick one or two and go all in.
So basically you're saying just do it, DPI to the power of AI, get the data right, and focus efforts, right? Thank you on that note. Great talking to all of you, and that's it from us for the audience. Thank you.
Wow. That felt like a Mozart symphony there, sitting in the crowd. 30 minutes was not sufficient, but Mr. Gaurav, you are a curious person, if I'm not wrong. You had a lot of questions up your sleeve. You asked the right set of questions to all our panelists here. Thank you for a wonderful, wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists this evening. Kimberly, Dr. Nitesh, Pragya, and Shekharji, wonderful insights. We loved every single one of them. I know there's a huge challenge in front of us with 1.4 billion population, the data sets, the kind of models that we need to train. But I think the one takeaway that I have from Ms. Kimberly was, you can't hit a nail with a hammer every single time. So we'll have to develop different kinds of approaches there. I now call upon Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu on stage to give away mementos as a token of our appreciation to all the panelists here. And for ladies and gentlemen, please do not go away. I know this 30-minute session is just more of a starter, a teaser. There's going to be an evening gala later this evening. There'll be a fashion show. A former Miss India will walk the ramp along with the Tollywood superstars, so don't go away anywhere. And then there'll also be a high tea outside. So you'll have every opportunity to interact, learn more about their thoughts, their ideas, be it around social good, be it around regulation, be it about talking about startups, unicorns, whatever things you have on your mind about AI, please do interact, network with all our speakers and panelists later this evening. This was more of a, like I said, it's a quick teaser here. We thank them all for being here and sharing their valuable insights. Thank you so much, guys. And let's now break for coffee, a much-needed coffee break. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. I know we are running late for various reasons, but if you guys cooperate, if you all cooperate, we can come back and start the session right after the coffee break at sharp at 5:20 by my watch. That's about a 10 to 12-minute break, a quick break, and then we can come back. Sounds good? All right. See you all back here at 5:20. Thank you so much. This is Prashant Tevaturi, your anchor for the day.
She walks home with the AirPods on, with the same songs on repeat. Hoodie pulled up over her eyes, cause she's not in the mood to speak. She got on 31 still one, didn't mean to fall so deep. She walks home with the AirPods on, with the same songs on repeat. Same songs on repeat. Same songs on repeat. She got on 31 still one, same songs on repeat. She got
And I just thought of you, so I thought I'd call you to tell you that you crossed my mind, and I took that as a sign that I should call and say hi. So that's all. Hi. I hope you don't think I've lost my mind. I hope you don't think I'm crazy. This message is getting long, so I should just say bye. But the idea of you listening to this, the thought of you on the other side of the line, I can't hang up. I don't want this to end.
It was just another night at your place. Didn't wanna go back to mine, but it was late. It was just another night at your place.
Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The time, as per my watch, is 5:20. Request you all to come back and get seated quickly. We're running behind, so we'd like to start on time and make for some of the lost time during the day. I know these are very interesting sessions. You'll have more opportunity to interact with every single speaker, delegates, after the day's proceedings are complete during the networking gala. Do we have Mr. Trivikram Kumar here? A lot of work and some play will brighten up what was otherwise a serious, thought-provoking day. There will be an evening gala later this evening. Sorry, that was repetitive in some ways. So there will be an evening gala. After we complete all the different panel discussions and the fireside chats, we've got a few more sessions lined up for today. It's been a holistic experience covering different topics around AI, from how do you build unicorns, how do you sustain them, how do you grow them, to talking about AI for the social good, to talking about regulations around AI, and much, much more. So ladies and gentlemen, please come back, take your seats. This is the last session before we go into the evening gala. Like I mentioned earlier, there is going to be a former Miss India walking the ramp this evening, a pretty known Tollywood actor, surprising you all on the ramp walk. Plus some other interesting things, some other events later this evening, along with the high tea. So please don't go anywhere. Stay glued to your seats, and we'll make sure that the next set of sessions also have equally good takeaways. Mr. Trivikram, are you ready? Shall we start? Quick request to all the people at the back. We are beyond 5:20 right now, almost 5:25. Please come back to your seats. It's a humble request to all of you. We'll have time afterwards for chit-chat. There's a lovely lightning demo, cutting-edge innovation demo that Mr. Trivikram is going to show us right now on stage. So please come back, take your seats, and we'll get started. Or rather, we'll continue from where we left off. So Mr. Trivikram, welcoming you on stage with a big round of applause from all the audience here.
where Ritesh Agarwal of Oyo and Namita Tapaji of MQ Farmers were also investing in our company. Coming to the main crux of what we do at X Machines, fundamentally we started this company to bridge the technology gap that exists within Indian agri ecosystem. And once we started speaking to customers locally, we got to understand quite a few problems of theirs. Fundamentally, starting with labor shortage problem, a lot of chemical utilization being adopted as a result of that, and degrading soil health were top 3 problems. And fundamentally, coming to the Indian agri landscape, our farmers, over 80% of them are small and marginal, which means they own less than 5 acres of land. And what's happening is they don't have right tools for deploying mechanization in their farms. Okay. So historically, they've been dependent on farm workers. But what's happening is it's getting very difficult to find people who will work in hot sun throughout the day for a meager pay of 200 rupees, 300 rupees. So because of that vacuum that is created, what customers are doing is they're getting into a lot of chemical-based farming. And also, because activity is not happening in a timely manner, there is a lot of yield losses that are happening. At least the yield is not at its best. So what we ended up, in essence, one way of looking at it is, let's say we are a family of 4, and we need a transportation solution, and all that is available in the market is either a bus or a rickshaw. Imagine that's the same case for farmers as well. All they have available is either a tractor or very rudimentary tools like intercultivators or backpack equipment. So seeing this, what we ended up creating is a small micro tractor kind of robotic solution, which we're calling it an X machine. So fundamentally, this is a fully electric tool which can perform a varied agricultural operations, starting from sowing till harvesting with the help of different attachments. The product is fully electric, can be operated with a remote control, or can also be fully autonomous. And what you see here is the same platform mounted with different attachments. Starting from the right, you have sapling planters, and then you have weed control tools, some of them AI-based, which I'll take you through. So in terms of a size comparison to a standard tractor, it feels like this. It is designed to be extremely compact so that it can continue to operate into the field even after the plants have grown to its full capacity. I have a small video to play, so if you may. So the idea is that this product would be navigating in between row spaces while carrying an implement and does the job. If it's a large acreage, you can deploy multiples of those simultaneously to get the job done faster. And as you can see, all of those are different attachments mounted to the same platform, which is extremely modular and multi-purpose for a customer. So this is one use case which we're calling it as an electric rotavator. Its job is to dig into the soil till about 3 inches and uproot the weeds in the process. And because it's a very compact unit, it measures roughly about 1.5 feet, that's 43 centimeters width. You can continue to take it in the field and do your spraying job or your de-weeding job without damaging your actual plants. And we have different attachments for spraying operations also. The swinging action enables this, the chemical enters the lower part of the leaf. And this is one of my team members who weighs 105 kilograms. We use him in marketing. And we have a lot of AI-based tech which distinguishes which is a weed from a plant. And on the weed, we do a small micro spray of herbicide. And on the plant, we understand what are the nutritional requirements, its health statuses, and so on, so that we can accurately deliver the right amount of crop inputs when it requires. You may stop the video, sir. Right. And let's see where the AI part is actually being used. So fundamentally, during weed management, typically operators apply for their harmful chemicals all across the soil, which is not necessary. You only need to attack and kill the weed. Why spray everywhere? So what we do is we use cameras and a little bit of machine learning models to distinguish which is a weed from a plant. And we do a small micro spray of herbicide only on the identified weed without doing complete spray. Sir, if you may, please play the second video. So this is the point of view of the robot's camera itself. Typically, what you see in the yellow boxes are weeds. The ones in the green are the actual plant. And based on its distinguishing capability, it can attack the plants that needs attacked. So please stop. So you can see the images on the other side where you can see a maize plant and a small patch of weed which is being sprayed with herbicide with no spillage on the plant or the empty ground there. On the right, you can see a very differently shaped weed where the spray is tracing the exact shape of it. And fundamentally, the advantage is that this product is fully electric, it can be autonomous, it roughly costs some 3 to 5 rupees of deployment expense per acre, and it collects a lot of data on the go, which the customer can use to understand what's happening in the field, take corrective actions on time. And all of this is great, but how do we take it to the Indian market? So the way we are trying to take this product into the Indian market is through a rental model. We intend to sell this product to rural micro entrepreneurs with the help of a bank loan, and they would be the ones that would rent this product to their neighborhood farmers at a fraction of cost that the customer is used to already paying. And we're not stopping with the agri use cases. Why stop with it? The same platform that we've built, we are deploying it in solar industry for vegetation management beneath the solar panels where any other tool has difficulty in reaching. And we're also using the same technology stack for warehouse automation kind of use cases. And we also export this product internationally to countries like Spain, Australia, Bosnia so far. So that is the brief that I wanted to give about X Machines. We have a product within the stalls. Feel free to drop by and explore. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that wonderful demo, Trivikram. Next up, we've got a friendly fireside chat. So This is around social good, what AI can do in the space of social good. So please put your hands together for Mr. Jawu Ku, coming from the Consultative Group for International Agri Research. Mr. Krishna Kumar, who's the co-founder and CEO for CropIn, a firm that was established in 2010 and running so strong in the Agri AI business. And the moderator today will be Mr. Ankit Bose, who heads the AI at NASSCOM. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. And we need 3 mics on stage here, please, and 1 additional chair. Pretty warm welcome to all of you. Over to you, Ankit.
Hello. So, thank you for the session. Right again, AI and agri goes hand in hand. Right, I think we have seen a lot of implementations across the globe and a lot of impact. AI sector for agri is growing at a 20% rate. Right, we know there are around 2 billion plus current market cap. And I think to 2028, it will be 20 billion, right? So it's growing very phenomenally well, right? We have the experts from industry here, and then we'll see the real insights, what they are seeing on ground, right? So let me start with Krishna, right? Krishna, you coming from CropIn, and you have done so many, good implementations of AI for agri. We are just talking about a phenomenal use case, right? Could you help us with some of the use case you have seen of AI for agri?
Sure. No, thanks. So let me give you some of the examples how different stakeholders are using AI. And in center, there is a grower, right, always. So I'll start with the government. We are doing a lot of work with India government, Sri Lanka, Kenya. And one of the interesting work we did in India was insurance program, where you have to give a payments to the growers based on how the crop has performed. And government used technology, and we were one of the partners to deliver that. But one of the interesting use case which has come up, we are working with likes of World Bank and BMGF in Kenya, where they are trying to build a historical view of corn. Corn is a food security problem statement for them. And they want to understand what happened to the corn in the last 5-6 years, what is happening today, and what is the future forecast of a corn in the country. So what is going to happen after 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, long-term goal. And they want to put a policy based on that. So data-driven policy, not that whatever program they want to bring, they want to really map it to the problem statement. And if you look at Africa, you don't have a lot of data, right? So you don't have data what happened on the corn in last year or prior. So we used AI to map the country into a grid of 10 by 10 meter. And we checked which farm has done the corn. And we built the layer from 2017 to 2024. Now, we are also delivering right now. And then the questions we were trying to answer was, which grid where the yields were higher has reduced over a period of time, and what is the causal for that? The grids where there are acreages were higher in the early years, but now it is reducing. So high yielding is becoming low yielding, high acreage areas are becoming low acreage, and what is the causal, right? Is it the precipitation? Is it fertilizer prices, right? So you can relate to a lot of things, and we are talking about trillions of data because we are talking about the whole country. And for next 5 years, and then you are looking into the data and then asking all these questions to the data, right? What is happening across the country? So that you can take a right decision on the import or export, or creating a subsidy like irrigation subsidies, knowing what is happening on every grid. So then we upscale 10 by 10 meter to a 5 by 5 kilometer grid. Now they are able to ask question in their natural language, whatever question you have, that why the yield on this grid dropped. Show me the, let's say, precipitation data or temperature data, correlate that with the yield, and generates beautiful UI and information for you to take a call. So that's the scale we are talking about. Another example is in Mexico, we are actually doing this farmer stack for the whole Mexico, and they want to really do this financial inclusion. So they are lending to the farmers. They need all the data possible on every farm, historically and today, so the lender can see and they can underwrite a loan. And they wanted to map every farm of the country and layer all possible data right from the last 40 years of climate, satellite data, crop health, what AI can generate, so that you can just use it through the API and somebody can consume and lend it. And this product, this platform was live on 15th of July, so this is already in working. So these are some of the use cases. Now farmers, we did, to give you an example with one of the CPG company, we were working with the potato value chain. And one of the problem was climate. Because of the climate change, the crops are becoming very unpredictable. And their statement was, can you use AI to predict what is going to happen? So can you predict the yield? Can you predict the disease in advance? Can you tell me if the crop is going to come early or is going to be delayed because of the temperature fluctuating? And those information was modeled for farmer to also receive on the WhatsApp and SMS, that what is happening on your farm. So there could be a late blight, which is a disease in the potato, can happen next 15 days. So it's a proactive warning to them. Or there could be a frost tomorrow morning. What is the yield expected from those farms? And we did it across India for those growers. And the impact study, which they did externally, we were able to improve the income by $55 per acre. There was a 92% adoption of this technology, climate smart adaptability within the farmers. And we were able to reduce the pandemic by 80%, and disease pandemic, right? So all the disease were modeled and it was pre-predicted on the farm, so that before it happens, you know this is going to happen and you take the care. So I just wanted to paint this picture for you. Thanks.
Great use cases and great impact, right? Let me move to Mr. Zhao. Zhao, probably you would want to briefly introduce CIAGR and definitely the use case and the impact what you have seen.
Yeah, sure. So the CGIAR is one of the largest publicly funded agricultural research network. We have about 13 research institutes around the world working on different discipline and thematic topics in agriculture. And we have about a total 10,000 scientists working on many different types of issues around the world. And we are also covering about 100 countries. And we have many of the research stations around the world looking at different breedings and different types of policy and innovation, etc. We are not necessarily strong on AI, but necessarily developing AI models, etc. But we are actively using AI and machine learning solutions. We've been also partnering with CropIn for various use cases as well. I wanted to introduce quickly 3 use cases, especially for the breeding programs. So one of the most labor-intensive and time-consuming tasks is something called phenotyping. When you have different lines of new crop varieties, you have to actually plant them in the field under different conditions and continuously measure throughout the growing season how tall they are growing, how many leaves they are producing, how much yield they are generating. It's a lot of data collection work. We are now actively using AI, robotics, and I just saw X-machine demonstration, and we are also using something similar kind of bot, terrestrial bot, to collect the data automatically so that we don't have to hire too many laborers in the field continuously measuring the data. So we are also working a lot on extension kind of applications using, for example, LLMs to translate very complex scientific findings and research output into plain languages that farmers can understand and act on it. We are also using lots of computer vision algorithms to detect the plant disease and pest and disease problems early on so that farmers can correctly apply the measures to manage the risk. But also additionally, because we are agriculture R&D organization, we do also lots of evaluation on what impact this kind of technology make on the people's, farmers' livelihood and how they perceive the benefit of such technology. We recently conducted our own Turing test on LLMs, and we summarized research papers using LLM and gave policy analysts in all the developing countries, including India, whether they like AI-generated abstract or human-generated abstract. And the twist of the methodology in the research was that we actually introduced deceptive treatment. So we actually lied about which one is written by human, which one is written by AI, so that we wanted to test the perception of human. And very interestingly, research finding suggested that people still trust and like human-written summaries better than AI-generated one. That's the consistent finding even when we actually lied which one was generated by AI or human. So I think there are still a little bit of gap we need to fill if we are on the track to incorporate AI in the field. And we're also testing a lot of hallucination issues and what is the root cause of that and how we can address them in the LLM space. So yeah, those are kind of key use case areas that we are generating and developing.
Thank you, thank you. Krishnan, let me come back to you, right? What we have seen, again, AI for enterprises is much organized, and agri is a very unorganized sector, and there are a lot of challenges, data being one. I know Telangana government has worked on, a data set for agri, right? They have been working. But again, in your experience, how do you see, and what do you see the challenges emerging when you implement AI in agri use cases?
Yeah. So one is, consistent data which you need to train your models, right? So there are few ways you can do that. You can give thousands of input to a model and expect certain outcome, right? So you give hundreds or thousands of input and you get some output, right? So the model is learning something, so you train it, then you infer on something. But if you look at the global south and global north, the farming practices are different. Global north has a lot of mechanization and sensors and can generate thousands of data sets, maybe 250,000 data sets every day. But if you come to Africa, Southeast Asia, and India, you don't see mechanization to that extent. You don't see sensors to that extent. So then what are the inputs you are going to choose? And consistent inputs so that you can scale the solution. Because not every farm is going to give you a consistent input to your model. So that's one of the constraints you have to build, and then you can't compromise on the accuracy of it, right? So how do you do those selections are very, very important. And you find this, consistent gap with different organizations when you work, right? So then what we say is, okay, these are the 5 to 10 parameters we definitely need to scale our solution. If you look at the complexity in agriculture, so every crop and every variety is different at the same location. You change the location, there is another complexity, right? So the way potato is grown in Orissa versus Gujarat versus Canada versus US is very different. The traits are very, very different. Some crop can come in 120 days, some can come in 150 days. How do you make this model learn? And that's where you call it as a knowledge graph. So you have to build the knowledge graph. So at Cropin, we have been working for last 14 years now. We operate in 103 countries. We are managing around 500 crops, 10,000 varieties of those crops. And it has taken a long to build this knowledge graph. So 103 countries coming from all the continents and different varieties of potato, different varieties of those crops, right? And there are 500 crops. If you don't have those layers, your POC will definitely work in the region where you are training the model and inferring it. You try to scale that, it will not work. Because you are not able to transfer those, because your model has not seen those variations, right? So I think it's a very, very complex. It's not a question of, can I detect the fraud in banking system? That's much easier problem to solve, right, with the AI. In agriculture, there's thousands of variables are playing every hour, every minute, and that can damage the crop, and you have to capture that, and the model has to predict based on those scenarios. So it becomes very, very difficult, and then you have to really put all the safety nets so that it doesn't predict something which impacts the livelihood of the farmer as well. Yeah,
so consistency and the seasonality of data, right? I think that these are two big things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Coming to you, Mr. Zhao, what are the challenges you have seen?
Yeah, so along the same lines, the governance of data, especially in AI, the use of AI and developing AI solutions in partnership with our partners have been a challenge, and we haven't really found a good solution. We generate lots of data, not only in breeding, but also research on agronomy and policies and all sorts of the research work. We generate lots of data, but sometimes not all the data we generate are owned by us. We are mandated to make all the data we are generating as a global public good because we are publicly funded, but our partners are not necessarily in such business model. And when you have mixed IP of different data set you want to use in training of AI models, for example, our partners are really having difficulty of understanding what's really in it for them. Nobody wants to lose the IP of the data they are generating. And once your data is becoming part of a foundation model, where do they go and how they can track and how they can monetize, for example, for commercial partners in the data being the AI, the landscape, and that's been really challenging to figure out and developing a convincing data governance model that everyone feels comfortable working together.
Great. So let me ask the next question to you, Mr. Zhao. We have seen the use case, we have seen the challenges, right? Now, when we implement AI for Agri, again, I will consider it in a social sector category, right? What are the ethics? What are the responsible element do you feel should be, taken care?
Yeah, absolutely. This responsible AI, actually, we had an internal debate a few months ago. What does that even mean, responsible AI? I think there was a similar discussion in earlier panel today. AI cannot be responsible. It's essentially the responsibility of researchers in our side, our case, who use and who develop and who want to apply this methodology. So that kind of accountability is critical in our the area. And yeah, it's really challenging. So in our discussion internally, it's easier to find what are the unethical use of AIs, and kind of we generated a lot of list of potential cases where AI can be misused and might cause some unintended consequences for smallholder farmers. Then yeah, we are trying to avoid that by managing the risk. But yeah, this is something we are still trying to understand better. There are data biases and there are algorithmic biases and there are misinterpretation of AI model that we don't fully know how we can address in all those cases. So yeah, it's still developing area, and yeah, we also want a more kind of really effective partnership to address it together as a sector.
Basically, research ethics, explainability, I think these are 2-3 key things you are alluding to. Bias detection, I think these are 3 things you are alluding to. In your view, what is the view?
I'll give you a live example. So recently we launched a micro language model. So we took Mistral as open source. And we said, okay, we want to try this in a global south because we don't want a model to be biased by the very structured data of, let's say, North. And we compressed that to 4-bit. And we also worked with our partners. Google is one of our partners and investors, to use their safety protocols. And we said, okay, how do you ground the model? Because if you're releasing to the smallholder farmers, and if he asks, what should I use as a chemical to treat this disease? And let's say it's answering a question which is a chemical which is banned in that country, right? It has a much harmful impact. So your model should not answer that. Or he's asking a political question, or he's asking something which model should not answer. And so we grounded the model. We used RAG. We trained that with 5,000 question and pair, handcrafted pair, semi-handcrafted pair. So we use another LLM to generate questions, and we wrote some questions. And we test, and everything is open source right now. So the code is open source. The scores are open source. So we compared that with the ChatGPT Turbo 4, and the efficacy of model is 60% better. So same question. And we didn't burn the whole world resource to do that. And the primary thing which we used was the principle you need to apply when it is interacting with the very bottom of the pyramid, let's say, right? So if it is answering something which can impact his livelihood, should not happen, right? So you have to be very, when you're building your models, whether it's a neural net model or you are building using LLM, you need to be very sure that, for example, if you're giving a score to a bank on a land record of a farmer, and your score is lower and the bank doesn't give a loan, what if that score is wrong, right? Some biases came in. So I think we need to be super careful. I think we should definitely spend a lot of time when we don't want to just release the model. We need to test it from all the angles. And we released that, and I think those safety nets, really people appreciated that, right? So we are interacting, we are publishing results out of that. And I think we are going to, you'll see a lot of those safety nets will be also regulated, and also there will be framework to adopt and build alongside with that.
So if I get it right, you're building an open source model, or you will make it open as you build a safety net around that?
It's an open source right now.
Currently open?
Every code is open source.
Excellent.
Training data is open source. So anybody can download on two CPU core. You don't need A100s. Retrain the model with your localized data and publish it.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
So, but you have added element from your perspective, right?
Yeah,
Which are questions and definitely the safety net around that. Great,
Yeah.
good to hear that. So I think probably the last question, let me start from you again, Krishna, right? What are the 2 to 3 things you will recommend, right? The industry and government should partner so that, real value impact comes in agri using technology like AI.
No, I think that this partner is very, very important. I don't think only enterprises or development agencies or government can really succeed in helping the growers. I think this partnership is very, very important. I like the idea of DPI, right? Digital Public Infrastructure. And how do you enable the infrastructure level of data, right? So for example, land record, or for the agriculture point of view. If you solve this problem at the scale, you have solved 80% of the problem, because that's an asset. And everybody is interested in that asset, whether it's a food security, building resilient food ecosystem, a bank is interested to lend, insurance companies are looking at it, CPG wants to procure from there. But that asset, but that data is not available, not only in India, but many of the countries, right? And if you make that effort to put it there, I think that you have won the 80% of the battle. And rest, the partners can enable multiple solutions on top of it, right? Like building an internet highway, and you can see so many solutions we have seen in the last 30, 40 years has popped up. And this is what it will enable that. So we have been discussing this for the last 5, 6 years with the government, and there is an intention to do it, but it's a massive scale, and it will take its own time. But I think that is the first thing I'm requesting that government should solve in India, and we should have hands-on.
DP and specifically data, right, which can be leveraged.
Public infrastructure, and then you provide that those data layers which can be accessed, and then solutions can be built on top of it.
Perfect.
Right? Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Zhao?
Yeah, so absolutely, DPI is really essential layer, and entire world is just looking at admiring Indian government investment DPI, especially for agriculture use case. We are also studying how this can be scaled to other countries in the global south, so that's essential. And just for generally in government kind of enabling environment level, I think this balancing regulation and also innovations, I think that's really critical kind of aspect, and I don't think we have good formula on that. Like EU, if you look at EU's AI Act, it's all risk-based policy. You are trying to proactively protect the citizens' rights, and there are lots of concerns that might scale down on a little bit kind of sometimes blue sky types of innovation investment. So just balancing the innovation and regulation, still check all the boxes of the responsible AI principles. I mean, again, there are still long ways to go. But yeah, I think as a government, there may be more stronger emphasis towards innovation, especially at this early stage of AI. I think that will probably support more, blooming of this AI, the scaling of the startups and more, economy-wide impact.
Data, definitely DPIs, and the governance which can catalyze innovation. I think that's what is the suggestion, right? Thank you so much. I think with that, we'll end the segment. Thank you so much, Krishna, Zhao. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so, so much, Mr. Ankit, Mr. Javuku, and Mr. Krishna Kumar, sorry. I've been rattling off so many names all through the day. But thank you so much. And let me please quickly call upon stage Mr. Praveen Mukapati, head of Telangana AI Mission, to give away mementos as a token of our appreciation to the three panelists who have arrived here. Thank you so much for moderating such a wonderful session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. And may you keep continuing to do the social good. Thank you so much. All right. Right. What's an event if no one believes in the vision that you have put together? And supporting this grand vision in a big way, we are forever grateful to our title sponsors, the World Trade Center Shamshabad, as well as Evernorth Health Services. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome on stage our title sponsors from Evernorth Health Services for a quick fireside chat. Put your hands together for Mr. Chuck Mettur Dharma. And to moderate that discussion, I call upon stage Mr. Yadukishore Nandikola. Mr. Chuck has over 2 decades of experience of engineering and scaling AI application in robotics and, oh my God, I'm losing track of different kinds of words here because he's done a whole lot of innovation over those years. And Mr. Yadukishore Nandikola is leading the HR department for Evernorth India. So grateful for all the support that you have extended towards making this grand vision such a big success. So thank you so very much from everybody out here and on behalf of the Department of IT, Electronics and Communications, the Government of Telangana. Wonderful to have you here, sir. All right, over to you.
Thank you so much for having us. Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but I want to start off with an interesting conversation. Chuck has traveled all the way from the US to be here, for this summit. Chuck, as we begin this conversation, we're talking about AI. We keep hearing different versions and types of AI. Just to do a common grounding of our audience, in your own words, can you tell us the definition of AI?
Thanks, Yadu. That's a great question, but before I answer that, I want to thank all of you for being here today. It's been a great day to mingle with all of you and great to know you. The journey to make AI work for everyone, right? It's a commendable journey, and we all need to do it together. So thanks again for being here, and looking forward to a great next day too. So first off, when you talk about AI overall, AI is an umbrella term for all the things that we do to make computers smarter. If you think about machine learning is a type of AI where the computers teach themselves to get smarter. Think of them as simple applications like traffic light applications, looking at data to predict the next best action and so forth. Now, deep learning is a type of AI which uses artificial neural networks. It's heavy-duty AI, and where the computer starts thinking like a human brain. The best example of deep learning is Google Photos, right? Like the photo tagging, grouping, and so forth. Now, generative AI, which is what all the hoopla is about, right, is a way where computer shows its creative side. It's a way where we generate data in response to multiple modes. The computers show the creative side. Now, when it comes to generative AI itself, right, the foundation of the generative AI is the transformers and the large language models, right, built on transformers. You got different types of large language models. The first thing is your foundational large language models like the GPT-4 series from OpenAI, Gemini from Google, and so forth. You can take models like Llama from Meta and fine-tune them for your domains, or you can take the transformers and build custom models, right, for your domain from scratch. So there's different ways to go about AI. So hopefully that gives I know it's an AI conference, but I thought I'll get a very basic grounding for everybody.
Thank you for setting the context and the stage. Right? We're talking about AI now, and we're talking about AI at Evernorth Health Services. Can you talk about how we have been leveraging AI historically at Evernorth?
At Evernorth, we have a deep history of using AI to benefit our stakeholders. First, it starts with data. We make sure we save the data and we curate it in a way that makes the data very useful. We comply to all the state and federal regulations and also client-specific regulations. What we've done traditionally is we've used this data to we've analyzed this data, we've gained the insights, and we predict the next best outcomes. We use data for better health outcomes. We also use it to empower our customers, clients, and employer groups. One good example that comes to my mind is we've used a lot of our data, the claims data, to understand pre-diabetic people, right? And then we've used that for insulin outreach. So we know who to reach out to when so that we can improve adherence to the insulin programs. So those are the ways we've used AI in the past.
Thank you. We're talking about healthcare. What are some potential applications of Gen AI in the healthcare space? Again, maintaining a balance of opportunities versus risks. And which are the areas where, according to you, we are seeing some quick wins?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. So we look at the applications of AI across 3 dimensions. The first dimension is we try to make things cheaper, better, and faster across the board. Think of this as using AI to automate repetitive tasks and assist the humans on the administrative side. So the humans are the center of everything that we do, right? The human, the doctor, our agent, our employee, our software engineer, right? They are the pilots. And we use AI to automate the administrative tasks around them so that the humans can then focus on tasks involving empathy, higher order activities, and they can be much more productive and they can feel, and their satisfaction in the job increases. So that's the first dimension. The second dimension is how do we expand the current value propositions and also create new business models? An example here is we look at all the data that we have and we predict the next best actions or the next best outcomes. What's the most impactful action that we can take, right, so that we can get the best outcome, right? That's how we expand the current value propositions. The third, and really the most exciting part with generative AI is creating whole new business models and creating whole new value propositions. With generative AI, we now have the ability to analyze large volumes of data. So what we are looking at is creating digital twins of entire large organizations, and we can do large-scale simulations. So think of the impact of that, right? Before we make a decision, before we offer a new product, if you have the ability to understand a whole organization or a whole set of customers across both the static and kinetic data, you can simulate it, you can see what would happen, and then that gives you a big competitive advantage in the marketplace and also makes the products that we offer that much more efficient. So 3 different dimensions, that's how we look across. Now, a few good examples I can think of, Yadu, if you want, right, are 3 things that come to my mind. First is provider burnout reduction. If you think about the United States especially, right, there is significant burden on the healthcare space. When I say providers, that's the doctors, nurses, anybody offering healthcare. So what we're doing is we have our flagship virtual care platform called MD Live. This MD Live, this is where you can call a virtual call or you can go online, right, and talk to a virtual primary care physician or a virtual urgent care physician. In the past, what these people had to do was, what these doctors had to do was they would talk to the patient for 3 or 4 minutes, and then they had to spend 10 minutes summarizing the call. Right, they call them SOAP notes, right? SOAP note summarizations. What we do now, we use AI to listen to the calls and summarize those SOAP notes and the key highlights from the call. And then the doctor has to look at it before approving. So what's happened for us, and the doctors really love it. The doctors love the solution because now the doctors can spend 10 minutes talking to the patient and maybe 30 seconds to 60 seconds looking at those notes, reviewing them and hitting the submit button, right? So that's one. The second area where we're using AI is in elevating our service experience. We have thousands of agents at Evernorth who are answering calls from millions of our customers, right, about their healthcare questions. So to get answers, they had to go read through many, many PDF documents, SharePoints, Confluence pages. What we are doing is we're using AI to go into these disparate sources of data, curate all those answers, right? So if you called the Evernorth service desk saying, hey, am I covered for malaria shots, right? The agent would just type it on the screen, and then they would get the best answer, and also the source of data right next to them, saying this comes from this PDF document or policy document number 2, so they can answer you, keeping the customer at the center. So elevating customer experience is number 2. And the third, and this is very close to my heart, is improving patient safety. So when the patients are talking to our doctors, we want to make sure that the doctors are providing them evidence-based medicine or evidence-based suggestions, right? The evidence-based suggestions and treatments. So for that, we are now using AI to listen to many of the calls, and AI is checking the calls across 16 different parameters, or 16 different questions, right? And now it validates if the doctors covered all of those. An example is when you call in, our policies, right, the US policies and also our Evernorth policies mandate that you have to check the patient's medication list, right? And the doctor has to verbally say, do you still use crocin? Like all of those things, right? We make sure AI checks across. So really, right, three use cases: patient safety, provider administrative burnout, and elevating the service experience. But the big thing I want everybody to keep in mind is we keep the human as the pilot, the humans at the center, and the human in the loop is a big safeguard. So the AI provides the answer, but the human can choose to decline the answer if the AI is wrong, right? And the human can actually validate. We make sure the human always has easy ways to validate the answer.
Thank you for that, those insights, right? I mean, double-clicking on the risks part of it, right? We keep hearing about, hallucination, bias, intellectual property risks. What are some, mitigation strategies for, for these inherent risks, and what sort of governance needs to be built, for overcoming these risks?
Yeah, another great question. So at Evernorth, the risks of AI are not new to us. So we've been using AI for more than a decade now. So we're building on years of experience, an experience of our employees across legal, privacy, security, government affairs, and so forth. So when generative AI came about, so what we did was we looked back. So we looked back at our experience in how we built the traditional AI models, the predictive models, right? And we govern them using enterprise model governance. So we built on them, number one. Second, what we did was we created 38 guardrails deriving mainly from institutions like the NIST, which is a US organization, right? It's called the National Institute of Standards and Technology. We derived those and we implemented those standards as part of our platform. And we've taken a multidisciplinary approach. What we've done is we've launched an AI Center of Enablement, which has representation across many disciplines of the company: legal, privacy, security, technology, and so forth. We meet every week to curate every use case, right? And we test every use case across 38 guardrails before we approve the use case. So that's the first step, right, from a process standpoint. Second, the AI COE built what's called the AI Gateway, into which these 38 guardrails are built in systemically. And what we do is the resources that are required, right? Think of them as the models, right? Be it Mistral, Mixtral, OpenAI's models, or so forth. We curate them and keep them behind the AI gateway. So anybody who needs access to AI across the enterprise has to go through the AI gateway. And to go through the AI gateway, they have to have a valid use case, which has already been curated, right? So that's how we check it. So if you see it, we built on years of our history, to summarize, right? Like we built on years of history on how we had approached predictive models. We've created 38 guardrails, and we check it from a use case standpoint, make sure the use case is valid. We also implemented those guardrails systemically, so they're not just process guardrails. So from both process and technology. And most importantly, we insist on human in the loop, right? That's the ultimate fail-safe for everything. And we insist that the human checks every output of the AI.
Thank you. I don't know how we're doing on the time, but I have a bonus question for you. You're one of the key sponsors for, setting up the Hyderabad Innovation Hub of Evernorth Health Services here in Hyderabad, India. As the key sponsor for the AI, Engine AI COE, what's your talent strategy for this center?
As the head of our HR, I think you should be answering that question. No, I'll answer that on a serious note, right? One thing I'd say is I've been blown away by the extraordinary talent in Hyderabad. There's great talent, right? So we come across very talented individuals day in and day out. So that's been awesome. So far, we've had quite a few people, and we're very pleased with the quality there. Now, the kinds of folks that we look for are people who can, even before thinking about AI, people who can understand a problem, clearly define the problem, right? Clearly do the problem definition after thorough analysis. That's step one. Understanding the problem, step one. Individuals who can do that. Second, the folks who can understand all the solutions out there and map the solution to the problem. And third, people who are willing to take the solution and see it all the way through implementation. Because if you think about it, like this is a novel technology, generative AI especially. We're learning a lot. AI hallucinates. Some of our leaders say generative AI is like having an intern, right? The AI makes mistakes. Sometimes it gives you 9 good answers and 1 wrong answer. So the kinds of talented people that we're getting in, they're people who are able to analyze problems, they're logical, they can, once they define the problem, they're able to understand the entire solution set and bring in solutions, even the solutions that we don't know about, right? They need to bring us out-of-the-box solutions and see them all the way through so that we can implement these solutions in a safe and responsible manner, right? Somebody earlier in a panel was talking about whose responsibility it is, right? I'd say responsibility for safe and responsible AI is all of ours because this technology is so powerful and it's almost magical in many ways, but we have to implement it in such a safe and responsible manner, and that's the kind of talent we're looking for.
Great, thank you. So we'll enable your vision and enable the talent strategy to become live here. Hashtag we are hiring. Yeah. Right? That's what I'll say. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think that's our time. Thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you so much,
Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you all.
Mr. Chuck Metur Dharma and Mr. Yadukishore Nandikolla. A big round of applause for both of them. We have executive presence from Evernorth Health Services here amongst us. So grateful for all the support, like I said. Thank you so very much for that insightful session, sir. And I now request Ms. Ramadevi Garu to come on stage and thank both Mr. Chuck as well as Mr. Yadukishore Garu with the token of our appreciation. Ma'am, please. And we'll be quickly switching gears from AI in healthcare. We will be moving towards AI in production and manufacturing. May I quickly call upon stage the next set of panelists to be ready. Talking about the future of production, AI's influence on manufacturing ecosystems. Please. Panelists in waiting, apologies for that. Thank you so very much, sir. Yeah, the next set of panelists, and can we have a couple of chairs on the stage, please, and 2 additional mics quickly? I'd like to call upon stage Ms. Lalita Indrakanti, CEO, Jaguar Land Rover Technology and Business Services India, with over 3 decades of various kinds of experiences under her belt, from consulting to advisory to setting up GCCs and much more. Mr. Gaurav Kataria, Vice President Digital Manufacturing at ITC, and Mr. Navendu Agarwal, Group CIO at Ola. And moderating this session, Mr. Sanjeev Deshpande, who's the EVP and India Head at NTT Data Systems. Please give them a big round of applause, guys. Thank you. And may I quickly remind you, tomorrow's session starts at 9:30 a.m. We'll have the Honorable IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, make the welcome remarks. So please don't go anywhere. I know it's been a fascinating day of intriguing discussions, panel discussions, fireside chats, talks, and so on and so forth. But tomorrow is going to be even better. So please come back on time, 9:30 will sharp. Welcome to the stage, all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very, very positively surprised that we have such a large audience still at this time of the day. Appreciate you all being here. And we definitely would like to make it worth your while. We'll talk about some very practical implications and applications of AI, especially on our workforce in Hyderabad scene, in Telangana, obviously in the Indian manufacturing scene. To begin with, I will probably just quote a couple of statistics before I start the panel discussion. And these statistics are kind of published a while ago, but the contribution of manufacturing to India's GDP is at around 17%. Totally, around 3 crore people work in the manufacturing sector in India. So the impact of AI can either break or make the workforce especially, but I think we are on a very, very positive side, think that it is actually going to add a lot more workforce than maybe eliminate. The various studies have indicated that approximately $10 to $11 trillion will be added to the global GDP by 2030. It ranges from 7 to 10, $11 trillion. Significant portion of that comes from non-IT sector. The applications of Gen AI is probably what's going to create a lot of these jobs. And how AI is exactly affecting the Indian manufacturing sector, and also how it will help shape up the overall Indian economy. With us, we have 3 stalwarts. A very unique panel I have, I must acknowledge, I think it's one of the best panels. Gaurav, a traditional manufacturing powerhouse, ITC. He represents ITC. He comes from ITC, the CIO, CSDO of ITC, CDSO, I mean. Lalita Indrakanti ji, she is the CEO of Jaguar Land Rover, known for the design and also the car's robustness. You know, we all used to dream Jaguar one day I should drive, and today I'm here talking to Lalita ji. Fantastic. And Ola, the cloud-native company, the most modern of the probably manufacturing setup probably they could have, because they started quite, I would say, late in the manufacturing, so probably are at a much better position to adopt the technology. So I will start with this very simple question to all of you, is how is AI affecting the manufacturing in your own plants, as well as what you see as overall, how it is affecting the state of Telangana and also India in general. I will start with Lalita ji first.
I think even before we started talking big in terms of generative AI, which seems to be the buzzword now, of course, for the last couple of years, I think historically manufacturing has been using some kind of analytics, some kind of AI, especially in the areas of supply chain traceability, risk analysis, quality especially. AI has been playing a significant role in all manufacturing industries in the last many, many years. But of course, with AI coming into the picture, I think it is the accuracy of it has probably gone significantly higher.
I think AI is a buzzword, but what it means is about bringing more structure to how you are doing things. At Ola, we have seen that it helps you at each and every element, like in terms of productivity, in terms of your quality, bringing repeatability to product quality, right? So, like I will give you an example in terms of manufacturing processes. When you are doing things, you are doing inspection. So if your volume is very high, you can have a processes, but if you have a human element, there will always be a judgment to it. So what AI and systems bring, it's a decision making is done by the process creator, but you don't need to take those decisions on the line. And that gives you predictability, that gives you a repeatability, that gives you good quality, right? Similarly, manufacturing is something where you cannot play around, right? So you have to be very consistent what you are doing things. And that with combination of digitization, analytics, and AI, it becomes very powerful thing. And now the companies have started understanding that. And I think that is changing landscape, and we can speak more about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll take a step back, right? And I'll want to ask everybody, right? Why is it that people are now jumping onto the AI bandwagon when it comes to manufacturing? With Atmanirbhar Bharat or Startup India and, now the AI mission, and, we are sitting in a great global AI summit, I think the adoption of technology has gone through the roof. And the good thing is the manufacturing sector, which are even traditional manufacturing sectors, players, or even the MSMEs are now starting to adopt AI in a big way, which is a very, very positive sign, or use technology, I'll say broadly, and then double down into AI. Let me give you a few scenarios and try and paint this picture. So imagine, you have your daughter's birthday party, and your daughter says, Dad, I want chips to be served in my birthday party, but they should be a blend of peri-peri and lemon, right? Which is not a traditional flavor available off the shelf. Cut to another scenario, right? You're going to sign a large deal, and you want custom paper with a watermark of the new JV printed on it, right? Now let's go out of Earth. Let's go to space. You have the International Space Station, and you have a part fault which happens there. Now, would you rather ship that part, spend billions of millions of dollars, to fix that error, or would you actually go ahead and 3D print that part in the International Space Station? I think some of these imperatives, are here. And I think, Peter was talking in the morning. I don't know, some of you must have seen his talk. He was talking about 2040, a billion robots, roaming the streets of the world, coexisting with humans. Now, all of this, might seem like large problems to solve, or big, hairy, audacious goals to solve. And none of this is possible without the application of technology, and in some sense, without the application of AI, right? So a lot of organizations are now realizing that these problems are here to stay. Hyper-personalization is here to stay. Premiumization of products will only happen through small batch manufacturing, and it has to be done profitably, which is a big problem today. Right? I can't do custom cars, for example, without charging a bomb. It has to happen at scale. And that's where AI is coming in and playing a big role. Even for ITC, for example, if you're looking at quality, and I'll just talk about one, and I'm sure we'll deliberate more, but every bingo chips which goes out, or every dark fantasy chocolate biscuit which goes out, or every roll of paper which goes out into a classmate notebook is 100% validated for quality. It's consistent taste, batch after batch, with the fact which a lot of us don't appreciate is that the raw material which is coming in, which is an agri product, we have no control over, right? So the tree, the eucalyptus bark that we use for making paper, or the wheat that we use to make biscuits, atta, etc., is a natural product. I have no control over it. But it's only the use of technology where I can reduce wastage, make sure that I give a consistent product at a competitive price, right? And that's where technology comes in. So I'll stop with that, but we'll talk more.
Thanks, Gaurav. The maturity of the manufacturing companies in India, it's a wide spectrum. We have right from MSMEs to some factories which probably can be even termed smart factories. So the maturity, one is digital maturity, and second also their best practices of manufacturing itself. But all of these combined with data strategy is the key for us to be able to take the advantage of the AI technology or the AI technology in general. From that perspective, maybe if you could comment, Navendu, on readiness of the Indian manufacturing companies at this time based on their current data footprint. A lot of companies have ERPs, a lot of companies have many peripheral solutions. There is a lot of data that still exists out of the systems itself. So from that perspective, from where we are currently, for the majority of the sector, and where we need to get to, what would be those top 2-3 things that they must do now? Otherwise, there is a danger that we will be left behind. So what will be those top 3 things that you would recommend to any CIO that's sitting here or any, IT, non-IT person? These are the 3 things that our manufacturing companies must do. What will be those top 3 things?
So first of all, I will start with what possibly previous panelists have also talked about, that to create this revolution of AI or Gen AI, there are, again, the biggest pillar is that you should have control on your own data. And that is missing in the manufacturing companies because, as I was also mentioning, very few Indian companies have their own data. It's all on the Western products, which have been taken away, and finally the analysis is sold back to us. And this hampers us also from the angle that if we have to create any kind of a system, we don't have data. So first of all, companies need to do is they need to get access to their own data. They need to connect all the systems together. I will give you an example that in many companies, when you are growing very fast or you are using a lot of other system integrator, they build different data structures. They build different data systems, and they don't talk to each other. So due to that, whatever you understand in one particular line, you cannot apply to second line. And now, with the help of government, with the help of everyone, we need to bring the data standards. We need to bring data systems which can talk across your own companies and also across your suppliers and vendors. When that starts happening, you will be able to apply it. I will give you one quick example, and then maybe the other panelists do. That at Ola, for our battery life, right? So we track whole battery cycler data in manufacturing processes. And then we also see how the batteries are performing in the field. And then we are able to connect in terms of quality, in terms of how the performance is, and based on that, we can apply it for future development or also to give a quality products when we're having the market. So these kind of couple of examples tell that if you don't have control on your own data, you will not be able to create intelligent systems. So that's the first thing I would like to do. Maybe more can I?
Yeah, I think data, I think, is sort of one of the biggest things, right? So for us also, when we started our journey at ITC, or I'll say about 5 years back, in true earnest, around digitization and automation was there, but really using the power of AI and data and AI, the first thing that we understood is that data has to be there. So while the first investment that was done was to set up a data historian in the factory, making sure that every element and every line gets connected back to the data historian, 5-second interval data is available. Because without that, we realize that we can dream of multiple outcomes and use cases, but there is no way to actually implement that. So that was sort of the first investment that we did. And ever since that, we've done hundreds of use cases we've been able to create a 2.4% EBITDA impact, just by harnessing the power of data. And, it's sort of been a journey which is sort of ever growing. That's sort of, you said 3, right? I'll stop with 2 and, probably Lalita can add a third one. The second piece is that, driving change management and getting the teams to really understand the power of data was one, which was happened through a few use cases. But really working with them to identify the use cases first, so that, you start with the end in mind and not with a technology first approach. It's the first is what is the problem you're trying to solve, then work backwards onto data models, technology, etc. So we've finally been able to get to a point, and it's been a journey, where digital is funding digital, right? So I'm not going back to the board and asking for more money, to fund digital projects. Digital has sort of become self-sustaining, and that's a happy place to be in.
But I think when we are talking about the data, also the beauty of AI is it need not always be the structured data, right? Because that brings the agility in the organization, wherein you don't always have to, because most of the answers also a lot of times lay in that unstructured data. So the ability to combine the structured data, which historically all of us have grown up thinking that is the way to do it, combining with the raw unstructured data and bring out the insights that can really create big business impacts, that's the beauty of AI.
No, absolutely. I think private 5G combined with the edge computing actually provides a next level of data, wherein you are able to capture a lot of data from the machine, from the processes, the parameters, right from the staging of the material all the way until the product is shipped out. Ideal manufacturing at the smart factory, we probably will not have a quality management department because you are able to control the quality based on how the product is actually being progressed. You're able to track a lot of the parameters, probably futuristic vision, but that is ultimately could get there. Now, having said that, a lot of our factories still operate very old or some machines which probably may not be transmitting the data to the shop floor systems. So from that perspective, we do have a challenge. But I was just curious to understand if you have come across any factories, wherein a fully smart factory type of model, either you are working towards or maybe it's already operational in any of your units.
So I will begin. And I think definition of smart factory depends from company to company, what you call smart, what you don't call smart. I will also give you an example when you said about, say, quality. Quality will never be replaced by human, because human is the one who will decide what kind of quality require. It is more about on a daily basis who is checking. So you create a control and then machine follows it. So you are bringing repeatability, as I said, right? Now the smart factory, like in our case, most of the lines produce data. Now it depends on what kind of data you are taking. Are you taking a right metadata? Are you taking the decisions from that data? So like in our factories, we have MES in all the lines. We have our data historians. We have our IoT systems. And then we try to have a predictive maintenance based on that. So saying predictive maintenance on our side, we are a very new company. We don't have that many issues now. But definitely we start building that history for future, which help us to build when something will happen. So we have like vibration sensors on motors. We have basically, we are taking our data from battery packs. We are taking our data from computer vision quality data, what you are doing. The most important part is how we will save this data for the future and then let Gen AI or let LLMs analyze the data, because this data will become so large. And as basically fellow panelists said, that we don't need, with this evolving data, we cannot be in a structured data paradigm, right? So we need to analyze it in future and let LLM decide. Like I will say, in future, you don't even need to make the charts. You will let chatbot, you will say to a chatbot that I am seeing some anomaly happening on this line. Can you graph it? What is the trend for last 7 days? And it will create a chart and you can see what is happening. Or possibly you will say, I see this line is having some kind of a robotic problem. Do you feel such kind of thing can happen on other lines? So it will connect the paradigm from here, it will give this here. So industry reaching there, right now it is in more of a collection stage, couple of applications are being applied, but I'm saying with more and more data and more application and use case, thought through, technology is there. Now we need to apply it, and companies are working towards it. Yeah.
So probably we'll go to the next key area for a manufacturing company is supply chain management. Very, very important, obviously. And Jaguar Land Rover, it's a multinational company, multinational operations. Probably the supply chains need to be at its best always. So from that perspective, what help or what leverage that you are seeing from the AI in further improving your supply chain operations?
I think, as I said in the first point itself, in terms of from a supply chain traceability and optimization perspective, AI is certainly playing a massive role for all the manufacturing organizations.
Gaurav, how is it helping? Because yours is even more complex organization in terms of your different product lines, and also even for the paper and pulp industry.
Right.
So how are you leveraging the AI for supply chain?
So I'll take an example of the paper and pulp industry since you mentioned, right? So if you break down the supply chain, you can break it down into broadly an input supply chain and an output supply chain. And both places, the imperatives are different. So for us as input supply chain deals more with wood, for example, that I need to make my pulp and finally the paper. And that is a totally different problem to solve. Because now I'm working very closely with the farmer community. I'm trying to source the wood, but my bigger challenge is to identify parcels of wood which are ready to be harvested. There we are now trying to use satellite imagery and use AI on top of it to really help identify, using satellite imagery, what is a parcel of land which is good and ready for harvest. So that then I can go back to the farmer and talk to the farmers, and then encourage them to sell that piece of wood to us. Because from a government regulation perspective, we don't have any contracts with farmers, right? Farmers are free to sell to anyone. The second thing that we do on the input supply chain to sort of make sure that it's resilient is that we do a lot of R&D around clones itself, which makes disease-resistant crops. And then, try and educate the farmers to use package of practices. So there's a lot of data analytics which happens around soil types, because the eucalyptus that I get from, let's say, Karnataka versus Chhattisgarh versus Orissa or in Telangana itself is very different. Because once I sort of cook it to make pulp, there are different amounts of chemicals which go into it. The yields are different. The output is different. Like I said earlier on, it's a raw material. But what my customer needs is a consistent quality of paper, right? So that's on input. So there's a lot of work which we are trying to do there. And, there is still lots more that we need to do. On the output side, like she said, demand planning, forecasting, making sure that my products get to my customer in time. But that data, if I'm actually able to truly harness and analyze, it gives me great insights on what new products to build. Even without asking the customers, I can get to know if I want to move from an MTS, which is made to order, MTO, to an MTS model, which is made to stock, what items to stock, so that the supply chains are resilient and downstream revenues are not impacted. In the case my raw material is not available because that's a natural commodity. So there's work happening on both sides.
What a fantastic panel to discuss with, and also your insights are so much valuable. I'm pretty sure we will continue to be part of the overall Telangana's AI roadmap and AI vision. And I appreciate your time, Gaurav, Lalita, Navendu. It's a pleasure being here together with you. And thank you everybody for patiently listening to us. And wish you all the best. And it looks like some good performances, probably live performances will come up. But there is one more session, I guess, before that. So thank you for, again, your patience. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lalita Indrakanti, Mr. Gaurav Kataria, and Mr. Navendu Agarwal. Please put your hand together for them. And our wonderful moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Deshpande. And I now request Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu to come on stage to felicitate our panel members here and give them a token of our appreciation. This was just the tip of the iceberg that we heard from them. There are several use cases, several kinds of challenges. In fact, sir, I've been hearing about some of the agentic use cases on the LLMs as well these days, where LLMs can now start predicting what for across structured and unstructured data as well. So quite a lot of insightful discussions there. So thank you so much for that wonderful session. Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the very last session of today. What an exhilarating day one it has been. I know it's been a long day, a lot of thought, a lot of discussions that have happened today. But please be seated, don't go anywhere. Like I mentioned, later this evening we will have a fashion show, a ramp walk. You'll be able to shake a leg a little bit. There'll be high tea outside. For those of you who are looking for networking opportunities, there'll be plenty of them. So please don't go anywhere. And thank you so much to our esteemed panelists here this evening. And the last panel discussion, this segment is called Moonshots. And Jayesh Garu, please stay back if you can, because you are the moderator for this last session. I request Mr. Sanjay Nekkanti, CEO of Dhruva Space, and Mr. Bharat Dhaka, co-founder, Skyroot Aerospace, to join Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu on stage for a chat about building moonshots. Now guess what that's about? Let's see. Thank you so much. Welcome on stage. Thank you. And as they're settling down, let me remind you quickly, tomorrow's session starts sharp at 9:30 a.m. with the welcome remarks by our Honorable IT Minister, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, and followed by exciting keynotes, rapid keynotes, fireside chats, panel discussion, parallel tracks, plenary sessions, and much, much more. So please come back tomorrow morning with the same energy and same excitement. We hope to see you all tomorrow again.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the audience. This is the last session, but I really look forward to this session. In fact, when we were deciding who will be the moderators, who will be the people who will be coordinating all these sessions, I volunteered for this session. Despite the fact that I have so many other organizational responsibilities, I really wanted to have a conversation with the two of them. Firstly, it's very rare for the two of them to share a stage. Not that they are competitors, they operate in different space, literally, but for various reasons, due to scheduling and other problems, it's very difficult to get both of them together. So it's one of those rare occasions. And the other reason why I really wanted to be a part of this is because I really feel very proud about them, the kind of achievements they have. See, their titles may not tell you much. CEO Dhruva Space, co-founder Skyroot. But if you do a little bit of search, what has Dhruva achieved, what has Skyroot achieved, your mind will really boggle. They are the first in the country, when this sector was opened for the private sector, to launch rockets in the space, to launch micro-satellites, nano-satellites, as it is called, in the space. Both are from Hyderabad. Both have started their journey here, both Dhruva and Skyroot. And of course, their reputation today has spread far and wide. They have received, this began as startups, modest startups, but they persevered. They got some support, some push from the Telangana government as well. But today their reputation is spread far and wide. They are very, very sought after. They are the poster boys of the new generation startup world. As you would know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, startup world started by, of course, not that I'm kind of undermining anyone, but usually copycat kind of products. If someone has done something great in the US, let me try it in India. And because ours is a huge population, if I get the model right, I'm bound to make money, I'm bound to be kind of one of the wealthiest and all. So that was the model. But thereafter, as you know, many of our startups have developed original products, original solutions, and they are the two exemplars of what really talent and creativity and imagination, as we say, sky is the limit. So this is a phrase which they really live on a day-to-day basis. Sky is really the limit. So today's conversation, I would, we have not frankly prepared for anything. I don't have any set question It's not that I have to look into my phone to decide what to ask or anything. So I thought I'll keep it very conversational and straight away ask you that this is a very unusual kind of a space to get into. I mean, both of you are engineers. Most of the engineers either would like to work for one of the manufacturing companies. In the previous panel, we had some of the top manufacturing companies of our country here. Or they would like to become an entrepreneur, but they would like to do something with internet, with B2C or B2B at the most. How did this idea come that you can do something which relates to the sky, to the space? Because there aren't too many role models in our country. As I mentioned, both of you are pioneers in this. So what really spurred this idea that let me get into flying satellites or rather launching satellites, launching rockets in the sky? How did this idea come? So Sanjay, we'll start with you and Bharat thereafter.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for having me here. So I actually started building satellites when I was in college. After the success of Chandrayaan-1, there was a scientist from ISRO who had come to our university in Chennai. I graduated from SRM University. And he mentioned that we as students could actually build a satellite. And I was in an auditorium as big as this, and I wasn't really convinced that this is something that we as students could actually do. I also had an unusual hobby. I'm a ham radio operator. And a couple of months down the line, our university decided to actually support that initiative. So initially, ISRO had given us this challenge that within a 2-year period, we have to build a full satellite to their standards and deliver it to them. Our first approach was that we would just buy components from all over the world and put it all together, because that was probably the fastest way to do it. But when we started doing that process, we realized that the cost of doing that was very, very high. It was running into tens of crores. So as the saying goes that necessity is the mother of invention, we actually ended up building the whole satellite ourselves. And in this process, I just started asking our mentors that when we as students are building satellites, when as India as a country we have gone to the moon, why is it that there's no single private company that exists in the country? So nobody actually gave a convincing answer to say that, you can't start. And that was actually the prime motivation for us to start thinking about building a space technology company in India.
But Bharat, before you answer, I just want to add one more question. And Bharat, then you answer both the questions together. So despite the fact that ISRO, there was an interface and there were mentors, and you were studying in a college which encouraged all this, did you never get a sense that it is still risky and it may work, it may not work, and if it doesn't work, am I doomed, or is there something else that I can move very quickly into? Or were you determined that even if it doesn't work, this is what my passion is and I stay committed, I run the course? What was going on in your mind? Did you ever think about risks?
Certainly, sir. I think, when, as a college student, when I was planning to start off, I obviously needed a team. And the first people that I reached out were my team members in the satellite project. And even they were not confident that, something like this is actually going to work. I would say, my university professors and my parents were my strongest pillar of support, who actually encouraged me to try before taking a different route. So the first thing that we did was, we just took some of the parts that are used in the satellite and tried to sell it in the overseas market through eBay. And we actually found success in that model. And when I went back to my colleagues and said, hey, it's possible, so I think we should give it a shot. There was still a lot of pessimism that, it is a very difficult place to find customers, so on and so forth. So the initial days were certainly very tough, but over a period of time, things evolved, I would say.
Bharat.
So for us, both me and upon my co-founder, the journey started in a similar way. So straight out of the college, after graduating from IT, I'm from IT Madras and from IT Kharagpur. We were lucky enough that when we were passing out, ISRO was coming for campus placements to IT. So, and being space enthusiast, this one of the, and ISRO was one of the well-respected government research organizations then, and being space enthusiasts ourselves, that was an opportunity we wanted to clinch on. And luckily, we got assigned to the rocket center of ISRO, called the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, which builds the rocket. And we also, luckily, we joined in a time in 2012 timeline where the India's biggest rocket, the LVM-3, the one which launched the Chandrayaan-3, it was under the final phases of development. The last 20% of the development was undergoing, and we got to work hands-on on that rocket, finalizing various systems, and got to see that rocket going to its first launch hands-on. That was a huge learning experience for us because rocket in general is a system of systems, and it involves multifaceted engineering efforts. Like compared to our peers, like being in electrical engineering, if I join any semiconductor company, I'll only be of course, we'll be doing a cutting-edge work in the domain, but we'll be restricted to that specific domain. The exposure to other fields of engineering will be very minimal in a corporate MNC opportunities we can explore. And that was like a huge learning experience for us, especially the kind of engineering fields that go into building a rocket, the rigorous review process, the tech review process, and all that was a great learning experience. And parallelly, we were observing what's happening around the world, especially the private industry taking shape, not only in rocket industry, in developing satellites in US and European ecosystem. And India, space sector is one domain where India can rub shoulder with the top 5 nations in the world. And thanks to Vikram Sarabhai, who started this space program in 1960s. And we felt that like having such strong government research ecosystem and having such strong vendor ecosystem developed over decades, we felt India, it's an eventuality that private industry coming up in India is an eventuality. Already there's a private industry, but only limited to manufacturing and supply of components. So what we need to bring essentially, what we need to privatize essentially is this design and quality expertise, which was only with ISRO, that needs to be privatized. So, and we wanted to solve that with starting a rocket company, because that was a field of expertise, and we were seeing a private rocket companies launching just into 2017, just 1 year before our launch. And that gave us huge inspiration that if they can do, and India is a country that it's an eventuality, it should happen. And with that conviction, we started in 2018. But as you asked, it was risky because there was no standard policy in India back then.
And also, see, even though ISRO is a government institution, but it's a very specialized niche institution. So to quit an ISRO job and try something, I would consider it to be a very risky it's a very gamble kind of a decision.
Yeah, indeed. That was kind of it took us 1 year to convince ourselves, for both me and Pawan, to take that call. But after the strong conviction that's needed to happen, of course, there is additional risks. Basically, when we start a private venture, at that time, the startup venture ecosystem was more adept to like analyzing SaaS or e-commerce based startups. No, even the venture capital, the partners in the venture capital ecosystem do not have the wherewithal to invest and analyze a deep tech system, especially a space tech ecosystem company. So, and in addition to that, like most of the deep tech ecosystem have this problem of tech risk and market risk. In addition to that, in space technology, there's a regulatory risk because there's no clue for venture capitalists that whether this will ever be allowed, what they're trying to endeavor. So with all these 3 risks, it was certainly a difficult time to raise capital. But we were lucky enough to, in the initial phases, we were lucky enough to find some entrepreneurs who have themselves, like first-hand entrepreneurs who have themselves have this strong vision for space to invest the initial seed capital with which we got started. And
Wonderful. So again, lots of commonalities in your stories. Both were inspired by ISRO. You were placed in ISRO. So, but you realize that there are opportunities which you can do yourselves instead of waiting for someone else to do, and you took that chance. While the element of risk played in your mind, but your determination was stronger and you have come here. So very admirable. I will jump fast forward now. I mean, this was the way you started. But what all have you achieved so far? I mean, you mentioned that you started in 2018, so 6 years have gone by. About 5 years for you also, is it?
So we started in 2012. So
Okay, so about 10 years, 12 years for you. So for a 12-year-old company and for a 6-year-old company, what are your achievements? If you have to write your biography today, autobiography today rather, what exactly will you highlight as the stellar moment which you feel the most satisfied about?
So I think we are one of the only companies in the world that is able to stitch the three pillars of space technology together, which is the space, launch, and ground segment. So typically, for decades, the space industry, the launch companies were only focused on building launch vehicles. Satellite companies were just building satellites, and ground segment companies were just building the Earth stations. But in this decade, we are seeing the need for launching tens, hundreds, and thousands of satellites. So it took us, I would say, almost a decade to stitch these three pillars together, and I'm really proud that majority of the components of these pillars are designed, developed, and manufactured in India. So that is something that I'm super proud of.
Excellent. That's excellent. Bharat, what about you?
So we started in 2018, and in the initial phases, we were able to, especially in the propulsion technology, we testified first a storable engine, first private sector storable engine technology, and we even testified first a cryogenic engine that is ever built in private sector in a fully 3D printed cryogenic engine with methane and LOX. And the most significant achievement of us is we became in November 18, 2022, we became the first private company, not only in India, in entire South Asia, to launch a rocket to space. And that is an incredible achievement. With that, like in a private company domain, even none of the European companies have this metric, and we became the fourth nation where a private company has achieved that milestone. And yeah, that was one of the tremendous achievements for the company, but also for Indian space sector, because the space reforms were just just started. And there's a regulatory body called InSpace, which was formed.
So that is wonderful. In fact, we should feel very, very proud of these achievements. And despite these kind of achievements, they're very humble, they're very approachable, and they still feel that they have that startup kind of zeal and mentality. They don't see themselves as bosses with some hundreds of employees and all that. So let me now change track a little bit. Both of you, since you launch rockets, you launch satellites, you have a bigger understanding of space, unlike many of us who, of course, we have a layman kind of understanding about space, but still the kind of understanding you have is definitely far more. So what do you think about the ways in which governments or the private enterprises, etc., have utilized what all is the benefits that are possible for humanity, for mankind, how much of it has been channelized? While the two of you work here in India, we know what Elon Musk is trying through SpaceX and through Starlink and all that. So how much of the potential that space offers to improve different aspects of our living, of humanity's improvement of their quality of life, how much of it has been kind of utilized? What are the other big challenges which are still, let us say, dark or gray? We have still not really fathomed how to go about it. So what do you think is the current landscape, and what else do you think the people like you should endeavor at?
So, as most of you might be aware, like one of the common applications of space, which we all currently use, which we can't live without day in and day out, or the GPS, the direct home television we all enjoy. These are all common use cases most of the public are aware. And in addition to that, there are a lot of applications with respect to Earth observation, where observing Earth from space, both with respect to defense, surveillance aspect, and also for weather monitoring. ISRO data helps the fishing community a lot. Every year, billions worth of money is saved because of the good guidance that fishing community receives in catching, going to the right places to catch fish. and which is the guidance that Indian government publishes with the help of ISRO data. And as more and more adoption applies, the banking and insurance sector heavily uses that, and even in India, that applications are increasing with respect to using geospatial data for insurance claims, or like all sorts of insurance applications, whether it can be assessing the damage a flood or a disaster can make, or predicting how much prone, disaster-prone a land is before giving an insurance. So the banking and insurance sector uses a lot of data, and that is increasing. And agriculture sector also is going to use a lot of data. And other application is communications, like that's the major applications. And what we're going to see a transformative change in this decade is broadband from space, from satellites that are being launched from SpaceX, OneWeb kind of companies, where we'll be achieving like whole Earth is going to achieve get high-speed broadband. We're going to get high-speed broadband in flights in very remote areas. Working remotely is going to get even more easier with a very good broadband. All this is going to get into reality in this decade, before this decade ends. So that is kind of the transformative experience we're going to do with respect to space communications. There's a lot of future. I'll let Sanjay also comment.
So a couple of more examples that I can talk about are the following. Space is in everybody's life. It's just that it goes unnoticed. If any of you have actually taken a LASIK surgery, you know, the technology behind that was actually built for human space flight in the 70s. If you have heard this company called Goodyear, which makes tires, they were initially making strands for parachutes used in the human space flight. So a lot of technologies that were invented for space have now found applications on Earth. And I believe that investing in space technology will lead to betterment of life on Earth in several ways. Some new areas which are upcoming are also in drug discovery and drug development. Typically, where it takes about 7 to 10 years to develop a new drug, people are trying to leverage developing these drugs in the microgravity environment in space, and then, you know, shortening that time span. Obviously, I think one of the things that I'm extremely proud of talking about as Dhruva Space is today, India as a country has roughly about 55 operational assets. But, you know, satellites, yes. You know, last couple of weeks, you know, it's been raining, and there's been a lot of floods everywhere that has happened. So we built this tool called AstraView, where we are aggregating data from almost about 260 satellites. And today, you know, if you take the map of India, you draw a polygon, it will tell you what historical data is available. And you can also task a satellite as early as few hours from now, and then compare what are the changes that have happened. And this is just a small example of how space and satellites are going to transform the lives of people in the coming few years.
Wonderful. So finally, because this is the Global AI Summit, I have to ask a little bit about AI as well. So any applications which you are driving using AI, which you can share a little bit about? And how are you sourcing that technology? Do you have an in-house AI team, or do you work with some research institutions or vendors, or how does it happen? Or so far, you are not fully into AI. What is the AI understanding?
Yeah, so as Elon Musk also recently quoted, like SpaceX uses the least AI in general, because even the reusable launch vehicle technology and the Starlink there, it uses the application of AI is very minimal in execution of the problem. Solving the problem of reusable, because it's all solvable with already developed algorithmic approach of solutions are already developed and solved, both with respect to communication and this thing. But AI, the major impact AI can do with respect to not only space tech, any deep tech engineering process improvement is, of course, what we recently, the recent buzz is all about generative AI using the technology called transformers, where large language model, which essentially just predict the next most sensible word. And with the good training data, it can make sense in any subject. But the key thing, use case for engineering process is there is something called physics-informed neural networks, which are being trained. So where you almost know people in engineering field, there's a lot of time spent on doing structural analysis and CFD analysis for the fluid flow, where the numerical computation is involved, which takes a lot of time, lot of high performance compute in engineering process. That data, like historical data of the results, if it's trained, these physics-informed neural networks will use it as a constraint. The rules of physics are used as a constraint for the outcome. And that way, what we can get if we, a CFD simulation that takes hours and gives a result, with the trained model can actually present it in seconds. Basically, the computational engineering process time is going to get revamped significantly, and we are seeing examples of that being applied even in space technology. And but currently, those technologies are very proprietary, and open source solutions, once they come, we are trying to explore those kind of open source solutions for the physics-informed neural networks in general.
What about Dhruva?
So in our line of business, so I would just say there is a hardware piece and there's the software piece. So I gave the example of how we are able to harness the data from about, more than about 260 satellites. What we are trying to do as a company is we are trying to work with also the ecosystem, which is, well ingrained into some of these technologies. So for example, a company like a Cropin or ITC could actually leverage some of these data sets and use other data sets and apply AI on top of that. In the upstream side of things, where we are doing largely the manufacturing or innovation at the spacecraft level, we haven't come to a final conclusion, but some of the ideas that we've been brainstorming on is, over the last 30, 40 years, there's also a lot of developments that have happened on Earth in automotive industry, in the oil and gas industry, in the nuclear engineering domain, so on and so forth. So there's tremendous amount of literature that is available in terms of what people have developed in these sectors. So we are trying to see if some of the technologies that have been developed in these sectors can also have a hardware-related solution for some of the problems on building spacecrafts itself. So those are some of the areas, but otherwise regular applications of ChatGPT, so on and so forth, continues.
Wonderful. So unfortunately, while there are so many AI companies here, you won't be their clients in the near future, is the message that you are giving. So one final question. Most of us watch science fiction movies in which it is shown that people live in space, human beings have colonized Mars and Moon, and life exists there, everything is happening the way exactly it happens on Earth. So is it still fantasy, or it is quite probable now? I mean, are we getting closer? In fact, the first speaker this morning told us that by 2035, we would have cracked the solution to living beyond 100 years of age. And he was very serious about it. He brought lots of data and lots of studies to prove that. So how close are we to, so tomorrow if I have to, so I'll be completing my tenure in the government in a few years. Can I say that thereafter I will shift to Moon or I will shift to Mars? Is it a reality or is it fantasy?
Yeah, it will be a reality in this century, but in this decade, visiting space is going to be a reality well within a decade. For space tourism is going to happen very quickly in the late decade and early. It won't be too much affordable like going on a flight, but within a decade it will be at least a pleasure trip for at least the affluent can afford to have space tourism, and it's only going to get economical as. Basically, the cost of space access is going to determine a lot of these applications, how quickly the space tourism things like, as Sanjay mentioned, the pharma industry is doing a lot of industry. But the manufacturing, for it to go to scale, to get to huge machinery to go to space, to take advantage of these microgravity environments, the cost of space access, once it reduces by an order of magnitude due to reusable technologies or whatever, all these applications, like which otherwise won't commercially make sense, suddenly will make sense, and especially things like space tourism, manufacturing in space, and hotels in space if you want to go a longer term as you wish to. All will become a reality, but in this century, it is not going to be far enough. And like our kids who are born in this decade are going to experience all of this in their lifetime, for sure.
Yeah, both of us have very young kids, so we are working very hard for making space travel happen in the future for sure. So I agree with Bharat that permanent settlements might be taking a lot more time, but in terms of making space accessible to a lot more people and going to, doing a trip around the Earth, I think it is definitely going to be possible in the next 15, 20 years.
Thank you. It was wonderful talking to both of you, Sanjay and Bharat. Thank you very much for this very, very enjoyable and very inspiring session. Both of you are inspirations for lots of young people who are amongst our audience today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Sri Jayesh Garu. And thank you so very much, Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Bharat as well. This was phenomenal. You can see the passion, right? You can see the passion in the kind of responses that they were putting together. And you could see that childlike enthusiasm and the kind of questions that Sri Jayesh Garu came up with, asking about what does that sci-fi landscape look like and all of that. So phenomenal, despite all of the duties that he was taking on, trying to run around, figuring out how to set up this grand vision of this event and so on and so forth, along with Ms. Ramadevi Garu. I think this deserves a huge round of applause, guys. This phenomenal, phenomenal kind of a session, right? I know I said this earlier time and again that 30 minutes or a 20 minutes chat on these kinds of topics are not enough. So plenty more during the gala and high tea that we'll organize. But before we go there, we'll have something to lighten the day. All work and no play makes it a dull day. We'll have some play. So please welcome, put your hands together on stage. Not yet. Please put your hands together for the fashion ramp walk, which is about to begin in a few minutes from now. Thank you, guys. And before we get there, I just want to say, it has been an uplifting and an exhilarating day. There's a lot to learn from academics, from scholars, from researchers, from corporates, from industry specialists, from NGOs, and so on and so forth. There are so many people. I might be even forgetting some names here, so please bear with me for that. But it's been a fantastic, fantastic day. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning at 9:30, right? But please do stay on. Like I said, there's going to be some surprises in waiting right now. We've got a fashion show. And to begin that, I'd like to call upon stage the anchor MC, Miss Shilpa. Please give a big round of applause to Shilpa. And this is your anchor, Prashanthi Vaturi, taking a brief pause.
Check. Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant. Thank you so much. A very good evening to one and all. I'm Shilpa Chakravarti, your host for this evening. It's so wonderful to see all of you this evening participating in such a wonderful initiative taken by Government of Telangana. And on behalf of Government of Telangana, I welcome delegates from all across the world, delegates from all different states of India, and of course, our invitees from our own state, Telangana, Hyderabad. It is so wonderful to see all of you participating in this Telangana Global AI Summit 2024, happening for the first time here in Telangana, Hyderabad. And it's a privilege to be standing here and speaking before all of you. Before I start the show this evening, from morning I know you guys have been interacting, and it's definitely very insightful. I'm sure you had a productive day. Yes or no? Was it insightful? Was it interactive? And now it's time for some relaxation, is it? I can see one gentleman smiling there. Sir, I was hoping to see such smiling faces. Ek baar hansi to dikha do yaar. Arey wah. Kya baat hai. Now I see most of the gentlemen here are coming back to good spirits now. Of course, abhi tak to there was some expertise and talks and all going on, so I'm sure you guys were very much immersed in that. But now I want all of you to unwind yourself because we have an amazing lineup of events coming up for you. We have some amazing fashion sequences, and we also have a world-renowned India's finest female mentalist who's going to come here, interact with all of you, and mind you, she's going to read all your minds, so beware. All your secrets are going to be out. All right, so I want to see everybody say, yeah, are you guys here? Can I see and hear all of you making some noise, please? Hello there. यहाँ से तो आ रहा है response, but let me say, oh man. Thank you, sir, for just striking that smile with me. Thank you so much. Okay. Hello there. Are you all here? Hello, everyone. अरे वाह, यहाँ हाथ भी दिख गए मुझे. Nice. Well, please keep up your spirit. Enjoy this evening, and I'm sure you're going to go back with some great experience from Hyderabad. But before I start, Hyderabad kaisa tha? How was Hyderabad? How is Hyderabad? Rather, this is the first day of yours, right? So, biryani khaya aap logon ne? Hyderabadi biryani? Not yet, but tonight for dinner we'll have you serve some nice Hyderabad biryani. But before I begin, I think I'll have to thank the whole team behind this global summit to be here happening in Hyderabad. Firstly, to make AI more accessible to people and the kind of AI transformations that we see to welcome many more responsible innovations. The government of Telangana has taken a beautiful initiative. Thank you to our Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. Revant Reddy Garu, IT Minister Sri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, Chief Special Secretary to Government of Telangana, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, and Director of Emerging Technologies, Rama Devi Lanka Garu, and their whole team of ministers, officials from Government of Telangana, who have been really working hard to put up this successful event. I think, guys, they need definitely a big round of applause. They deserve it, because you might be going through the kind of weathers that we are actually facing here in Hyderabad for the past 1 week. But amidst all the difficulties, successfully, this show was put up here in Hyderabad, Telangana, to celebrate the first ever Telangana Global AI Summit 2024. So once again, welcoming all of you. Firstly, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have amazing designers coming up your way. As you all know, Hyderabad is definitely one of the important states when it comes to handloom industries. And today here we are celebrating the hero, our weaver, the artisans of the country. Bringing before you, ladies and gentlemen, the different weaves from across the Telangana state, from our own rich cultural heritage. The Telangana weaves, the ikkat, the pochampalli, the gadwal, the different traditional makes of our fabric. In the first sequence that you're about to witness, we have a combination of designers who are coming up. Mr. Sahit and Mauna, the combo designers, who are going to come up on stage with their amazing models. And we also have two very important and very special people as our showstoppers. Many of our Telugu people from the industry, they must be knowing Mr. Anand Devarakonda, brother of Mr. Vijay Devarakonda. विजय देवरकोंडा आफत में तो दिख ही गए आप लोगों को, तो आप लोगों को पता ही होगा who is Vijay Devarakonda. So Vijay Devarakonda, maintaining his legacy, his brother also come into Telugu film industry, and he's very well known in choosing the most unconventional scripts in the Telugu film industry. Anand Devarakonda is here as a showstopper for the first sequence for designers Sahit and Mauna. And joining this beautiful team is Femina Miss India World 2020, Miss Manasa Varanasi. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the first sequence. Designers, Mr. Sahit and Mauna. 4 years of experience. They come in Telangana with their brand Hilo Designs. They come in with their brand, the Hilo Designs. They've been into this industry for the last 5 years. They've been assisting celebrities from all over Tollywood and Bollywood. They are known for their handlooms and the fusion designs that they create. tradition in fusion. This is the theme, bringing up Can we have the video, please? Are you done with the video? Video is done. Introducing Hilo Designs. Fashion startup from the heart of Telangana. Rounded by siblings, Sahit and Mauna, from their humble beginnings in the Telangana startup to styling celebrities and creating iconic looks in movies, Hilo Design is on a mission to build a global brand from Hyderabad. Today, we celebrate the artisans. These skilled artisans are the heartbeat of their design, and our mission is to bring this artistry to the world. We thank the Telangana government for promoting handlooms and the upcoming startups. Ladies and gentlemen, Hilo Designs by designers Sahit and Mauna. you can see the 4 different varieties of fabrics coming up before you. The ikat, the golabama, the gadwal. a very promising and an established hero from Telugu film industry. Ladies and gentlemen, join your hands together and welcome Anand Devarakonda. Anand is known for choosing some unconventional scripts and making it work in Telugu film industry. We are proud of his choice of stories. A promising actor, ladies and gentlemen. He is the next superstar of Telugu film industry. With films like Dorasani, with films like Baby, and with films like Gangam Ganesha.
slip and place it inside the box. I repeat, I want some of you to get closer to the stage, pick up a paper slip, on that, write, draw, scribble, anything that you want, then fold the paper slip and place it inside the box. There are only 15 slips, so hurry up. Once this is over, I will see you on the stage. Thank you.
Offer valid.
Good evening, everybody. Namaste. Badhiya. My name is Suhani Shah. Some people call me a magician. Some people call me a mentalist. Some people call me a therapist. Others call me a mind reader, a psychological illusionist, an artist. You are free to call me whatever you want in a good way. It's good event, okay? Behave. But my basic job is to hack into people's minds. At least give an illusion of doing so. Okay, nobody can read your minds. This is an art form that we perform. Now, thank you for doing this. I'm assuming some of you came over, you wrote down something on a piece of paper, you folded it, you placed it inside the box. Did that happen? Okay, so this is a very interactive performance, okay, guys? Like, it's mentalism. I can't do this without you people. So I'm going to come into the audience. I'm going to be calling you on stage. So I want the enthusiasm to be maintained. Now, where's the way to come down? Okay, I'm going to take this box and I'm going to come into the audience. I do not have any slip in my hand. I'm going to open the box. I'm going to come to you guys. You mix them up and you pick up any one slip. Who's going to be my first volunteer? Okay, I'll go one this side and one that side. Where is the... Oh, it's right there. I'm going to try and jump off this, okay? So, okay. Here is the box, nothing in my hand. I'm going to open the box and come into the, very ambitious here. Yeah. You want to be the first one? So mix them up and pick up any one slip that you want. Keep it with you. Do not show me what's written in there. Who's from this side? Okay, so he's taken pink. You can take any other color. Keep it with you. Do not tell me what's in there. Can we get a mic for the gentleman right here? You can see the slip, yes. Many other slips inside. Sir, did you fill up a slip? No, I'm talking to Jayesh Ranjan, sir. Sir, did you fill? Sir, I want you to, I've been told I should perform something with you. Considering I'm in Telangana, I'm performing here. So, I want you to think of maybe a childhood best friend's name or anybody's name that I wouldn't know of. Reduce the volume, please. That I wouldn't know of, like from the internet, from anywhere I can't know, okay? But you keep it with you, sir. I'll read it. I'll take it from you. I don't want to read it. It's only for you to write it. But I'm going to go back on stage. I'll come to Jayesh, sir, in a while. Now, let's also see what you guys have written, okay? There are two people in the audience who picked up the paper slips. One right there. Can we provide a mic to sir right there? If you would have picked up this one, it says, how my bad handwriting. This says P. Ravi. This one says, meet with PM Modi. Badhiya. This one says, Power Star Pawan Kalyan. Great. Vivek. Huh? ऐसी चीजें नहीं लिखते. What are you writing, guys? This is a good event. Government is writing like this as if it's a corporate event. Okay, so can I request you? You took up a paper slip. You mixed random choice. What is your name? Can you say on the mic, please?
My name is Prem.
Prem. Prem, here's what you have to do. Same thing will go to, sir, you have another slip. I'll come to you in a while. You can have a seat then. Whatever's written on the slip, Prem, you will not tell that to me unless and until I ask you to say it on the mic in front of the entire audience. You keep that word in the back of your mind and you give me 5 random words. Random. Anything that comes to your mind, okay? Like the words you give me may not even be related to what's written on the slip. Stage, mic, lights, New York, Telangana, anything you want. My job, ladies and gentlemen, is to identify what's written on the slip by the 5 random words Prem gives me. Make sense? How does it make sense? Sir, it should not make sense. You, as if you do this every day or what? Give me 5 words, I read your mind. Prem, what is your first random word?
Pacific Ocean.
कहीं पहुंच गया? Pacific Ocean. Prem, let me tell you, the words you give me will not just tell me what's written on the slip. It'll also tell me a lot of things about you. Pani, water and all, Pacific. Fluid ekdam. What's your second random word?
Himalayas.
Now covering up will not work.
I'm not doing anything. You just said me 5 random words.
Full Himalayas you reach. What you'll do now? Lakes and caves. Pacific Ocean, Himalayas. What's your third random word?
Marathon.
Okay, good. It's not a name of it. Marathon. What are you doing? Okay. Guys, I'll tell you how this act works. People give me words, I try to make a story out of them, and I derive the words that are written on the slip. But the words that you're giving me, Pacific Ocean, Himalayas, and then marathon. There are 2 times in the day where people don't think logically. One is when they are hungry. 2, we don't talk about that. Are you hungry right now?
Not really.
Should have just said yes. Okay, Prem, maybe what's written on the paper slip is related to food and beverages? Bhook, hunger?
I don't know.
I don't know is a yes, ladies and gentlemen. Just telling you. Like in a magic show, people don't like to agree to the magician. I don't know why you like the magician to fail. So if the answer is no, you'll say no. But if the answer is yes, you look like, maybe, I don't know. Do I have to answer that? So it's a yes. Correct?
I don't know.
It's a, abhi bata do na yaar, abhi main bata.
I'm just going to reveal what is written when you ask me. That's it.
Oh my God, it's my show, my rules. What is this?
That's what you said.
The audience is not following. Sir, what is this, sir? They're not listening to me. It's a yes, by the way. So,
Fourth word?
on the mic, can you say food? Just say food.
Yes.
Okay, you said. We got it. We got it. I wanted you to just say food, say beverage, but you agreed to food, so it's okay. Give me your fourth word.
Hyderabad.
Okay, so I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, one thing. This is something to eat as opposed to drink. He agreed to food. Now, this is not a local dish because he said Pacific Oceans, Himalayas, and then Hyderabad. He would not do it so easy for me because it's already very tricky and smart. So this is something more global. People everywhere like it. Actually, in India, people like it. It's also something that you might like. I'm still not able to figure out if it's a fast food or a meal, but if this was a college event, you know, where if it's for a college event, I would have just taken the risk and said the word out loud. But this is not an event I should take any risk. Clearly not. So, I will take your fifth word, Prem, but I'll tell you what's on my mind. This is something to do with circular. So, because you know, you said ocean, and I don't know why I have this thing in my mind. So, it's either cookies, noodles, or pizza. It is something of this category. Prem, I was going to take your fifth word, but you're so expressive with your face.
I can give you the fifth word.
No, it's okay. I was going to, but you just, you know, I wish people could see you right now. Can you put him on the, it looks very nice. Okay, Prem, I'm not going to take the fifth word. Has somebody written? If this is not right, no, Prem is really going to have one good
I'll tell
time.
you the fifth word if that is not right, so you can guess.
Has somebody written pizza on the slip?
Let me check.
You haven't seen?
I have seen.
He has seen.
Yes, correct.
It is pizza, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. You've been amazing, actually. Thank you, Prem. Round of applause for Prem, everybody. And we're going to pass the mic to the gentleman right here. Thank you, Prem. He'll do it. Very kind of you. Thank you. What is your name, sir?
Santosh Kumar.
Santosh, sir, you know the drill. You know what is to be done. Correct. You give me 5 words, I tell you what's on the slip, easy peasy. But there's a little problem. Everybody over here knows what I'm going to do. And in magic, if people know the result, they reverse engineer everybody will now become a mentalist. So what also, if I can do it once, I can do it again. Big deal. So what do we do now?
Maybe you can try something different.
No, we'll do this only. I'll just do this faster. Okay? Santosh sir, I'll try to do this in 3 words. Okay? What's your first random word?
Phone?
You are so prepared right now.
Yeah, after hearing from Prem.
Yeah, no, Santosh was like, Prem, when you and I were talking, Santosh, you're like, ye til dene jai. What are my 5 words going to be? He's that prepared right now. You said your first word is phone.
Right.
Something you use every day, which is in your hand right now. What's your second random word?
Maybe a city, Mumbai.
Mumbai? Okay, so I'll tell you something very interesting. If everybody observed, when I was talking to Prem, Prem saw something on a piece of paper. He got influenced by it. Because he liked it, he said the words that he liked. Internalization happened. With Santosh, that did not happen. He saw something on a piece of paper. He is not influenced by that word at all, sir. So what he's doing is he said something that he saw in front of him, which is a phone, or a city that I'm coming from, which is Mumbai. Which means there is no influence that took place. Which makes me ask you my question. Honestly answer. Have you seen what is on the slip?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just checking. I have people who will be like, I've not seen only. How will she know what is in my mind? I know my audience pretty well by now. So my second question. You saw something, but you're not influenced by it because phone Mumbai. So, maybe there is no text on the slip.
You want me to answer?
You have to answer, no.
Not really.
No, what is it? Is there text? Not there.
Probably you'll figure out once you get to me.
Sorry?
We'll figure out once you get to it.
Oh God. What you're training people all wrong, huh, Prem? I feel there is no text on the slip. That's what I think. Is that true or not?
That's your assumption.
That's my assumption.
Yes.
But that's my job. That's what I do for a living.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not even disagreeing or agreeing to it, which makes me come to, I didn't even think of this. Is there a drawing or a scribbling or a signature?
Let's figure out that. That's what we're trying to do.
Is it a signature? Let's figure out, I have to, no, let's agree to this. Is it a signature? Because I'll not read signature, that's why.
No.
It's not a signature. Okay, thank you. But then, which means it's a drawing or a scribbling. In that case, if it's a drawing or a scribbling, everybody put your hands together as Santosh joins me on stage. You can jump up here or there is staircase there. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I'll have Santosh on stage joining me for this particular. Come on, guys, we can do better. Let's have a round of applause. Let's do this. Keep it going. I want you to keep it going till Santosh joins me right here. Santosh, thank you so much. That's been a very kind audience for the applause. Santosh, if I ask you to replicate or draw, scribble, whatever it is, the same thing again, can you do that? You'll be able to do that, correct? So pick anyone that you want. And I've got anyone that you want. And you can actually drop the mic. Can you just hold this? Okay. And we can stand right here. I want you to start drawing on my count of 3, not right now. For now, you and I are going to stand back to back. Everybody, drawing is subjective. It doesn't have to be exact, okay? It should just be the same thing. Okay, you done? You drawn? Oh, great. Santosh, on my count of 3, we show it to the audience. And their reactions will tell us if it really matched. Are you ready? Are you guys scaring me and all? Are you ready? Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, now. You can drop it here. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me. Round of applause for Santosh, everybody. Santosh, take a bow. I'm taking a bow. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. He's overwhelmed. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good start with Prem and Santosh. Imagine. You've been good. You can ask later. You have whole time after the performance. 2 days. Do this. Okay, so I started performing magic when I was really young. I did my first ever stage show when I was 7 years old. It's been many, many years that I've been performing magic. And I did not start like this. What you see today is very contemporary urban mentalism. I started as a traditional Indian jadugar. You know, glittery clothes, abracadabra, the hat, flying in the air, cutting a person into half, burning a girl alive, bringing her back also, ma'am. Don't worry, we don't leave like that. That's not magic. So all those things we used to do on stage, going from village to village, traveling all my life, performing shows. Because I was performing shows, I haven't even been to school. So I went to school only till the first standard. After first standard, I did not do any schooling after the age of 7 because I was performing shows. Now, I feel some very wise decisions were taken by my parents when I was really young. And some wise decisions even I took when I grew a little older. And my life became what you see today. And I think the same thing applies to all of us. Our life is a sum total of all the good, bad, sweet, ugly decisions we have ever taken. And it is because of those decisions that we are here today. Do you all agree to that? Yeah, the power of decision making is immense. Hence, in the next bit over here, I am going to call 4 people from the audience on stage. These 4 people, wait, one second. These 4 people get an opportunity to make some decisions. If they take all the correct decisions, it will transform their life. Actually, not really. It'll be just something very nice if they take the right decisions. But who are the 4 people going to be? Scott, give me the paper ball in the back. Give me one more. Okay, we'll choose 2 from this side, 2 from that side. I have a very random way of choosing people because many others like this sir there might think, she has set people up in the... Sir, I don't do all that, sir. I don't even have that much money to buy people. Youth. Also, sir, if I had to set somebody in the audience, it wouldn't have been Prem. What are you saying? But Prem, I want you to help me here. Take this paper ball. You have been a part of one act. I won't call you again. Can I request you to stand up? Can you throw this paper ball to 3 and 4? I want you to pick up any... Find me right here. I've got 4 tags. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I want you to pick up any one that you want. You take number 3. I want you to wear number 3 around your neck. There are 4 chairs behind you. I want you to sit on any chair that you want. You came up next. That's 1 second. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was 2, this was 2. आप दोनों extra है. कोई बात नहीं. No problem. Atiti Devo Baba, please come here. Please come here. Come here. No, no, please. I want you to come this side. Now, one of you, I'm going to send back. One of you, I'm going to send back. Who's the one who's going to go back? Okay, I'll decide this. Do you have 100 rupees? None of you can't even bribe me. Check, no, you've been in your wallet. Sir, you don't want to give me only money, no? You have 100 rupees? Okay. Because I'm going to call somebody later who has 100 rupees. Give? I'm not going to take, but give me. Look, he was lying to me, okay, in the first place. Where it is? It is there. I'm not able to see. You are the magician. Okay. But wait, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask for Raju, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And to you, I'm going to come back in a while. Okay. So, this is... Why is this stuck? कुछ नहीं है यार इसमें जादू ये अटक गया है तुमको हर चीज में जादू दिखता है okay so you have to take a seat somewhere you came up next ma'am I have 1 2 4 whichever you want number 1 where on any seat आगे आ जाएंगे I'll come with you first 2 and 4 whichever you want yaar wear it around your neck there's 2 chairs behind you can sit on anyone what's your name sir Subramaniam no option 4 only no option in chair also that only you have to sit now, where did sir go? Where did my 5th gentleman go? He went? Oh, no, I need you, sir. You be there. Okay, fine. You can be comfortable wherever. No problem. Comfort is important. Now, Subramaniam, sir, you did not get an option to choose your tag. But you also did not get an option to choose your chair, which is a little unfair. Because kuch to decision you have to take. So just for you, I'm going to ask all 4 of you to please stand up again. We are going to play music for 5 seconds. When the music is being played, I want you to just walk over here. When the music stops, sir, you take the seat first, whichever you want. Remaining 3, you decide. Fair? Fair? Say yes. Good. We are not playing musical chairs. We listen to music, these chairs, we go round and round. Don't do that. Just walk here, okay? It's not a fashion show. Don't walk on the ramp, okay? Can I have some music, please? Good. Perfect. You guys can decide wherever you want to sit. Perfect. You guys are happy? Everybody happy? Does anybody want to change chair, tag, anything? All good? Cool. So now they chose the tags and the chairs and a number is being made over here. The number is 1, 2, 4, 3. 1, 2, 4, 3. I did not make this number. They did not make this number. The number just happened. I want all of you to remember 1, 2, 4, 3 till the... It's not that important. Next 5 minutes. After the tags and the chairs comes my 3rd important decision. I have got 5 envelopes. Out of the 5, 4 of them have a colored paper in it. Yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, brown, doesn't matter. But 1. And And just one envelope has something very important in it. It could be a blank check, DD. It could be jewelry. I'm not kidding. It's there. Okay, even if you are rich. Okay, RTV Lakshmi. You know the celebrities in coffee shows who fight for the hamper? Behave like that. Yeah. I don't want you to feel that I'm cheating. I never do that. So one of you will become a judge to check that I am not cheating. Who will be the judge? Oh, sorry, no. Judge, sir. I have the judge on stage, sorry. Sir, you didn't tell me your name. Chandrasekhar ji, you are my judge. Okay, so I have got 5 envelopes. I want you to take them and I want you to mix them up. Mix, 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 mix. Mix as much as you want to. Whenever you're happy, you're satisfied, you can hand them over to me. Now, I do not know what envelope is at what position, but as Chandrasekhar sir mixes them up to 100%, I have no idea, okay? So you're happy? You mix them up? Okay. I still want you to be there. That's one. Varshini, you looked at that envelope, you took this one. Are you sure? Sorry? She's like, I'm sure, maybe, I don't know. Okay. It's my duty to ask, you should be sure. So, wait, don't open. Here's what we are going to do now. Okay. We are going to open each one by one because some suspense, some drama. I love it. So just you, okay? I want you to hold it like this. Like this. I want you to open the envelope. No. I want to open the envelope. What's your name? Kitty, if it's a white color envelope, paper, you win something important. If it's any other color paper, it's not important. Open the envelope. Remove the paper only half outside to see the color. If it's white, it is yellow, sorry, not important. Just back inside. What is this? You saw, no, already? So we have to show people also. It's for them also. Show अकेले नहीं करना है. It's अरे but show me. It's orange color paper. Not important. It's a blue color paper. Not important. Wait. You said you wanted to exchange, right? Or no? Now you don't want to. Let's check. I told you to exchange. It's green color paper, which means there is something important in there. So can I request you to open the envelope? And here I'm going to do this. Can I request you to open the envelope? What is in there? Huh?
I think it's a white.
White paper, but there should be something more with the paper. What is it, sir? Nikalo. What is it?
It's a check.
Is it signed? Is it blank?
It's a blank check.
Signed check. It's not yours. It's a blank signed check. Told you to exchange. Sunte nahi ho meri. I also have money in my account. I'm just saying. But thank you. Sir, you also don't get it. Matlab, it's to just S. Judges don't get anything. Yeah. Oh, you get a lot of wishes from us. Thank you so much, Chandrasekhar sir. Thank you for joining us. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen, for being a good judge. Thank you so much. What happens when a decision goes wrong? You lose money. No, we make it right. That's what we do. And that's what we're going to do right now. It was never about the check. It's much more than that. Can I request all 4 of you to remove the paper from the envelope? Throw the envelope away. We don't need it. There's a number written on the paper. I just thought of his ex and just like, chahiye hi nahi. Can you show that number to the audience? That is 1, 2, 4, 3. Ladies and gentlemen. Not just that. The first thing you chose when you walked up on stage were your tags. What was the second thing?
The chair.
Can I request all four of you to stand behind the chair you're sitting on? And I'm going to come to Subramanian sir. You were sitting on that chair. You changed to this one. Why?
I like number 3.
Oh, nice. Should I give you one more reason?
Yeah.
What's the color of the paper in your hand?
Green.
What's the color of the paper behind the chair you chose?
It's green.
It's green. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a green color chair. Not all of them are green. You have a yellow paper. Can you turn that around? That's a yellow color chair. This is an orange color chair. That's a blue color chair. Ladies and gentlemen. Can I request you to do one last thing before I thank you and ask you to take your seats? Can I request you to come right here, center stage, all four of you showing the number to the audience, 1, 2, 4, 3. If you notice, ladies and gentlemen, all the decisions were taken. Shh, don't open. No. All the decisions were made by them. First of all, they were randomly chosen by throwing a paper ball. It could have been any 4. I'm glad it's these 4. And you walked up on stage first. Okay, you had the option of picking up any tag. You picked up number 3. You could have sat on any chair. You sat on that chair. You could have just exchanged the envelope. I told you, don't listen to me. All the decisions were made by them. Even if one decision would have been different, this entire thing wouldn't have been possible. And what's going to happen next would have been absolutely impossible. And what's going to happen next is for each one of you seated over here at this AI summit. I always believe events like these make the people who they are, and it's the people that make events what these are today. Just like how you did this act. On my count of 3, I want you to open the paper and show to everybody what is in there. Okay, not right now. Count of 3, count of 3. 1, this is for each one of you. 1, 2, 3, now. Can you open and show everybody what is it? That's AI Summit, ladies and gentlemen. Take a bow. 1, 2, 3, take a bow. Thank you so much. You can leave the papers and the tags behind. You can leave the papers and the tags behind. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. You've been amazing. Thank you. Thank you for joining me on stage. Thank you for helping me and joining me on stage. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry for the check. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Don't see the check. Okay. Are you guys having fun? Yeah. I'm moving to the last part of the performance, but there's been a special request. Jayesh Ranjan sir, before I move on to the last part, can we try and get into his mind? Why are you so scared? I should be scared. Should we try and do that? Sir, can I request you to walk up on stage with the paper slip? And can I have a whiteboard, please? Oh, I forgot. I was going to ask for 100 rupees. Who's going to give me 100 rupees? It don't show money like this, okay? It doesn't look good. This is not that kind of a show. What are you doing? Who has it? Few people have it, okay? Many people there. Choose one person, Santosh. Just choose somebody quickly. Quickly. Okay, you are right. Again, I can come there only. So give me 1 minute. Where's the paper? Okay, have you written it down? Fold the paper. Fold the paper. Fold it again. I don't want to see. I'm going to tear this off. This is for you to write it down so that it's all here. I'll not pick it up, sir. And I'm going to give you a mic. But before that, who's giving me 100 rupees? Come here, come here, come here, come here. What's your name? Okay, wait, who's giving me? You decide, Santosh. Sorry, this. Okay, what is your name, sir? Bike. Mike. No, sir, fold it, fold it, fold it. Fold karo, fold karo. Fold it again. No, don't roll, don't roll. That's not what. Just fold. Just put it inside. Okay, Mike, I'm not going to touch the note. Seal the paper, seal the envelope. And now you keep it with you. I don't need it. I'll call for it later. Sir, can we have a mic for sir? And a marker for me. First of all, thank you for being here on stage with me.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for really enthralling us.
Thank you. I'm very glad. Magic is a very traditional art form of a country which I feel is very lost. But I'm glad that we get, as magicians, we get such platforms to portray our art for such amazing people. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really means a lot for a magician like me to be here. Can we have a round of applause for this event coming up so wonderfully over here? Thank you. I'm going to get a marker. So, coming back to my magic. I want you to join me right here. You are the star right now, sir. So you've been thinking of a
childhood friend.
A childhood friend's name. Now, first thing, sir, is it any way possible I could have known this name or I can know this name?
Impossible.
Okay. The depth in that impossible got me a little like impossible. Okay. So I'm going to try and get what you're thinking, the name that you're thinking of. To do that, I'm going to ask one permission if it's okay if I touch your shoulder. Huh? Okay. I want you to close your eyes and think about that this person is standing right in front of you, but not listening to you. So you're calling this person by their name. It's a short name. Yes. We're only doing the first name, so we cut out you're not even thinking of the surname. So you want to say it again in your mind on repeat. So suppose, you can open your eyes, sir. Suppose if the name is Santosh, you just go in your mind, Santosh, Santosh, Santosh. Like this, whatever the name is in your mind on repeat, yeah? I request you to keep your eyes closed. When was the last time you met this person?
Maybe 5-6 years ago.
Oh, and are you in touch with this person? Do you speak to him on phone?
Not really.
Okay, we just confirm it's him and not her. So just we thought of that male energy. Okay, now on my count of 3, do you mind saying the name out loud? Okay, 1, 2, 3, now.
Ajay.
Please, sir, next time you meet Ajay, please tell Suhani said a hi to him. Someone would have recorded it, yes. Please send this video to Ajay. Thank you so much. Once again, can we have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. We have 10 more minutes, right? Okay. Okay, I'm coming on to my last part of the performance. And before I do that, I have to ask you a simple question. Are you guys having fun? Say yes, chup chap. Okay, are you guys having fun? Good. And I think by this time in the performance, I have proved that I'm good. Say yes. Good. And now we're moving to the last part, which is just common sense that the last bit has to be the best bit. I have to do better than anything I've done so far, and I have done good stuff so far. So considering these 3 points, 1, you guys are having fun. You said it, it's recorded, you can't go back. 2, I'm good at what I do. 3, the next bit over here is going to blow your mind. For this, the last act happens with everybody in the audience. All of you are going to be a part of this one. I want all of you to get hold of your phones. Get your phone in your hand, and one of you joins me on stage. This can be anybody. Who's that one person going to be? Oh, he walked also. No consent. It's okay, that's fine, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause as he joins me on stage? Hello, sir. So here's what we are going to do. I'm going to ask a few of you to raise up your hand. Now, if you raise up your hand and you're chosen, I'm not going to read your mind. I'm not going to call you on stage, because a lot of people are not raising up their hand thinking, she'll read my mind and she'll tell me all of it that's going on. And you don't want to do that because of all the dirty things that you've done in your life. So I'm not going to do that, so join me right here. This mic is for you. What is your name?
Shiv Prasad.
Shiv Prasad, sir. So you are going to choose few more people who will be raising up their hand. Whoever, sir, chooses, all you have to do is shout a number. Even from behind, sir, it can be your, wherever you want. All you have to do is shout a number, 1 digit, 2 digit, 3 digit, 4 digit. That's it, not bigger than that.
1.
Oh, sir, one second. Others, you get your phone in your hand. If you're good in maths, calculate. If you're not good in maths like me, I'm going to get my phone to calculate. We are going to add all these numbers. So Shiv Prasad, you guys can raise up your hand. Who want to give a number, sir? Please choose the first person, whoever you want.
I said 1.
Okay, the person there. Sir, stay there. Give me a number. 1. That's it. Just 1. 1. First number we have is 1. Please on your phones, guys. 1. Lady in the white top, green lanyard, yes. You looking behind in glasses, yes, you.
825.
Yes, you, ma'am, who's standing there. Can you shout a number?
7.
That's it. You can give me bigger number also. You can make it 777, 743. Shh. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So next number we have is 7. Let's take 2, 3 more numbers.
This side. Shiv.
Shiv. Yes, sir. 999. Okay. 999. So far the total is 1007. Somebody's calculating with me, no? Who's calculating with me? Somebody's calculating? Okay, you are. So 1007. Okay, let's take 2 more numbers.
That gentleman with the t-shirt.
In glasses. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You only. 147. Okay. 147. How many numbers we have taken so far? Let's take 1 more number.
This side, this lady who is...
The lady, yes, ma'am. 268. What is your name? Chandana. Do you want to change your mind? No. You are the last person giving me the number. I will not take any number after this. No. Okay. This is not reverse psychology. Even she did not change her mind. She did not get the check. If you want to change, you can. Like in a magic show, a lot of people, when the magician asks, they don't change their mind. Thinking, oh, I caught the magician. This is not like that. Mera sahi chal raha. I'm going really well. I'm genuinely giving you a chance if you want to change your mind. 300, you changed. So gullible and nice. Okay. So Chandana, I don't want you to go back home and keep thinking, why did I change my mind? Just because she asked me to change my mind, I changed my mind. Why should I be more opinionated? This is what I do with the world, and you keep tossing in the bed and you don't get sleep the whole night. I want you to sleep really well. I'm a very nice person. So 300 or 278 or any other number, the number you say now is final. 300? Last number, ladies and gentlemen, is 300. Does everybody get 1,454? Okay. Come again with your name, sir. Shiv Prasad, sir, have a look at the keypad. Close your eyes. Press random numbers, as many as you want. Yes. You want to press more? It's enough? You want to read out the number so they can add as well?
Yeah. 2, 3, 9, 4, 5, 1.
Show it to them also. 239 451. Everybody. That's what he's added. 239 451. Now, on my count of 3, everybody presses the is equal to button. Okay? Not you saw also. On my count of 3, I told you.
Yeah.
You pressed also. Ek to my phone. Anyway, 1, 2, 3 now. Does everybody, sir, I have to see.
All right.
Does everybody get 2,40,905? Yes? Yes? You're not surprised. It's okay. It's fine. I know it's a calculation. I'm going to write down the number on the board, and so I'm going to ask you. Come here. Is it any way possible, ladies and gentlemen, and sir right here, is it any way possible I could have known this number? Yes, no? Is it any way possible I could have known this number? On the mic, sir.
No.
You don't trust me? You don't trust me? No also you're saying. Wow. I said Ajay, his childhood friend, and you think I'll not know the number? Don't get scared. That's what I like to do the most. To make people believe in the impossible. You guys gave all the numbers. I did not add a single number to this calculation, but something happened before we took the numbers, before you walked up on stage. I gave a certification to Raju sir for being a good audience member. Where is Raju? Please don't tell me he left. Oh, here he is. Sir, please, can I request you to join me on stage? And can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as Raju sir joins me on the stage right now. Come on, keep it going. Hey, abhi din baki hai. You have a lot of entertainment to come. Sir, you did not mess up with it, no? You did not mess up with it, no? No, it's closed only, no? Perfect. Right here, sir. Join me this side. Would you be surprised if it's, you can join me here, sir. Would you be surprised if it's the same number? Say yes.
Yeah, I will be surprised.
Good, thank you. Let's open it up. I'll hold it from this side, sir. This one says 2. You can leave this, you can leave this. 2. 2.
Yes.
Guys, what? That sir is not even surprised. You are like, hey, theek hai, everything is right only now. Don't lose character in between the show. Last part. I am a magician. I do impossible things. You are audience. You go crazy. 2, 4, 0, 9, 0, 5. Ladies and gentlemen. Woo-hoo. Come ahead with me. Keep holding it. Ladies and gentlemen. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But you know what? You know what? You guys gave all the numbers. Chandana, if you would have changed from 300 to 299, this would have ended with 04. But you did not change your mind. Thank you so much. Even if one number would have been different, the entire calculation would have been different. But you chose people. You had to choose those people. You had to give those numbers. You had to be here today. And this was the number that should have come out today. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, is not a number, but today's date. That is 5th September 24, ladies and gentlemen. This is for you, sir, to remember me. Thank you so much for helping me and joining me on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for helping me and joining me on stage. You can keep that with you. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much. My name is Suhani Shah. I wish all of you many more magical moments in life. I believe the state is doing some incredible job for people over here. And I want to congratulate everybody for such a successful event. What happened? Oh. Do you guys, okay, as I said, Telangana state is taking things to the next level. So do you want me to take this act to the next level? What can the next level be? It's okay, I'll say. You don't say. So you come on stage. Now, Mike, right? You guys gave all the numbers. I did not add a single number to that. And the result of that number turned out to be 2,40,905, which also is today's date, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what is even more surprising than that? What's even more surprising than that is every currency note is unique because it has a unique serial number. No two banknotes can have the same serial number. Now, Mike, I'm going to get you a mic. Firstly, Santosh, there were 2-3 people who were giving me 100 rupees. Somebody behind you was also giving. You chose him. No. You chose him, something. It happened to be. It could have been anyone.
Yes.
Did I even touch the note?
No, you didn't touch.
You put it inside, you
Yes.
sealed it. Let's open it up. Do you have more 100 rupees in your pocket?
No.
Just one you had.
I really want
Perfect. You just had one and it was this. It's a transparent, yeah, okay, bring it out. And in your nicest, clearest voice, Mike, can you read out the serial number of the note?
240905. Wow.
That's your note. Back to you with today's date. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. And show them around to people when you go down. I don't know all they can. Thank you so much. Yes, wait around. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suhani Shah. Wish you all many more magical moments. Thank you. Namaste. Good night.
साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार, पूछो तो मैं जानू के ये साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार, जानू के ये साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार, पूछो तो मैं जानू के ये साइंस है या चमत्कार, साइंस है या चमत्कार.
Check. That was unbelievable, guys. Suhani ji, we didn't want to leave you, but I guess it's time for our next show. But मुझे एक बार सुहानी जी को एक बार छूना है. I just want to see if she's a human. She's a normal human. I mean, it's incredible. Did you guys actually have fun? Come on, एक बार, थोड़ा जोर से बोल दीजिए. Did you guys have fun? Actually, we want more of Suhani, but hopefully this kind of conferences and summits keep happening here in Hyderabad. Come back to Telangana, Hyderabad, and we're going to bring Suhani back again. So thank you once again. That was an incredible, amazing performance. मुझे एक idea आ गया. Suhani को लेके चलते हैं हम लोग casino, and we just go there and sit with her, and we're going to bring back bustas of money, I'm sure. So yeah. Thank you once again, Suhani and team, for that wonderful performance. And it's time to move on to the last sequence of this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have our designer, Lakshmi ji, who's coming up with some amazing designs. We're celebrating handloom tonight, and she's created some amazing designs with the handlooms, from highway fashion to the classical tradition. So let's welcome our models on stage with another wonderful sequence wherein we bring in some more amazing designs and patterns from Telangana handlooms. Presenting before you, ladies and gentlemen, is designer Lakshmi Lanka with her team, and we have our gorgeous Manasa Varanasi as our showstopper, and joining her on stage is an actor, Big Boss contestant, Mr. Jesse, who is a choreographer of this whole fashion sequence tonight. Miss Lanka Lakshmi owns a brand called Devi. And yes, she definitely carries the pride. She definitely carries the confidence of a Devi. Not only in her personality, but in all her designs. Her personality is truly reflected in each and every masterpiece that she has created. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness a glimpse of the wonderful designs that she's created with the handlooms